Chapter 547. Old Man Pai was not in a hurry at all. He sat there calmly and watched Zhang Xiaobao work. He took a sip of tea and pinched a melon seed. Wei Wei used some strength in his hand, and the melon seed opened. It looked very ordinary, but there was a lot of work involved. Because it was not a melon that specialized in making melon seeds, there were usually not many big ones in a single watermelon. After that, it had to be washed. After washing, it was cooked with different seasonings according to taste. After that, it would be dried in the sun. Then, it would be picked out based on color. After that, it would be soaked in water with other seasonings. After it was done, it would be brought over. Those that did not have any cracks were also left out. Anyway, it was just a hassle. It sounded very valuable. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan usually did not eat it. The two of them would eat the kind that was cooked for the first time. Sometimes, they could even eat the bitter ones. For the two of them, that was real life. Not bad. After eating two, Old Man Pai was satisfied. But this kind of good stuff is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Not to mention the melon seeds that are worth more than gold. Even normal days are not easy. There are people to feed the fish, but who cares about the ordinary people? Xiaobao, didn't you say that the fish will not eat the bait when it is cold? Look at the food you made. Why do the fish rush over to eat it when you throw it in? That is because the ingredients are good. Different fish like to eat ingredients that are not moved. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Old Man Pai was not going to give up, so he could only follow suit. He wanted to see what Old Man Pai was going to do. Yes, for the fish the ingredients are different, but for the people it is different. Especially in the north, where there is a continuous grassland. When it snows heavily, the road cannot be walked. The cows and sheep also freeze to death. There is nothing to earn money, so they all stay in their tents and do not come out. If there is no north, where would we get so many cows and sheep? Xiaobao, what do you think we should do? Old Man Pai finally understood what he meant. Zhang Xiaobao thought carefully, then pointed to the north and asked, Grandpa Bai, are you talking about Yinzhou? Further north. Fengzhou. Zhang Xiaobao asked again. That was Inner Mongolia and Mongolia. On the map, below that was Shaanxi, Gansu, and Ningxia, including his own place. Yeah, that's right. The people there have it tough, Old Man Pai said sadly. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. Wang Wan was also puzzled. She asked, Grandpa Bai, you're not thinking of sending someone there to be the provincial governor, are you? That won't do. Ordinary people can't stay in that place. If they're not used to the climate, it's easy for them to get into trouble. Besides, there aren't many people there. Why bother with them? Wang Wan knew that there were many products there, but it was too far away. Furthermore, the current population of the Tang dynasty had not reached the point where they could squander as they wished. There were many things that could not be used now, such as rare earths. Otherwise, why would the desert be accompanied by desolation? She was really worried that Old Man Pai would send Zhang Zhong there to be an official on a whim. It was not that she was afraid, but it was mainly because he would not be able to achieve anything. There was no population. If he really wanted to go there, he might as well go to Xinjiang. At least he could get more wine. With the snow blocking the roads, there would be no contact for a long time. Old Man Pai narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, The imperial court is rich now. They also have the cement to build the city. In addition, they found a piece of land in Shanghai that belongs to the Tang dynasty. It's not good to always be thinking about land. Don't tell me they want to go to war? After building up Fengzhou and making it rich, they will lure the Turks to attack them and then find an excuse to send troops over? Even if they conquer it now, they won't be able to occupy it. Isn't it good to have more money to build up the country? Oh, I know. Grandpa Bai, did you see the new weapons and feel that it is easy to deal with cavalry? Zhang Xiaobao was not stupid. He guessed what he meant. He was not afraid of war, but it was not cost-effective to fight now. The transportation was not convenient, and after the war, they would not be able to occupy it. Moreover, there were other ethnic groups and countries on the Turk side. The two continents were connected. If they fought because they were close to each other, they could fight all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. North America was only separated by a sea, so they could easily cross it. But would that work? It's not a war. It snowed heavily this year. Everyone was busy during the new year, so they did not feel it. In fact, there is a shortage of cattle and sheep. I think it is the same for the Turks. Every time it is at this time they will come to steal things. The scale is not large, so they have not done much. Moreover, it is not easy for the Turks to find the people of Fengzhou. Everyone is running around. War is a means. It is enough as long as we know how to achieve the goal. If we can cross over, we can use food to exchange for some cattle and sheep to slow down the situation in the capital. Force is only a guarantee. There was no way in the past, but now. Old Man Pai explained. He did not finish his words, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew what he meant. He meant that the Zhang family had 2 experts in charge, and they had already made a lot of good things. They were not lacking in this. The next place my father will go must be decided before the spring plowing, and he will go to the same place as Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about the conditions. You have to think about this carefully. This has already happened 3 times. The top scorer of the imperial examination, the county magistrate of Huayuan County, and the provincial governor of Luzhou. I have been an official since I was 20 years old, and until now, I have never met anyone who is in a situation like yours. You go wherever you want to be an official. The Ministry of Personnel is just a decoration to your family. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries are now revolving around your family. All the impeachment memorials have been suppressed, and all the issues raised by your family have to be discussed together. Many people are not satisfied. If it wasn't for the business relationship, and if it wasn't for the fact that your family is always giving away benefits, then the consequences. There are no ifs. If there is a relationship, then there is a relationship. You take your time to think about it, Grandpa Bai. My family is not in a hurry. Zhang Xiaobao was not afraid of being scared at all. As long as his family did not rebel, they would not have any excuse to deal with them. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he really did let Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong think about it. He and Wang Wan went home to get the blueprint of the snow sled. They had just designed it, and they were going to use it. One was for a single person, and the other was for a snow plow. Old Man Pai thought that Zhang Xiaobao had gone home to ask the expert, so he was not in a hurry. He changed his direction and threw the pole in to continue fishing. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned. Xiaobao, cuckoo, I thought about it just now. This is a little difficult, but it's not impossible. Old Man Pai was finally convinced. If the Zhang family had a way, then the imperial court would have to agree. Zhang Xiaobao took the blueprint out of his pocket and unfolded it for Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong to see. That's it. There's a kind of deer in the north that can pull this cart and run quickly on the snow. You can tell from the ink. This map isn't new today, and it's not used to transport goods. It's used to transport troops at key places in the future when there's a war. The structure is simple, and people can understand it when they see it. They can learn it immediately. It's not my family's business whether it's used in the north or the northeast. If the wind is good, we can use sails to increase the speed. It's wide under the snow, and narrow under the ice. Old Man Pai did not know what to say. The Zhang family had such a good thing for a long time, but they were unwilling to take it out. Just like what he told Old Man Chong in Luzhou, the Zhang family would only make something new when it was needed. Old Man Chong sighed in his heart. The Zhang family was like 100 treasures pouch. There were many good things in it, and it was up to you to take them out. Old Man Pai held the paper in his hand and hesitated. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao said, when this thing was not made, people would not be able to think of it. However, when they saw it, they could make it immediately. Should they use it to transport goods or should they keep it to transport soldiers at key times? They had to make a choice. It was a dilemma. Xiaobao, is there any other way? When the time comes, we can choose one to transport the goods. When Old Man Bai asked this question, even he felt embarrassed. His old face turned red. He had really made things difficult for others. At this moment, Wang Wan pouted and took out another piece of paper. She stuffed it into Old Man Pai's hand. It's just a place to become an official, and you need so many things in exchange. The sleigh is good, but it's a big target. You also need to take care of the deer. This is for a single person. As long as you wear white clothes and a white hat in the snow, you won't be easily discovered. You don't have to worry about falling in the snow that's a few feet deep. There's also this thing that fits on the skis. It has barbs. Even if you go uphill, you'll be faster than a normal person. It's suitable for small groups of guerrilla warfare and delaying battles. Use a crossbow, choose the right terrain, attack quickly, attack from a distance, and run after attacking. If you add in our fireworks, it's very effective against other people's logistics. The more Wang Wan spoke, the more fluent she became. Zhang Xiaobao felt like he was listening to an advertisement. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong didn't think so, especially Old Man Chong. He could draw a picture in his heart according to what Wang Wan said. He knew how effective this thing would be in a place with thick snow. Especially when used together with the hot wine made by the Zhang family, it would really appear and disappear like a ghost. If he was given 1,000 people who were familiar with using it, he would dare to fight against an army of 100,000. As long as he had enough bows and arrows and understood the terrain, even if he couldn't fight them head-on, he would drag them to death. Old Man Pai slapped his thigh. Good stuff. Then this thing called a sleigh can be used to transport goods. With his words, it meant that the next time Zhang Zhong became a local official, he would still be able to choose for himself. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed in relief at the same time. The two of them actually still had some good stuff that they didn't take out, and that was their eyes. They were specifically used to deal with snow blindness. If they fought in the snow for a long time, they couldn't do without snow glasses. Especially when they encountered people who were also wearing white, their eyes could be blinded. Since Old Man Pai had agreed, there was no need to take them out. They would wait until they needed them in the future. If they took them out all at once, it wouldn't show how precious they were. Besides, the snow glasses also needed glass, so they were hoping to sell them for more money. There's no time to lose. I'll immediately write a letter to ask the people from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works to come over. Do you have any good stuff? Take them out together. The sooner we use them, the sooner we can benefit the people. Chapter 548. Old Man Pai was a man of his word. He didn't care that it was the 28th of the 12th lunar month. He stopped fishing and ran back to the capital to write a letter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately made ice carts and steel ice skates. They planned to play on the pond after the 30th day. It was also a kind of entertainment tool for the villagers. When the 30th day arrived, the 3 Zhuangzi of the Zhang family, the 1 Zhuangzi of the Wang family, and the villagers of Gujia village and Li Sun's Zhuangzi gathered together again. Everyone was here. The only regret was that Li Sun had to return to the capital for the spring festival. He missed his family after not seeing them for more than a year. The 30th day of Zhangjia Zhuangzi was very lively. The sound of New Year's greetings rang out continuously. The fireworks continued for an hour. Dumplings with various fillings were eaten freely. Just like the New Year celebration in Huayuan County, the houses were built with wooden boards. The 4 doors were all connected. People could go wherever they wanted. The adults were happy. They believed that there would be better days in the new year. However, the children were the happiest. They wore new clothes. No matter where they went, the lights were bright and they didn't feel cold. Even the people of the academy and between the clouds and the water who didn't go home were invited to watch the performance on the stage. Nearly 10,000 people stayed outside. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's younger brother and sister didn't sleep. They waved their little hands excitedly and made incomprehensible sounds. They drank half a bowl of dumpling soup and didn't even drink milk. Their small house was occupied by the children of Zhuangzi who were younger than 2 years old. They climbed up and down as if they would never feel tired. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spent a lot of money on this night. They spent more than 20,000 strings of coins on gifts, food, drinks, and houses. They didn't care. It was lively. There was a sense of security with more people. This is the real New Year. Xiaobao, how much did we spend? Wang Wan drank some wine and leaned against the wall. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was using the stove to roast prawns. That's a lot. Just the cost alone is 40,000 strings of coins. His Highness sent fireworks to the aristocratic families around the capital. Li Sun also took a lot of small abalones from us. He didn't give us a single copper coin. Those are abalones, not grass carps. He must be showing off to others with our money. Zhang Xiaobao also drank a lot of wine. He also gave Gu Yingxi a set of beautiful glass wine set. As long as a woman was from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, she would be given a mirror. It was not big, 1 foot wide and 2 feet long. The farmers did not decline and accepted the gifts given by the master. At most, they would risk their lives if the master needed them in the future. Nowadays, the villagers could no longer be bought over with money. Ever since the villager who went to Haiyan County came back injured, the Zhang family's series of actions made the villager want to protect the main family with all their hearts. They all prepared to wait until the new year and expand their business to further places. With the master behind them, they were not afraid of anything. Now, no family or official was willing to provoke the farmers of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Bullying the farmers would not give them any benefits. If they really did make a move, they would have to wait for the revenge of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Take the Ning family for example. They were such a big family and had hundreds of businesses outside. What was the result? When faced with the overwhelming attack of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, didn't they still shrink back? If they really wanted to deal with the Zhang family, then they would have to start with the main family. After all, revenge was the same. At first, they sent a letter to protest against Haiyan County with pigeons. Many officials thought that it was just empty talk, but they didn't expect that 5 days later, the Xueqi Club's commercial attack would arrive. 7 days later, all the people who participated in the attack would have their legs broken by the guards of the Xueqi Club. Fast, it was too fast, so fast that it made people scared. It only took 7 days to travel from Xueqi County to Haiyan County. If Haiyan County was occupied by other countries, the imperial court would not be able to arrive in such a short time even if they sent troops from Xueqi County. However, the guards between the clouds and the water were that fast. First, they used small boats with propellers to sail to the capital. There were already big boats in the capital. They directly changed boats and rushed to Haiyan County in one breath. Before the county yamen could react, they caught people according to the information of the shops and beat them up. The night of the 30th passed in a unique atmosphere. The farmers continued to prepare for the activities on the 15th. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also began to busy themselves. They were busy making lanterns, not for selling them. Since the first time the farmers in Zhuangzi started to make lanterns, even if the master was no longer there, the grocery store would still give them to them for free. It was a large lantern, the kind that could carry people when it flew. It was made of silk cloth, and the outside was smeared with gum to make the cloth airtight. An oil basin was hung below and tied with a rope. It was a large Kongming lantern, or rather, a hot air balloon. On the 15th of the first lunar month, of course there would be lanterns. Not only Xueqi County, but also Chang'an. No one stipulated that lanterns must be held by hand. A flying lantern was also a lantern. It was just that there were words on it. It wrote Xueqi County's smoked chicken, and a picture of a smoked chicken. It flew on Xueqi Street in Chang'an, illuminating people for free. Good people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were good people. Xiaobao, what do you think Li Longji's reaction will be if he sees such a big advertisement lantern? Are you really going to make it? Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao's idea was too crazy. While everyone was celebrating, he was advertising. Li Longji was holding a telescope and celebrating with the people. The moment he looked up and saw the house and the smoked chicken, would he pay for 2 to try? Can't you make a few more lanterns and hang the ones like peace throughout the world where he can see it and hang the ones with advertisements further away? Make 15 lanterns. Except for the direction of the palace, you can only make 5 lanterns in the other 3 directions. You can write good words on the first 2, and draw chicken on the last 3. Zhang Xiaobao only dared to do this because he had sent the sleigh and skis. He thought that Li Longji would not overreact. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was insistent and really did get someone to make 20 lanterns. 15 for her own use, and the other 5 to be sent to the palace for the people to play with. As for whether or not people would tie themselves up and float in the air out of curiosity, and whether or not the brazier under the lanterns could cause a fire, that was none of her concern. Before the 15 lanterns arrived, people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had found the lantern between the clouds and the water first. Old Man Pai had already asked someone to make the lantern. Any assistant minister from the Ministry of War was actually not a small rank. Lu Jiro from the Ministry of Works personally came to inspect the lantern. He felt that the Ministry of Works was embarrassing with the Zhang family around. Every time he made something, he would learn from the Zhang family. When he saw the snow sleigh, he realized that it had a very simple structure. If anyone from the Ministry of Works came over, they would be able to copy it and the workmanship would be even more detailed. However, No one had thought of such a simple thing. The snow here was not thick enough, so Lu Jiro asked someone to pull it on the ice and approved of the sleigh's function. Old Minister, although the sleigh is good, it is not very convenient to use. It must be used in places with thick snow. If we go north from here, we have to use other carriages to pull it. When the time comes, we have to change to the sleigh. It is very troublesome. Lu Jiro, who was not convinced and always wanted to follow the Zhang family, tried hard to find the problem. She was afraid that what she said just now was not convincing enough, so she added, for example, when transporting ceramics and other utensils, they have to be arranged again by familiar people. When they change to the sleigh, they have to be arranged again. Don't tell me that we have to let familiar people follow the carriage? This is a problem. Xiaobao, what do you think? Old Man Pai asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to come over today. Lu Jiro also helped. What kind of person was Zhang Xiaobao? As soon as he heard Lu Jiro's words, he could guess what she was thinking. This was jealousy, naked jealousy, and it was not disguised at all. Grandpa Bai, I thought it was something big. It is just a restriction on the transportation road. It is very simple. You can make the sleigh as big as the carriage and put a rack on it. When there is no snow, you can take the sleigh apart and put it on the carriage. When there is snow, you can put the sleigh under the carriage and use the rack to support it. The horse can be replaced with a deer, and you can pull it up and run. Grandpa Bai, things are dead, but people are alive. You have to learn and use it flexibly. Capable people think of principles, but incapable people put their hopes on others. When they encounter difficulties, they don't know how to think of a solution themselves. If they can't do it, then they are derelict in their duties. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he should teach the people in the Ministry of Works. If he did not think of a solution himself, he could not rely on restricting others to improve himself. It was not good for the country and the people. Wang Wan also added, Grandpa Bai, Xiaobao is right. Migratory birds move far away and fly towards the moon. When the sky is cloudy, those who fly high and cross the clouds to find the moon are strong. Those who fly low only know that the moon is bright, but do not know that the moon is everlasting. Those who look for the light under the clouds and lose their lives in the fire are weak. Old Man Pai understood, and so did Lu Jiro. Wang Wan was saying that migratory birds flew according to the sun and the moon, especially at night. The powerful birds directly flew into the clouds, and the weak birds only thought that where there was light was the moon. Even if there was a fire, they would stupidly fly up. Such birds could not compare to those that flew high. It was because he knew that Lu Jiro was depressed. If it was an adult, he could also find a way to vent. But these two children, each of them said a few words and trampled the Ministry of Works to the ground. Shameful, it was really too shameful. The two children could not have known that he would say this when they came over. Since they could say it, it could only be because the two children were smart. Lord Lu, the children are not sensible and speak the truth. Don't take it to heart. The problem of changing carriages is solved. Make a frame and let Lord Lu see if there is anything that you can't think of. Since the two children are here, let them help think. Treat it as compensation for speaking the truth just now. Old Man Pai was very happy. He finally saw Lu Jiro suffer. At this time, how could he not add insult to injury? The people in the Ministry of Works were indeed too lazy. If he mocked Lu Jiro, he would go back and supervise him more. Lu Jiro could not be angry with the two children. Besides, they were not wrong. He could only glare at the workers next to him. A younger worker who was glared at was not convinced and said, Then what if there is suddenly a hole in the snow in front of us? This time, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak. Lu Jiro said, What if you suddenly trip while walking? Are you not going to walk in the future? Chapter 549. Through the exchange of benefits, Zhang Zhong's appointment was settled. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with this arrangement. He would only feel at ease when he used the things he got at a price. It was worth it to buy the right to choose the local official position freely with the sleigh and the skis. This was not a simple local official. It represented a kind of strength. How many people in the Tang Empire could choose their own official position? In addition to this, there was also the matter caused by LV Yenzhua, who had always been petty and wanted to make trouble for Zhang Zhong. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Zhang Zhong in Huayuan County, he had not given up. The last time he sent Zhang Zhong to Luzhou, he found out later that he was fooled. Luzhou was going to Lingnan anyway. Without his help, Zhang Zhong would have to pay more if he went there first. Zhang Xiaobao could understand LV Yanzua's thoughts. It was not that he was a bad person. If he was really bad, he would have impeached his father when he was in Luzhou. He just wanted to see his father suffer. That way he would feel better. In terms of ability, Zhang Xiaobao had to admit that LV Yanzua was indeed extraordinary. He was just an assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, not the Ministry of Rights. How could he persuade the imperial court to reward the Zhang family with decorations on the streets during the Lantern Festival? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know what to say when they heard the news. There were still 11 days before the 15th. They were in Xueqi County now. It would take them 4 days to get there, and they had to ride fast horses. Time was a little tight. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, you should take the money. Spend money to avoid disasters. This is the imperial court's test for your family. Assistant Minister LV is not bad. If he sent the edict a few days later, there would be no time. In the pavilion, Old Man Pai was persuading Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just found out about the news. He clearly knew that it was difficult for them, but in his heart, he was very supportive of LV Yanzua. He wanted to see how powerful the Zhang family was, and whether they had really reached a point where they could defy the heavens. 11 days, only 11 days, was an impossible task for anyone. However, when it came to the Zhang family, perhaps it would be different. The Zhang family was really too unpredictable. Old Man Chong had the same thought as well. He knew that the Zhang family had started doing things 8 years ago. Any one of them was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, they had done everything. Even when Luzhou was facing a disaster, they never gave up. When the two masters of the Zhang family were in trouble, it was as if they had turned into mountains and seas. They were so steady and profound that no one could see any flaws. 11 days was just the right time to test it out. Xiaobao, what should we do? 11 days is too short. Isn't this a trap? Wang Wan was also in a state of mental impasse. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the fog between the clouds and the water lake that was thought to be caused by a charcoal brazier. He stood up and pulled Wang Wan back. At the same time, he turned to Old Man Pai and said, Grandpa Bai, if you see Assistant Minister LV, tell him that the Zhang family and Wang family are grateful to him for giving us such an opportunity. Thank you. Don't tell me the Zhang family still has a trump card? Old Man Chong, who was chasing after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, did not believe that the Zhang family could still be respected in such a situation. Old Man Pai was also not sure. He really could not find out the bottom line of the Zhang family. For example, the two things that were exchanged for the officials this time, the Zhang family had designed them first. They did not even lack a backup plan. No one could underestimate anyone but the Zhang family. I heard that the two masters of the Zhang family are good at strategizing and can see through the situation first. Maybe they can do it this time too? Old Man Pai said with uncertainty. Zhang Xiaobao walked at a moderate pace, as if he was strolling. When he entered the courtyard, he immediately began to issue orders. It was 11 days. It was too late to send people from Xueqi County, so they could only find people in Beijing to work. After the order was issued, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "This is a good opportunity. You know, in the past, it was not easy to pay for large-scale activities. This time it's good. We only need to spend the money for decorations. We don't need to give money to others. If it were me, others who wanted to participate would not only have to pay for all the decorations, but also have to pay extra money to buy this opportunity." Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao was referring to. For example, in the Olympic Games, if you wanted to participate in a certain part of the construction, not only would the construction money not be given to you, but you also had to compete and spend money to get this opportunity. However, she did not expect that Zhang Xiaobao would be able to solve this difficult problem for others so easily. Is your brain filled with this kind of stuff? I wonder what kind of expression LV Yanzua will have when he finds out about your method. Wang Wan knew from Zhang Xiaobao's order that as long as they were willing to spend money, 11 days would be enough. The assistant minister could not compare to the minister. He did not have enough brains. He was not at the same level as Old Man Pai. Could it be that he did not understand that after reaching a certain level, it would be bad to scheme against others without paying for anything? At a certain level, no one would want to make someone of the same level suffer while they were unharmed. That was simply impossible. Most of the time, benefits were balanced through compromise and exchange. There was no need for people to go in person. The speed of the message was faster. The order was directly sent to the shop in Beijing by carrier pigeon. While everyone was curious, the 15th day of the first lunar month finally arrived. The night of the 14th day of the first lunar month passed. When they woke up early in the morning, the people in Beijing found that there was an ice sculpture placed on the street every 10 steps. Under the sunlight, which did not make people feel much warmth, they appeared even more sparkling and translucent. On the 3 roads where Xueqi Street and Tiananmen Street intersected, nearly 1,000 people were busy. LV Yenzhua did not return to Beijing. He stayed at between the clouds and the water. In order to find out about the situation in Beijing, he specifically looked for Old Man Chong. He knew that Old Man Chong had carrier pigeons and would definitely receive information about the situation in Beijing. When the sky was almost dark, the people who were concerned about how the 15th day of the first lunar month in Beijing received the news that it was an ice sculpture. As for what else there was, it was not clear. When it was time to light up the lanterns everywhere were lit. Zhangjia Zhuangzi's 15th day was the same as before. Everyone spent it together. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong were like New Year's, joining in the bustle. When the group of people had just crossed the small bridge, the very mysterious thing that was covered by the white cloth last night was revealed. During the day, they were still wondering what it was. With the help of the lanterns, the group of people finally saw the thing under the white cloth. It was actually an ice sculpture. As long as one was not stupid, they would be able to guess that it should be the same in Beijing. As someone shouted, "Light up!" the ice sculptures lit up one by one. The light came from the middle of the ice, making the already beautiful ice sculptures even more enchanting at this moment. Under the contrast of each other, it gave people a dreamy feeling. People who had never seen the ice lanterns would never know what kind of scenery it was. It gave people the feeling that this was not the human world. The largest piece of ice in front of the Wang family's Zhuangzi was actually 3 zhang tall. Not only were there candles lit inside, there were also words engraved and painted with gold powder. There were 4 rows of words that could be clearly seen without looking closely. A world of ice and snow, blurrily illuminates the years, proudly standing in the cold wind, its own sparkling color. At the bottom, there were 3 small pink words, between the clouds and the water. Good, good between the clouds and the water. I know what the scenery in Beijing will be like this year. It really lives up to the name, between the clouds and the water. The 4 seasons change, but between the clouds and the water will always be blurred and dreamy. Oh, I almost forgot. Assistant Minister Liu, the Zhang family's Xiao Bao, also asked this old man to express his gratitude for giving his family a chance. Thank you, thank you. Old Man Pai understood everything now. The Zhang family should have people make the same thing in Beijing. It was just a matter of spending a lot of money to find craftsmen. The Zhang family did not lack money. This time, it would definitely shock everyone in Beijing, including the emperor. According to the book Nature, the carved ice was not only beautiful because of the candles inside, but also because of the refraction and reflection, causing the night to become fluorescent. When the 10 large Kongming lanterns slowly rose, setting off the corridor and the canals below, everyone except for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were dumbfounded. They didn't even know where to look. Lu Yenzhua's feelings were very complicated. In reality, he didn't expect to do anything to Zhang Zhong. He just wanted to make trouble for Zhang Zhong and treat it as a game. But he never would have thought that the plan he had worked so hard to come up with would be so easily neutralized by the Zhang family. Moreover, it would be even better because of this. It seemed that all difficulties in front of the Zhang family were opportunities. Just like official Lu said, the Zhang family would become stronger when faced with a strong opponent. If you want to help the Zhang family, then do your best to scheme. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and jumped over like a child. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, isn't it beautiful? It's a pity that there's not enough time. Otherwise, I could have made an ice lantern that can move. Wang Wan raised her head and said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong, "It's beautiful, but the time it can stay is too short. In the end it will melt away." Lu Jiro, who also found an excuse to stay, said first, "Because it's short, it's beautiful. Because it's nostalgic, it's eternal. Instead of feeling sentimental about things that will eventually pass away, it's better to cherish the things around you." Wang Wan wanted to argue with Lu Jiro. who told Lu Jiro to always stare at the things that Zhang Xiaobao made. Lu Jiro couldn't argue with a little girl, so she was choked and couldn't say anything. Old Man Pai rubbed Wang Wan's head, sighed, and said, "Good, in the future, there will finally be something pleasing to the eyes in the winter. Tell Grandpa, is there an advertisement for this thing called the ice lantern in the capital?" "No, it's just engraved in the place where it was made. It's very small. It's engraved below the 3 words between the clouds and the water. Otherwise, if something were to happen, who would blame them?" Wang Wan replied with a serious face. "Right, this isn't an advertisement. You have to praise it. In the future, as long as other people do the same, whether it's the person who made it or the person who saw it, the first thing they would think of would be the responsible between the clouds and the water, right?" When Old Man Pai heard Wang Wan say that the 3 words between the clouds and the water were engraved below the ice lantern, he could imagine how famous between the clouds and the water would be in the future, even in the south. After all, ice could be placed in an ice house. As long as one had money, they could make ice lanterns. Chapter 550. The ice lanterns were not popular among the people heading north, but the people in the capital. The people in the capital who liked to use ice lanterns were not high-ranking officials or aristocratic families, but businessmen. After the 15th day of the lunar month, people immediately followed suit. Low-ranking craftsmen could carve beautiful ice lanterns with a little money. The empty space in the middle was bigger, or the bottom was higher than the ground, so they did not have to worry about candles going out. In the worst case, they could dig a hole in the ice where it would not be easily discovered. Businessmen used ice lanterns as advertising signboards, especially in the busiest night markets in the eastern and western markets. Every shop would have an ice lantern in front of it, even if the weather was gradually warming up. After the 15th day of the lunar month, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally found out where Li Sun was going. He was in theft as the Prince of Tang and County and was in Huainan County. Normally, a thief like Li Sun would not allow him to go there. The thief would only collect a portion of the local tax. It was more of a title. However, due to various reasons, Li Sun was really sent there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know if the two of them had changed history, or if the history they had arrived at was as such. In any case, Bai Go, who was supposed to be dead, was still alive, and Li Sun, who had also died early, was still growing up healthily. The two of them were now studying Tang and County. They did not know where it was. At first, they thought it was in Xuzhou. The name was too confusing, so they kept changing it. Later they felt that it was wrong. Fortunately, the two of them had a map sent by the local government. It was very detailed. For the sake of playing the game, it was a military map and business blueprint. Other than the palace, the other detailed map of the entire country was in the hands of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them needed to gather and distribute the benefits. Lake Tai, I see Lake Tai. That means it is not far from the sea. It belongs to Jiangsu, right? No, it is not a lake, it is a place. Where is it? Wang Wan found the 2 words Lake Tai from the index. After a moment of joy, she realized that it was wrong. It belongs to Anhui province. Go up the river and down the river. It is Jiangsu. It is a little different from what we expected. How big is Li Sun? Was Tang and County a county or a province? You can call it a province, but it's a little smaller than a normal province. You can call it a county, but it's a little bigger than a normal county. Zhang Xiaobao rested his chin on his hand as he fretted. He hoped to be closer to the sea so that transportation would be more convenient. He didn't have to make money through logistics. The main thing was that he could sell the local specialties and buy the useful goods back. Come, look at the map. I've found the specific location. It's next to the Yangtze River. It's easy to transport. Oh, will there be frequent floods? Wang Wan's hand tapped on the map, where a river was clearly drawn. Zhang Xiaobao gestured on the map. This doesn't look like the terrain of a flood. Why not? If the Yangtze River kept going east, it would be fine. But here, it turns to the northeast. It's so big, just like the Yellow River. The more Wang Wan looked at the place, the more uncertain it was. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed. Why did he have to face danger wherever he went? He stared at the map and said after a while, I don't believe that we will be able to get rich when we get there this year. I've decided. When we get there, no, right now, we will see if we have anyone doing business there. Plant more trees. Plant more trees along the Yangtze River in Suzhou. Build dikes. If there's really a flood upstream, the willow trees will grow fast and survive easily. Tell me, the damage to the trees isn't too bad now. Why is it that they can flood? It has nothing to do with that. If a lot of vegetation is damaged, flooding is inevitable. But it doesn't mean that there won't be flooding if there is a forest. The geology is always changing. Besides, what's the use of planting trees? It's not a sudden flood. It's accumulated from upstream. If you really want to plant trees, plant them upstream. Wang Wan didn't complain about the environmental damage. Even if they planted trees, it could only reduce the disaster, but it couldn't prevent it. Besides, if there were too many trees, it was easy to cause forest fires. As long as the earth was still moving, as long as the geology was still changing, no one could say that there wouldn't be disasters. The only way was to reduce the probability as much as possible and invest more money in prevention and emergency. Of course, the Tang dynasty destroyed the vegetation too much for food. But the creation of the desert couldn't be blamed on cutting down trees. There were many reasons to change the environment, and people were only one of them. Wang Wan didn't object to Zhang Xiaobao planting trees. Since people could destroy, they could also fight with nature and carry out maintenance. In the process of increasing and decreasing, many disasters that shouldn't have happened could disappear. But she and Zhang Xiaobao couldn't go upstream to stop people from destroying the forest and building farmland, unless they could find higher yield food earlier. Why would people care about environmental protection? Compared to a disaster that they might not encounter in their lifetime, being able to eat tomorrow was the most important thing. Xiaobao, why don't you work hard to repair the dam? It's useless to only plant trees in one place, Wang Wan suggested. Zhang Xiaobao laughed and said, "Don't I know that planting trees is useless against floods? It's just an excuse. There must be good farmland nearby. If you want to plant trees, will they let you? Isn't it to strengthen the dam? I don't have a deep impression of this place. My father has to develop there. The transportation can't be compared to places where there are canals, and the mineral resources are not easy to develop. How can we not think of some access? Looking at the map, we know that the place is not big. As long as it is planned well, planting food will not be delayed, and we can also plant some medicinal herbs. I found that people nowadays pick medicinal herbs instead of planting them. Let's plant willow trees there. In the name of disaster prevention, we can plant medicinal herbs in the space between the willow trees. In the future, we can sell medicinal herbs. 100-year-old ginseng may have mutated parts, but I don't think there is any difference between a 20-year-old ginseng and a 5-year-old ginseng. At most, we can increase the dosage. Since we don't know how to plant ginseng now, we will plant what we can. Is that what you think? But where will we sell the medicinal herbs after planting them? Wang Wan understood that Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts were not on disasters at all. Excuses. All excuses. Of course, we will sell them to our own families and hospitals. I don't know if it's because of the development of our society at that time or the current society. You say that doctors are important, right? They are. Even the palace has imperial doctors. On the other hand, their social status is too low. We can help craftsmen by organizing competitions, and doctors should be the same. This profession is the same as teaching. If we can guarantee their moral character, it will play a very big role in promoting the development of society. I am prepared to wait until the day comes when the people of the Great Tang can enjoy treatment at an extremely low price. In the spirit of internationalism, good things should be shared with other countries and races, and they should be able to enjoy better medical treatment before the people of the Great Tang. The price should be lower. For example, a stone of copper ore can be exchanged for a medicine to treat colds. For example, the Yin Qiao tablet in Chinese medicine should be used to help them. Also, Japan, which has been living peacefully with us, should enjoy the same or better treatment. There should be a lot of silver there, right? 1 tael of silver for such a big pill that can help digestion. It's cheap. Zhang Xiaobao finally showed his dirty tricks. His hand drew a circle with a diameter of about 3 centimeters to show the size of the pill. Wang Wan nodded. I understand. You're planning to shift the losses from the subsidies to others. The benefits you speak of are only for the people of the Great Tang, and then you'll have others pay the bill. What's the difference between that and the Western countries of our time? They used various means to pressure their own people's welfare on other countries. That's not the same. The social system is different. They are capitalist, which I am very disgusted with. I want to protect imperialism. Compared to our time, the current medical treatment is backward, but now it is advanced for other countries. Nowadays, the people of other countries yearn for the Tang Empire just like how we yearn for the Western countries in the first 50 years of our time. They would rather spend 50 or 60 renminbi to buy fried chicken from a foreign chain store than spend 30 or so RMB to buy a roast duck. This is not only related to the value of the goods, but it also represents a kind of consumer psychology. It's not the international standard price. At that time, the money to eat abroad was cheap compared to the currency of that time. Wang Wan also knew about that period of history. How is it cheap? It's not cheap to have fewer things. Without vegetables, the price of vegetables is high in foreign countries, and they pay attention to the nutrition. In China, there is only meat and vegetables. Fortunately, I didn't live in that era. Let's go and ask Grandpa Bai. Has my father's matter been settled? Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have specially studied the history of that period. He pulled Wang Wan to ask about his father. When the two of them found Old Man Pai, the Old Man Pai first said to them, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, now you can rest assured. The place has been settled, and the official of lower class 3 is in our hands." Lower class 3? I thought it was upper class 4. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. At the same time, he had other thoughts in his mind. Back then, he thought that Xuzhou was like Zhongzhou, which was upper class 4. Now, his father was lower class 4. Since he could be lower class 3, he must be the provincial governor of Shangzhou. If it was Shangzhou, there must be a lot of food, and the economy must be prosperous. Was that place really that good? While Wang Wan was happy for Zhang Xiaobao, she also asked, "Grandpa Bai, what about my father? My father is still a lower class 4 scattered official. This is not easy to handle. We will find a way in the future." Old Man Pai didn't expect Wang Wan to ask for an official position for her father at this time. It was indeed not easy to achieve this wish. He had just arranged a position for Zhang Zhong, which was a position that was exchanged for benefits. It was a bit too much to add another one in immediately. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Old Man Pai had done his best. It was not easy for a person who was already idle at home to help. He didn't get any benefits from the exchange. Since it was not easy to handle, then it would be delayed. "Grandpa Bai, when will my father take office? We can't delay the spring plowing." Zhang Xiaobao asked the thing he was most concerned about. Chapter 551. With the arrival of Li Sun's fief, Zhang Zhong's final post was also announced. He would only be a secondary grade 3 official. This was what Zhang Xiaobao thought. Xuzhou was too small. His official post was bigger than Lu Zhou's original post, but there were fewer avenues for development. Xuzhou was an upper province. Among the several counties under its jurisdiction, only one was a middle county. The rest were all upper counties. If one wanted to make money in such a place, the simplest word was greed. However, this word was impossible for the Zhang family. Zhang Zhong was determined to be a good official, and Li Sun was also prepared to let the people under his administration live a better life. Zhang Xiaobao felt a lot of pressure from the merchants in Xuzhou. The collusion between officials and merchants would always happen. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to tell the merchants there, "Come and collude with me. I'll integrate you and make a fortune together." However, he could imagine that when his father arrived there, no merchant would take out money to bribe him. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not afford it. They were not fools. How much would it cost to bribe Zhang Zhong? If they took out 10,000 strings of coins, they would blush. If it was 100,000 strings of coins, Zhang Zhong might look up and give it to Zhang Zhong. The Zhang family could throw a mansion worth a few strings of coins to the new provincial governor of Luzhou. So why would they care about money? "Xiaobao, you're in trouble, aren't you? The people in Xuzhou are not like the people in Luzhou. If you give them some benefits, they will be grateful and go to the upper counties one after another." Wang Wan was also in a dilemma. The previous methods did not seem to be applicable in this new place. A real beggar would kowtow if you gave him a dime. A professional beggar would scold you if you gave him a dime. The people in Xuzhou lived a good life. What help could they give? The thoughts of the rich were also different from those of the poor. Zhang Xiaobao also knew what he was going to face, so he said, "Yes, it's difficult. Fortunately, this is the Tang dynasty. If it were our time, people would be smart, and it would be too difficult to win over anyone. Don't expect a gentleman to die for his bosom friend. Since material things can't be satisfied, then let's start from the spiritual side. Xiaobao, cuckoo, hurry up and show me the map. I have a place now. When I go there, you two must take care of me. Li soon arrived between the clouds and the water with a transparent lantern in his hand before the 20th day of the first lunar month. It seemed that the person who helped him board the boat must be very tired. Commandery Prince Li, what are you talking about? You are now a secondary grade 1 official. My father is just a secondary grade 3 official. If we want to talk about taking care of you, it should be you who takes care of us. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun meaningfully. Wang Wan also echoed, yes, we should call you Your Highness in the future. A commandery prince is also a prince. If Your Highness has something in the future, you can send someone to inform us. Why do you have to come in person? Li Sun was stunned. It seemed that he did not know Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After a while, he recovered and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan carefully. How can you do this? I know that you once said that the most ruthless imperial family is the imperial family, but I am not. I can't reach that position. Other than you, I don't have any friends. I would rather not be a secondary grade 1 commandery prince. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally wanted to test Li Sun and see if he had changed. That way they could change their strategy. At this time, when they saw that Li Sun was about to cry, the two of them could not bear to continue. The person who should have died was still alive because of their appearance. It could be said that they had created a new commandery prince. Wang Wan had always treated Li Sun as a child. Since Li Sun was like this, she could not bear to hurt him. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also relieved. He immediately said, Young Master Li, you can't say that. You will be a commandery prince when you arrive. If you want to show your status, you need to practice now. Xuzhou is a rich place, and Tang and County is especially rich. When you arrive, you don't know what you will face. You need to learn some skills. I have already planned for you. When you arrive, you will first build a pear garden. It will be the same as the ones in the capital and Huayuan County. However, the content will be different. You can no longer wear cotton clothes. You must wear silk. It is not far from Xuzhou, so you can use the cloth there. No matter how smart Li Sun was, he was not as smart as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He lacked experience. Wang Wan was a descendant of an aristocratic family. She had been in contact with all kinds of people since she was young. Zhang Xiaobao was even more so. He had seen all kinds of people and encountered all kinds of things. When he heard the two of them say this, he was finally relieved. He was actually very lonely. Although many people came to flatter him just because he said something, he did not need this kind of so-called help. He wanted true friendship. Counting with his fingers, he only had Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Lu Xian and Wei Wei. The others either avoided him because of his status or deliberately approached him. If he lost his only friends, he really did not know what to do. Then shouldn't I find more people who can play musical instruments? Why don't I get them from Huayuan County? Anyway, the people there will listen to you. Li Sun was not stupid. He understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's meaning in one sentence. They were following in the footsteps of Wang Wan. You don't need to find others. You can train them when you arrive. I have already thought of several ways for you to perform. The first one is cuckoo. Zhang Xiaobao could now carry out his plan, which was to live a spiritual life. Wang Wan cooperated and lowered her voice. She tried to sing in a man's voice. The birds on the tree are in pairs, the green water and green hills. With a smile, you and I are like mandarin ducks. Zhang Xiaobao played along. Mandarin ducks. You. What are you singing? It's so nice and interesting. Will I use this when I arrive? Li Sun understood. This was a new thing. He figured he would have to learn from the imperial uncle's pear garden when the time came. The man insisted on singing a woman's voice while the woman sang a man's voice. This was something he had never seen before. When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan singing and gesturing, he suddenly felt envious. Is this what you mean by riding a bamboo horse and circling the bed to play with green plums? I'm about to get married, but I don't know what kind of woman I'll marry. I don't have the final say. You two are the best. You've been together since you were young, and you'll be together when you grow up. Send me more cement. I'm going to build cement roads in Tang and County. Yes, just give it to me. Don't worry about the others. They're of the same generation as me, so they can't afford to offend me. If anyone tries to make things difficult for your family, I'll help you hold them back. Li Sun made a promise to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Indeed, he thought the same. When he was in Luzhou, he had often shared the burden of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The people of the same generation in the imperial family hated him, including the crown prince. Everyone knew that the Zhang family could make a lot of money. No one dared to touch them, but how could the imperial family let them go so easily? However, whenever they wanted to make a move, they would be stopped by Li Sun. There was nothing they could do. Li Sun was the son of Prince Si Ning, and he was adopted. In fact, he had two fathers. One gave birth to him, and the other was counting on him to continue the family line. Not to mention that he was very obedient. Even if he tried to rebel and failed, he would not be killed. If Li Longji wanted to kill him, he would have to face two brothers at the same time. There were so many marquises, but they could not interfere in the lucrative business. It could be said that they both loved and hated Li Sun. Li Sun would give them many precious things every year, and they were unwilling to reject him. However, they always stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If it was not Li Sun, but any other son of an official, these people from the imperial family would dare to look for trouble. However, Li Sun was different. He could directly write a letter to Li Longji. They had never seen someone like him. Even if there was a trivial matter, he would write a letter to Li Longji and chat with his father. He also talked a lot about how he dealt with the Shen family last time. As long as he did something secretly, the descendants of the imperial family did not have to worry at all. Even if he threatened a small family, the small family would have to stand firm unless there was an official in the imperial court who could protect them. The Zhang family had also been threatened before. In the end, not only did the Zhang family not compromise, but the Zhang family retaliated. Moreover, Li Sun kept snitching on them. The descendants of the imperial family were very depressed. Zhang Xiaobao understood the meaning behind Li Sun's words. He nodded and did not say anything about this matter. He knew that this was not only because of Li Sun, but also because of Li Longji. His family had given Li Longji many benefits over the past few years. Apart from inventing new things for Li Longji, they had also secretly given him shares. Moreover, all the things they gave out were for the benefit of the country and the people. As long as Li Longji was not stupid, he would not do anything to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what do you think will be the most valuable thing we can plant when we get there? After Li Sun dealt with the matter of the pear orchard, he thought of the development plan for Luzhou. We'll plant what the locals used to plant. I haven't told you this before, but it's not too difficult to increase the production of food, especially under such circumstances. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment before he finally decided to tell Lu Zhou about the My Fan stone. This thing was indeed very important. Although it was only a small amount of elements, it had a great effect on plants and animals. Otherwise, Kashin-Beck disease would not have developed due to the influence of water quality. Even drinking a ton of hard water would not have any effect on the body. The main thing was that it had a long-term effect on the human body. The My Fan stone had a slightly faster effect on plants. The reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not use the My Fan stone to plant plants was not because it was ineffective, but because it was not worth it. It was just like how oil was not refined. Instead, it was smeared on firewood in its original form to light a fire for a big brick bed in a village. If one smeared more oil, even the ashes of the brick bed would be pushed out. However, that was not the true value of oil. For the current generation, the My Fan stone was not very useful. It was used for bathing, soaking rice, and purifying water. No matter how the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used it, they did not need too much of it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not stupid enough to sell purified water and mineral water. With Zhang Xiaobao's explanation, Li Sun finally learned the methods to increase the production of food. The first method was the selection of seeds, the second was the disinfection, and the third was the comprehensive use of fertilizers. The fourth was the My Fan stone, and the last was the casting of seedlings. The last method was the pesticides used to plant cotton, such as lime water and indigo. Why didn't you tell me about these methods earlier? That way, It would have been more convenient for the Sanongsi to research new seeds. Li Sun was dumbfounded. It turned out that the Zhang family knew more things, but they had been doing it secretly. No wonder their food production was so high. Young Master Li has played poker before, right? The more people know about your trump cards, the less safe it will be. If you did not have to go to a new place and make achievements in a prosperous place, this secret might not be known to others until a few years later. Zhang Xiaobao was not lying to Li Sun this time. He was indeed paving the way for Li Sun. It was good to be a county king. He did not need to pay the rent tax, and no one else would. If Li Sun paid the tax, then he would also gain a lot of benefits while offending people. He was very capable. Moreover, Li Sun had an advantage, and that was he was rich. If others paid the rent tax casually, it might make others think more, but not Li Sun. He had paid 100,000 strings of strings to help build the canal. Zhang Xiaobao had also paid 110,000 strings of cash. It was the safest for Li Sun to put the money on the table. Xuzhou was much closer to Sanshui County than Luzhou. The transportation was relatively more convenient. One could enter the canal from the Yangtze River, and it would be easier to get to the canal. When the Zhang family and the Wang family were preparing to move, Old Man Pai was also ready. He had now formed a habit. He could only enjoy life with the Zhang family. Moreover, he could also see the development of the Zhang family in a certain place. In order to help the Zhang family, he also asked for a few sets of furniture from the Zhang family, the most luxurious kind. Even the crocodile leather cushions were included. They were all gifts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very touched by the old man's actions. Although it was free gifts, both of them knew that there were many people who did not want to give whatever they wanted. With Old Man Pai around, they did not have to worry about this. On the 27th day of the first lunar month, the fleet of the Zhang family and the Wang family set off. Yes, it was a fleet. They sprinkled salt on the ice that had not melted and used manual labor to dredge it. They dredged the small river from Sanshui County to the capital. At this moment, the capability of the Zhang family was truly displayed. Many people used to describe the Zhang family as a city of ice in summer and cold flowing water in winter. What they thought was impossible was possible for the Zhang family. When the Zhang family and the Wang family set off, the water of the Yellow River had not completely melted yet. Many officials and aristocratic families were watching to see what the Zhang family would do. Zhang Xiaobao knew that at this moment, they had to cross the river by water. The method of travel involved too many things. Whether the local officials in Xuzhou would be convinced or whether the people who wanted to deal with the Zhang family would be deterred, they had to do it before the water of the Yellow River melted. 10 tons of salt were sprinkled from the capital to the place where the canal connected. The large fleet of the Zhang family moved. Unlike before, the ships of the fleet this time were modified before the Zhang family set off from Sanshui County. An inch-thick iron plate was installed at the bow of the ship, and a half-inch-thick iron plate was installed at the place where the ship could touch the water. The ship did not carry more goods or people, and a lot of stones were installed at the stern of the ship to weigh the ship down. Even the left and right wheels of the ship were also wrapped in iron sheets. The speed was slow, but when the Zhang family's fleet moved forward against the layer of ice that had been melted by the salt, everyone who was prepared to see the Zhang family and the Wang family make a fool of themselves was speechless. Strong, too strong. They understood that the Zhang family did not have to travel on the river. It would be the same if they traveled by land. However, they chose the river. This was not a question of whether the ship could cross the river. It represented the attitude of the Zhang family and the Wang family. When the fleet broke through the ice and moved forward, the smart people understood that it was not the ship that was tough, but the Zhang family and the Wang family that was tough. They used this method to tell those who wanted to scheme against them to weigh their own weight and see if they could touch the proud bones of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Looking at the fleet that was slowly breaking through the ice, everyone who was watching was moved. Chapter 552. It took 12 days for the fleet to reach Kaifeng. Fortunately, this waterway was relatively straight, unlike the upstream where there was its several character. Otherwise, according to the fleet's practice, they would have to spend more money and cause local floods. As soon as the fleet passed, the Yellow River was immediately open to navigation. Some of the fishermen had boats and were very grateful to the Zhang family's fleet for opening up the road. They could cast nets in the river to catch fish again. There was also a small group of people who were very angry. They could have dug holes in the ice to catch fish, But now they couldn't catch any. The people who were ferrying people back and forth had work again. The people who could walk on the ice were a little resentful. They couldn't see too much and only knew that they had to spend money again. However, they didn't know that fewer people fell into the ice this year. Even if the Zhang family's fleet didn't break the ice in advance, it would have to open the river in a few days. It was very dangerous to walk on the ice. The Zhang family directly paid more than 30,000 strings of coins for this trip. Salt that cost money. There was also the iron used to charter the ship. In addition, there was also a ship that was unlucky enough to encounter a big hole in the ice. Its wheel was also broken, so it could only be left in the local area to be repaired. They should be grateful to us. Li Sun stood at the bow of the ship, his nose red from the cold wind, and muttered. Now he was no longer as ignorant as before. His way of judging things was more and more similar to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Spending a lot of money to break the ice was a little benefit that the Zhang family left for the capital. They could lead water downstream to soak the land in advance. Since the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County, Xueqi, most of the people followed suit. This method of compressing manure was fast and the manure was fertile. The main reason was that it could compress a lot of straw and leaves together. It had been used for several years. In addition, according to the method provided by the Zhang family and the seeds cultivated by their own research institute, the Sidong temple had been planted near the capital for 2 years. The output was very high. Last year, the amount of grain transported from the south had decreased by a lot. The Zhang family and Wang family did not fight over this credit. They gave it to whoever deserved it. Presumably, the people in the imperial court all understood this. In addition to being able to soak the ground in advance, it could also make the ice melt faster upstream. The faster the water flow, the faster the ice melt. This could prevent the formation of ice dams in the shape of a cross, and minimize the possibility of a spring flood. This method was very good. If it could be used together with the burying of gunpowder, it would save him a lot of trouble every year. The insightful people in the imperial court also discovered this problem. But the investment was too large. 30,000 strings of cash, and this was the cost of the Zhang family's own business. There might be a spring flood once every 5 years. The scale of this flood might be large or small. If it was large, then it was worth investing tens of thousands of strings of cash to clear it in advance. If it was small, there might not be any danger at all. No one could bear to spend so much money every year. No one dared to mention using money in exchange for unknown dangers. The people in the imperial court clearly knew the benefits, but they could not mention it. Li Sun was different. He had his own ideas. He was going to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about buying gunpowder and learning the fixed-point blasting technique. This technique had always been mastered by Wang Wan, and no one else knew how to do it. Li Sun believed that the Zhang family had mastered the method. He wanted to take out 50,000 strings of cash every year to break the ice before the river opened. He thought it was worth it, although 50,000 strings of cash could buy 25 million catties of good grain in normal times. He had money. All kinds of business with the Zhang family could provide him with an income of more than 200,000 strings of cash a year. This did not include the money that had been invested in the development of new industries. When those few places could make money, his income would be even more. He was not going to rebel, so he really did not know what to do with so much money. In the past, he earned money so that he could have a better life. At the same time, he could show off to his peers in the imperial family. Now his life was much better. He had the most comfortable furniture and his own fleet. Others might buy them at a high price, but he was buying them at a cost. It was a crime not to spend money when one had so much money, and others would be jealous. Li Sun now understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's theory. That was, consumption could improve the national strength of the entire Tang Empire. When there was demand, there would be output. Many people were too simple-minded. They did not think about how to make more money. Those who had land would only guard that small amount of land. They only planted one crop of grain a year. They were busy in spring, followed by summer, and harvested in autumn. In winter, they stayed at home and did not go out. How could this work? Li Sun had seen the construction of the people in Luzhou. They could always find work to do, and they were not tired. They spread out their rest time, and their annual income was 100 times that of the ordinary people around the capital. Part of it was because of the region, but most of it was because the people could not think of more ways to increase their income, so they had to be guided. Li Sun wanted to do this now. He had learned many ideas, and they were not taught by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Instead, he figured them out based on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's way of doing things. There were all kinds of animals in the capital. They were not raised for food, but for viewing. Then the people could raise them as well. They could raise rabbits and deer. Why did they have to go hunting in the mountains? Li Sun thought about it. First, he would invest 50,000 strings of coins a year to dredge the river that was about to be developed. Then, he would take out another 50,000 strings of coins to encourage the people in the capital and the north to raise animals, especially in places where the land was sparsely populated. He would casually plant some food that people did not like to eat, and when the time came, he would raise animals. A coat made of rabbit skin could be sold for 700 to 800 copper coins. Backward. My thinking is too backward. Li Sun moved a chair and sat at the bow of the ship. He looked at the beggars on the dock and gestured for someone to bring them over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that Li Sun seemed to be obsessed. It was fortunate that they brought him along to do business. Otherwise, based on his ideas, there was no need for them to live. Whenever there was a small matter in the imperial court, he would take money. It was fine if he took it himself, but every time, he would have to drag Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families into it. Even the other merchants who worked with him could not escape. For example, the construction of the canal should be done by the autumn of this year. The imperial court had originally planned to invest 250,000 strings of coins to build a simple canal to connect to the main canal. In the end, just Li Sun and his family took out 210,000 strings of coins. The other merchants added up to a total of 400,000 strings of coins. Li Longji immediately stopped taking the money and changed the blueprint of the canal, making it wider and farther than the original one. Fortunately, the person in charge of building the canal was an official from an aristocratic family under the Ministry of Works. With Lu Jiro's suppression, he did not dare to be greedy. Otherwise, he would rather waste manpower and send people from the inner court to build the canal. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not afraid of spending money. They would have more income in the future. They were worried that the money they took out would not be completed and instead be embezzled. The two of them hated embezzling project funds the most. If they were really capable, they could turn a lower county into an upper county. It was acceptable for the county magistrate to embezzle 1/10 of the rent. The commoners did not care how much they embezzled. As long as they could eat more and live in better houses, they were good officials. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about this matter, Li Sun saw that the two of them were not speaking. He said, "Xiaobao, say something. How can we make the commoners not be ignorant? Isn't that simple? Let them be literate and read all kinds of books. Let them understand how vast the sky is and what the sea is like. They will naturally change." Wang Wan directly gave the answer. "That's simple? Then you have to help me. I plan to provide such a place for the commoners to learn in 3 years." Li Sun was full of confidence. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads vigorously. 3 years? It will be good enough if all the commoners can become literate in 30 years. We can't take out tens of millions of strings of money to help you achieve your wish in 3 years. Why do you need so much? Li Sun's idea was simple. He wanted people to build schools in poor places. He wanted to build one in each village. It did not require too much money. He would use local materials and the commoners would be able to learn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not need Li Sun to say it. They knew what he was thinking. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had to continue teaching Li Sun. He was thinking too simply. Don't think that building schools is enough. The commoners won't learn. If you want the commoners to free up time to learn, you have to feed them. You have to increase productivity. This is not difficult. Within 3 years, we will definitely find crops with higher yields for the commoners to grow. Then we have to build roads. We have to encourage the commoners to raise more poultry and livestock. In the early stages, we even need to borrow money from them. Next is the printing of books. This is not difficult either. We have already improved on papermaking. Little Kai's method is not bad. We can build factories overseas and use the trees there to make paper. When we open up wastelands in the Great Tang, we should try not to burn them. We will not leave the grass and grass behind. We are willing to invest this money. We will set up papermaking factories everywhere. We have new printing methods. This is simple. The most difficult part is the literati. When we print books, we can't do it like now. Look at that ice. In the literati's words, it is ice. The water is colder than water. How long will the commoners have to learn? They can say that water will freeze when it is cold. But this is definitely not possible. The literati finally have something to show off. Will they let you use simple words to express simple things? Wouldn't people find fault with my raising earthworms to feed the chickens? It was said that the earth dragon was born in the earth and existed from the earth. Chickens eating the earth dragon was chosen by the heavens. Humans could go against the heavens. He was doomed. This was pure bullshit. How was it heaven-defying for me to raise some earthworms? But what the common people want to learn is precisely this kind of knowledge. You teach them, there are many fishes in the water, there are fish in the water, there are cops 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 in the water. People just want to know how to plant more food, how to raise chickens to grow faster, and what can't be eaten together with what. This is called class. In order to protect their own mystery and interests, they can do anything. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned this matter, he felt sullen. If he wanted to teach more people, he had to consider the current environment. A lot of knowledge could only be taught to the villagers. Outsiders were not allowed to know. Li Sun also remembered this matter. He chuckled and said, "That official who impeached your family was exiled. Why do you still want him? He is also stupid. Of all the times to impeach you, why did he have to impeach you when there was a plague of locusts in the Hunan province? Your chickens were eating the locusts. Since there is too much resistance, let's do it slowly. At least under my rule and your father's rule, no one can stop us." Do you know why your father was assigned to Xuzhou? It was not only because your family exchanged two good things. The most important thing was that the previous provincial governor was too unreasonable. In the past few years, Xuzhou handed in 110,000 strings of coins. The fluctuation was not big. But in recent years, it was getting less and less. Before the shipment at the end of last year, it was reported to be 60,000 strings of coins. That was Shangzhou. It was not even as much as your Sanshui County. The tax of Sanshui County was more than the tax of two Xuzhou. If you don't teach them a lesson, who do you want to teach them a lesson? Nowadays, the imperial court would compare Sanshui County with other places. In the past, they would always be praised after paying the tax from other provinces. However, ever since Sanshui County's tax was introduced, even if Chuzhou City sent 180,000 strings of coins as tax last year, the imperial uncle only said, "Got it. This time, I sent your father here because I hope to repeat the situation. The most important thing is to fight with the local families, officials, and rich merchants who have been bribed. It's not that they don't have money, it's that they can't collect it." I see. Good, I like it. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, indicating that he understood. Wang Wan was also very excited. She wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao's methods in business. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were at their most difficult time, Zhang Xiaobao was able to do whatever he wanted. He made all the merchants who came to look for trouble suffer. It had been a long time since he last saw them. He missed them. The more powerful the businessmen in Xuzhou were, the better. There were many movies that portrayed ancient times. The government officials were troubled first, and then they found evidence to deal with them in one fell swoop. That was a little bad. Why did they have to find something to deal with them? Wouldn't it be better to fight with the merchants directly? Zhang Xiaobao did not know that Wang Wan was thinking about this. He said that it was because the situation there was complicated, and it was easy to train his father. That place was not Luzhou. It was difficult. As for whether he would fail because he could not win, there was no need to think about what would happen after he failed. There was no such result. Li Sun was not worried. He did not believe that anyone could win against the Zhang family. Other officials were afraid that the local families and merchants had connections with someone or a few people in the imperial court. They were afraid that they would make trouble behind the scenes. They were afraid that they would be involved with a marquis, a county prince, or a prince. The Zhang family was not afraid. If it was related to the imperial family, it was enough for him to show up. Everyone was of the same status, and no one could suppress the other. Besides, he was rich. Didn't Xiaobao and Cuckoo say that money could make the world go round? More importantly, he could write to the imperial uncle at any time. It was not a memorial, just like a letter to home. This was a privilege that only he could enjoy. who asked him not to live with the Zhang family and the Wang family. If the imperial uncle wanted to know about the situation of the experts in the Zhang family, he would have to write a letter. A letter to home was much more useful than a memorial. No matter what happened, he could write it. Whoever dared to make trouble in the imperial family would be punished by the imperial uncle. There was no need to worry about the pressure from the officials of the imperial court. The news had probably reached Xueqi by now. It meant that he could not count on them to speak for him in the imperial court. He had to think of his own way. Zhang Zhong's matter could not be fooled by anyone. The imperial uncle, the prime minister, and a few other important officials were watching. They could impeach him, suppress the memorial if it was reasonable, and punish him if it was unreasonable. If it was said directly in the imperial court, they would change the topic. They hoped that the Zhang family could create one miracle after another. Li Sun could guess what the imperial court was thinking. If Sanshui County could be turned into an upper county and pay so much rent every year, wouldn't the upper province pay even more rent? Whoever dared to make trouble was no different from courting death. Your Highness, they are here. The person who went to lead the beggars came back and brought the 6 little beggars to Li Sun. Well, take them to wash and change their clothes. Then go with the boat. Ask them if they have families. If they do, take them with you. If they are rich, take the children with you. Remember, if you see such people, take them back to the manor. Help as many as you can. Li Sun casually glanced at the 6 children. After giving the order, he did not mention this matter again. He now understood that as long as it was within his ability, he would help. If all the rich people in the Tang Empire could be like him, would there still be beggars in the Tang Empire? Begging did not mean that they could not do anything. In fact, there were no other opportunities. With the knowledge they had learned, it was still very easy to find a job. Let the children study. When they grew up, they would be useful. The 6 beggars did not know how noble Li Sun's identity was. They only knew that the person who gave them food and clothes was more powerful than the county magistrate. The county magistrate trembled at the sight of him, not to mention the village chief. It was very scary. Xiaobao, how many days will the boat stop? Don't delay the spring plowing. After the 6 children were taken away without even asking for their names, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao in boredom. Originally, we planned to leave today after replenishing our supplies. But since we will encounter trouble there, we can only stop for 2 more days to prepare. 2 days of delay is not a big deal. When you get there, there will be a lot of good farmland. You can plant whatever you want. At the same time, you can also buy the wasteland. Zhang Xiaobao was also very leisurely. He and Wang Wan did not have much work now. Every day, they only had to study, exercise, and play with their younger brothers and sisters. They did not have to care about the livelihood of the people and had more energy to spend on calculations. It was very interesting. Li Sun nodded. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao would not lie to him for no reason, but he could not think of what to do with buying the wasteland. Before he asked, Zhang Xiaobao explained to him. After buying the wasteland, we will build houses on it. Most of the land will be used to raise scorpions. I want to do an experiment on a small part of the land. If there is a mountainous area, we can also raise more snakes. The development direction of that area will be changed in the future. Every place needs to have its own characteristics. This summer, there will be no shortage of food. A lot of food will be shipped back from overseas. Xueqi does not have to produce much food. I plan to build a base of medicinal herbs there. You will be the first one to eat crabs. After eating it, teach it to the local people and try to grow other medicinal herbs. Medicine can be raised and planted? What about selling it? In the future, there will be no shortage of medicine in the palace. This was the first time Li Sun had heard of such a thing. In the past, it was always a place that had medicinal herbs as a tribute, using all kinds of things to replace the rent. If they could be raised, then fewer snake catchers would die, and they could just find snake catchers to raise the snakes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. It can be planted and raised, but the effect of the medicine may be a little worse. It doesn't matter. Just increase the amount and sell it to the hospital. You need to summarize the various problems during the planting and raising, then let the local people plant and raise them. We will buy all of them. It is not like the scams of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce. Can the hospital still make money? If there are too many medicinal herbs, what if the hospital can't sell them? Li Sun was worried that if the output was too large, the hospital would lose money. Otherwise, the hospital would not be able to make a loss. Otherwise, if the income was not enough, the hospital would die. It is not enough. I plan to open Dei Hospital all over the Tang Empire. I don't expect to make money. I just want to maintain the capital. The rich spend more, the poor spend less. For pregnant women, children, and people who have reached a certain age, free medical treatment will be implemented. Chapter 553. When spring warmed up, ice would occasionally float on the surface of the river in Kaifeng. The Zhang family's fleet set sail again after 5 days. The officials, people, and merchants in Kaifeng were very happy. This time, the Zhang family spent more than 30,000 strings of coins. Yes, it was spending. This word came from the Zhang family. The people had extra money to get through the most difficult period. The merchants were also busy buying goods. Naturally, the officials secretly embezzled a small part of the money and used the rest to build roads. They were not stupid. They had discovered the benefits of road construction. In a bustling place, if they spent 100 strings of coins to build a road, they could recoup the cost in 2 years because of the extra money. The road would be considered a political achievement. Some people might leave office soon, while others would stay in the place for who knows how many years. There were also many people who stayed in the place for a lifetime. If one wanted to be promoted, one had to make political achievements, and the other was to build the place well. If someone took a fancy to the place, they would be promoted. When the fleet was rushing to Xuzhou along the canal at the fastest speed, Zhang Xiaobao had already sent someone to go there first. He did not know how the local people would deal with his father. He had to be prepared in advance to avoid being in a disadvantageous position at the beginning of the battle. The weather was still cold, and there was no good scenery along the way. After more than half a month, when the fleet entered the Yangtze River from the canal, it finally ushered in the arrival of Willow Catkins. The next step was to enter the Yangtze River and go against the current. Fortunately, the Zhang family's fleet did not need any trackers. With both sails and boats, they could directly go against the current. I've decided. As long as we arrive at the place, the first thing we do is to vaccinate the local people with cowpox. The people in the imperial court are worried about this and that, but they haven't started yet. I don't know how many more people will die. Under my rule, I have the final say. What's there to be afraid of if it's a little dangerous? If smallpox really does appear, a village or a county will die. Even if the probability of death during vaccination is 1 in 1,000, I'll accept it. Also, I want to build the house you're building in Luzhou to deliver babies. As for the doctors, I'll hire them from your hospital. Li Sun was enjoying the warmth of the day as he sat on a chair at the bow of the boat. He held a small wine flask in his hand and occasionally took a sip. Seeing the busy people in the river and on the shore, he stood up and said loudly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. People with money and power were indeed different. When they spoke, they were full of confidence. Li Sun gulped down all the wine in the pot in one go. He opened his arms, appearing to be full of lofty sentiments. When the wind blew, he fell backwards. Not good. Get a doctor here. Zhang Xiaobao, who reacted quickly, supported Li Sun. He looked at Li Sun's face and touched Li Sun's neck. As he gently put Li Sun down, he shouted at the cabin door. When the doctor came, Zhang Xiaobao beat and beat Li Sun. He also kept giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. When the doctor came, Li Sun could already blink his eyes. After a round of acupuncture, he finally came back to life. Wang Wan heaved a long sigh of relief. The medical conditions were really bad. Fortunately, Li Sun's illness was not that serious. Otherwise he would have died. Fortunately, she and Zhang Xiaobao had asked the doctor to research medicine and acupuncture based on heart disease in advance. This was not specially prepared for Li Sun. They were worried that something bad would happen to someone in the family. Li Sun still did not know what was wrong with him. He only remembered that in the end, his vision turned black, and he could not remember anything. How can he have such a disease? I don't know what kind of disease it belongs to. It's so scary. We can't let him drink in the future. We can't let him get too excited. It's just that he fell on our family's boat. If he fell somewhere else, he would definitely die. Zhang Xiaobao was drenched in sweat. It was not because he was tired, but because he was scared. If he really died on our family's boat, then it's troublesome. Will Li Qingyi believe it? What kind of doctor is on the Zhang family's boat? It can't be explained at all. Could it be inherited by Li Shimin's family? It is said that Li Shimin died of a heart attack. Wang Wan was very glad that Li Sun did not fall on his own in the cabin. There was basically no interval between Zhang Xiaobao's CPR. In a few minutes, without the help of any equipment, he would have died. Zhang Xiaobao had a feeling of collapse. Didn't Li Shimin say that it was not inherited? No wonder Li Sun died so early in history. It is most likely because of this disease. Rich people's disease. In the future, his diet will have to be adjusted. It should be low in fat and cholesterol. I don't have the ability to treat this disease. Not to mention that I am not a medical student. Even if I am a medical doctor, I can only watch helplessly. There is a market for ginkgo tea. It seems that Li Sun really can't leave us. Even if we arrange for a doctor to treat him alone, he will not do it. Of course. The doctors we brought with us are definitely not inferior to the imperial physicians in the palace. They might even be better than them. Our diet is also the best. No one can compare to them. The precious experience and wealth left behind by our predecessors is returned to our predecessors. Think of a way to make electricity. Isn't it just magnets and copper wires? We can make them by hand when we were in junior high physics. When he falls down again, we can just electrocute him and install a light bulb to light up the boat. Wang Wan was ready to start making something else. Did you learn about light bulbs in junior high physics? Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was getting more and more knowledgeable, so he asked. Wang Wan smiled. No. The vacuum step is not easy to make. In theory it is simple. We just need to use something to draw out the air. For example, we can use a syringe. The quality is better and the seal is better. The main problem is how to seal the air in a vacuum. We will leave this topic for later. First, we will try to make a hand-cranked generator. Li Sun was finally not called by the King of Hell to have a heart-to-heart talk. During the 2 days of recovery, he had been eating according to the diet that was specially prepared for him on the boat. He also drank ginkgo tea. In fact, he had this problem when he was younger, but it was not serious. It was also because of this that he could play everywhere when he had nothing to do. His family was also afraid that he would die young. After all, his biological parents and adopted parents were all princes. Especially his current father, they did not expect him to do anything big. They just wanted him to live peacefully. When the time came, they would give birth to a few more children to continue the family line. When he reached Tang and County, his family would begin to arrange a wife for him. After recuperating for 2 days, Li Sun no longer dared to drink alcohol. Like an obedient child, he would do whatever he was told to do. He could not eat anything too salty. If the blood was sticky, then he would drink melon slices soup. The egg inside was the kind that did not have a hint of yellow. If he was told to eat vinegar-steamed cabbage, then he would eat cabbage. Every night, he could even eat dried vegetables and tofu fish. When he thought about it carefully, the food he ate was not bad. In fact, it tasted pretty good. He ate less every meal and more every day. For the past 2 days, he had not eaten the same food that was good for his body. Li Sun understood that this was only possible because he had met the Zhang family. If it were any other time, even if he was in the imperial palace, he might not be able to keep his life. Not to mention, he had to adjust his diet immediately after he fell ill. All the meals were basically different from before. In the entire Great Tang, only the Zhang family had such ability. Following the Zhang family was equivalent to having an extra life. If the Zhang family could not treat him, then there was no need to count on anyone else. With the Zhang family and the Wang family following him all the way, was there any need to think about the abilities of the doctors on the boat? Who wouldn't leave the best for their own family? Make a copy of this recipe for me. Pack the tea leaves for me too. Use the pigeon of the Zhang family to send the recipe back to the capital. Send the tea leaves and medicine to the military station. I'll write another letter. While Li Sun was enjoying the special treatment as a patient, he did not forget about his family. The members of the imperial family did not have much family affection, but he was an exception. He mainly learned it by following Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all day long. In Li Sun's impression, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not very old, but they would think of their family first when they had something good. When Lu Zhou was in Great Tang, The first thing he thought of when he dug up a wild bee's nest in the mountains was to bring it back and cook it for his family. Li Sun was also unconsciously influenced. In terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, as long as it was good, he would send it to the capital and his father first. Because of this, although he was not a prince, he was the only one who could write a letter to his family in a normal tone without restrictions. The contents of the letter were very plain. It only briefly mentioned that he had suddenly fallen ill, and then the general treatment method. He didn't forget to promote the recipes for his savior, Zhang Xiaobao. He emphasized that if any official were to fall ill, he could arrange for that official to recuperate at Huayuan County's Yawang Mountain when he was rewarding them. This was a blatant advertisement. If the imperial uncle rewarded a person with free medical treatment, Yawang Mountain might be trampled to the ground. That place was not exclusive to the imperial family, and it was not the Huaqing pool where one could go as long as one had money. The cheapest place was just a trip from the capital to Huayuan, and it would only cost about 100 copper coins. If it was expensive, it would be hard to say. The letter was sent out, and the things were sent away. Li Sun began to be forced to do exercises with the people from the Zhang family and Wang family every day. To be precise, it was the 5 animal frolics. After one set, basically every part of his body was trained. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also observed him for 2 days. When they saw that there were no sequelae, they were really relieved. Fortunately, it was not cerebral hemorrhage or cerebral thrombosis. Putting aside whether he could be saved, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he was done for. They could prepare a wheelchair for him. After another 6 days, the fleet that went against the current finally arrived at their destination. This time, unlike Luzhou, where the judges first showed their strength, all the officials who could come had arrived. The appointed provincial governor did not show up. He had no choice but to be arrested. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the appearance of the officials, he knew that the people in Xuzhou were more cunning than Luzhou. In the future they would have to face more things. The officials had been trained. There were also the merchants who were hiding not far away. They looked lively, but in fact, it was also a kind of demonstration. None of the officials are good. Look at their stomachs. They are obviously different from normal fat people. Normal fat people are a little fat, but their faces and stomachs are big. How do they eat? Wang Wan made a conclusion after glancing at the officials below with her clairvoyant eye. Who said so? Aren't there 2 thin people over there? Look at their official uniforms. They are county magistrates, Zhang Xiaobao said as he pointed at the 2 people standing next to each other in the crowd. Wang Wan pursed her lips. Can't you see from their faces? They are pale with a hint of yellow. Their eyes are wandering, they have dark bags under their eyes, their backs are hunched, and their feet are light. What does this mean? It means that the local tertiary industry is better. Oh, that's fine. We can develop it vigorously in the future. As long as it's not the kind of abduction and coercion, it will be fine. Besides, the women in the brothels are of high quality now. They play a very big role in the process of spreading culture. You support this kind of thing. Who doesn't support this kind of thing? There is competition for the title of courtesan belle. We can have a beauty contest. Those who are capable can choose from all over the world. We just need to be on a small scale. A vulgar place is not necessarily vulgar. Are elegant people elegant? You have to understand the relationship between supply and demand. Since the beginning of human beings until our time, who can stop this phenomenon? Tens of thousands of years of history have not been able to stop this thing. Do you want to rely on manpower to change it? This can be guided, but it can't be stopped. It can never be stopped. Zhang Xiaobao would not advocate the elimination of the red light district. Was that possible? Human nature was there for all to see. On the surface, it was said that people should be eliminated, but what did they do behind the scenes? While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking, Zhang Zhong and Li Sun had already arrived below. The officials were mainly welcoming the 2 of them. In the future they would be the immediate superiors. The 2 people's governing areas were actually overlapping. Anyone could manage them. When Li Sun was in charge, he could still secretly resist. Then when he used the same method to deal with Zhang Zhong would have a reason to deal with him. One was a fief, so it depended on Li Sun's methods in the future. The other was a provincial governor, so only the registrar could influence or monitor the military. The others could not. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not appear. He left everything to his father. When it was time to eat, he ate, and when it was time to drink, he drank. Li Sun was an exception. He could not eat the same dishes as the others, nor could he drink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not attend. The two of them were thinking about how to arrange for their younger siblings. It had been almost 9 months. The 4 little ones were not satisfied with going back and forth. Wang Wan's oldest sister wanted to go by herself several times. In the 3-story house, she held the wall with her hands and tried to take a step forward with her trembling legs. She raised it high and tried to take a step forward or down. Often, she would fall on the carpet with a plop. After getting up, she would open her eyes wide. It was unknown whether she was wondering why she fell or complaining about the uneven ground. She was very confused. Every time this happened, the maid in charge of guarding would laugh. It was really too cute. When the weather gets hotter, put them outside. Always let them play in the house. The sunlight is short, and the air circulation is not as good as in the wild. Plant some grass and put them on the lawn. There is at least sand below. After seeing the 4 little ones running around, Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and made a decision. It took a full 2 days to walk from the shore to the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion here was built very well. It seemed that the local people were rich. Zhang Zhong and Li Sun were busy with the handover. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to build a special playground. In the courtyard behind the governor's mansion, there was a piece of land about 100 square meters. First, they had people dig deep to dig out the worms and earthworms below. Then they sprinkled lime. On the other side, they had people adjust the ratio of soil and sand. When the sand and soil were adjusted, they boiled it in a big pot. After the sand and soil were boiled until there were no parasites in it, they put it back. They sprinkled the most suitable grass seeds and watered them with cold water. Those that could grow were kept, and those that could not grow were planted. The entire playground was covered with a sand net, and the surrounding areas were isolated. After all, the children were still wearing open-crotch pants. They could not be hurt. The entrance and exit of the playground were specially set up to bathe. Moreover, the maids had to spray alcohol to disinfect before they could go in. This kind of protection, not to mention other people, even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that it was too much. However, the two of them had no choice. They had to let their younger brothers and sisters play, but they were also worried that they would die young. Usually, the children would accidentally fall ill in the process of playing. It was not to say that they had an incurable disease, but other aspects. For example, the children liked to put things in their mouth and liked to bite their fingers. These were 2 kinds of instincts. They put things in their mouth because they wanted to get food, and they wanted to bite their fingers because they wanted to exercise their teeth. From ancient times to modern times, this instinct had not been removed. Therefore, they needed to get something for them to eat. It did not matter whether they could eat it or not. For example, carrots and jerky. As long as the maids next to them watched and did not let the children choke when they swallowed, it would be fine. As a result, a 100 square meter amusement park was born with 1,000 strings of coins. Before it was fully built, the 4 little guys could only be held in the sun. In order to not be directly exposed to ultraviolet rays, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had people build a shed with tin foil outside. Only the light from the reflection could be received by the younger brothers and sisters. The adults of the 2 families did not know what to say about the 2 people's actions. They were really too spoiled. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother often held the 4 little guys and preached to them, who were not yet sensible. When you grow up, you must listen to your brothers and sisters and be good to your brothers and sisters. In this world, you can no longer find children who can enjoy such a good life like you. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the children of the royal family can't encounter such a good thing. The adults of the 2 families did think so. From the time the 4 little guys were born, they began to enjoy special treatment. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo put the most energy on the 4 little guys. Otherwise, how could they be born so smoothly? It was very common for people who gave birth to twins to have both children die, or one of them die. However, the birth of the 4 children was not difficult at all. In the whole world, they could not find the same brothers and sisters who loved their younger brothers and sisters and had the ability to make all kinds of things for them. How could the 4 little guys know about this? They were curious about everything except eating and sleeping. When they were held in the arms of others and looked at the birds on the tree in the yard, they could be in a daze. When the birds flew away, They waved their little arms and pointed in the direction the birds left. Their mouths made ah-ah sounds, but no one knew what they wanted to say. Chapter 554. Zhang Zhong was not surprised to hear his son reveal his intentions. He was used to his son and daughter-in-law's abilities. It was no wonder they wanted to stop at Kaifeng to buy seeds and farming tools. They had already calculated what kind of trouble they would encounter when they arrived. All right, I'll arrange it now. Zhang Zhong gently pinched his son, who was listening to his elder brother and father with wide eyes. He got up and prepared to leave. Father, there's no rush. If we can delay it for 2 days, we'll do it the normal way. First, we'll get people to secretly transport the seeds and farming tools to the various counties. Father, you can find the merchants who are in charge of these 2 matters and talk to them. Listen to what they have to say. The longer we delay it, the later they will use another plan. I can wait for the other plan to be in place. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father was about to carry it out immediately, so he quickly stopped him. His arrangements were still lacking, and he was afraid that the locals would immediately use another plan when they saw that the plan had been broken the moment it was brought out. Zhang Zhong thought about it and nodded in agreement. Wasn't it just eating and drinking with the locals and looking at their expressions? It was simple. He wanted to see what they could do. After Zhang Zhong left, Wang Wan curiously approached Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, how did you know they would do this? How would I know? I just prepared for what might happen in advance. It's just a common method. There are only a few methods that local officials can use to make things difficult for officials. When we came here, we were prepared. If they make things difficult for us, we'll send them things. Even if they don't make things difficult for us now, we still have to send them. Not all citizens can use new plows, and not all citizens can plant good seeds. Didn't Li Longji send my father over to raise the rent? Our family will pay for the tools and seeds. We'll give him a satisfactory answer in the name of the Li family. How good would that be? He'll get more rent and a good reputation. My father wants to go to Luoyang next. There are 2 sets of government. The power struggle in Luoyang is not as bloody as in the capital. It's better to get used to it. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan, and Wang Wan nodded in understanding. She had thought that Zhang Xiaobao could calculate, but it turned out that he had made arrangements based on historical experience. She dipped some coconut oil and pearl cream into the shell and gently rubbed it on the sides of her siblings' noses and around their mouths. She said, "Be careful when feeding them fruits in the future. Rub it on the sides of their mouths. If you rub it on them again, the skin will burst. Look, it's all red. That's because it's dried under the sun. A small shell costs 100 copper coins. How can the skin be broken? When the imperial court stabilizes the trade route in the north, build a factory there and ship shells from the south. Use the fats from the north to make hand and face guards and sell them back to the north." Zhang Xiaobao changed his little brother's position and gently rocked him to let him sleep. He casually told Wang Wan about a deal. You can use a piece of tin foil on a wooden box. Why do you have to use shells? Wang Wan kissed her sister's face and got a series of giggles in response. That's not the same. We sell shells. There is no sea there. Usually, we call places like lakes or bubbles. When using our products, the shells in the sea are a symbol of identity. If it's not convenient to transport the meat back and forth, we can choose a place around the local area to dig a cellar and freeze it. Why do you freeze so much meat? Do you want to hit the market? Wang Wan heard something else from Zhang Xiaobao's words. It has nothing to do with the market. Freeze it. It can still be eaten after 2 or 3 years. It can be preserved longer than canned food. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes looked to the north and pretended to be mysterious as he said. Wang Wan pondered for a while, but still couldn't figure out why Zhang Xiaobao was hoarding meat. She said, "Why don't you make some canned food and sell it? There's not too much technology. The sealing and air pressure are easy to solve. If it really doesn't work, leave a vent. When it's hot, use pliers to pinch it. I found that there are many places where meat is cheap, especially fish. Because of the inconvenience of transportation, the price of meat is too high. Ordinary people can't afford it. If you don't do it, you can't afford it. The rich people can eat it no matter how expensive the meat is. Your method can only be used for the middle class. The poor people still can't eat it. There are no railways and no highways. Transporting a ton of canned food will consume at least 2 tons of food. Even if you transport it by water, what are you going to use to make that can of scalp? Use iron? If iron is not valuable, there won't be so many wheels made of wood. The iron wrapping around the wheels is also wear resistant. Then don't do it. Find more craftsmen to make kilns. Most people still use wooden bowls. Buckets and water jars are all made of wood. It's not convenient to use them. It's easy to grow bacteria. Why don't you sell the soap we make? We can use it ourselves. Wang Wan estimated the price of iron and gave up on the idea of letting more people eat meat. She changed the topic and asked about another commonly used soap. Zhang Xiaobao put his sleeping brother on the small bed beside him. It's not that we don't want to sell it, but we don't dare to sell it. Glass is not really sold for a lot now. The asking price is very high. Most of the glass is used to make other things that we need, or to give away. If it's you, you won't want to sell it at such a high price, right? Especially that thing can be used to make telescopes. Li Longji is seeking stability now. He has already dealt with all the people who contributed to this project. Even my grandfather, who I have never met before, has been dealt with. If it wasn't for that time, my mother wouldn't have escaped. Oh, now that you mention it, I just remembered that I didn't visit my grandfather's house when I passed by. It's my grandfather's father-in-law's house. It's near the Yangtze River. It's a good place. Meng Mountain Peak Tea. Yangtze River Heart Water. Let's go and take a look. I don't like to drink Meng Mountain tea. I'm not used to drinking black tea. I think the spring water in the middle of the Yangtze River is heavy water. It's water that contains a lot of minerals. If it's mixed with black tea, it will be hard to drink. You still haven't told me what to do with the soap. Wang Wan trembled when she heard about Meng Mountain Peak tea. She had drunk it before, but she had a stomachache every time she drank it. Later on, she refused to drink black tea and only drank green tea. When we have a large pig farm, we can give the recipe to Li Longji. When he starts to make money in the first half of the year, we can follow behind and sell it. This thing is used for daily necessities. The rich people have always used it. Our method is just that the cost of adding things is lower and the production is faster. If we start to mass produce now, many people won't be able to eat lard and pig intestines. The key is the food, or in other words, the pig grass. In the past 2 years in Xuzhou, I have been preparing to continue teaching the local people how to raise pigs, ducks, and fish. As long as we succeed this time, the imperial court will spread this method to more places that are suitable for using it. The initial cost will be a problem. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to use his method to influence more people. The current officials could at least do something practical. I think the biggest problem is that the population is too small. As long as there is a disaster or something like that, it will cause a huge impact. With a small population, the productivity won't increase, and the total amount of living resources will be limited. When the social resources are allocated, there will be a gap. It's like many small countries, where the average living standard is high, but once there is a special situation, a few $100 billion can bankrupt the country. When a national disaster occurs, the country will be finished. When the production resources of a large country are complementary, when one area is affected by a disaster, the loss can be transferred to other areas. The larger the population, the smoother the macro situation will be. A few $100 billion won't even make a splash. Wang Wan had her own opinion. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and felt that it was true. In fact, it was the production technology that was behind, and they could only rely on the number of people to make up for it. Forget it, we will talk about it when my father's position is high enough. Come, let's go learn from Grandpa Bai. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand to let the servant girls in to take care of the little ones. He went out with Wang Wan to learn. At this time, Zhang Zhong had also arrived at his destination. Since he took office, he did not have many things to do. His predecessor had left him piles of documents and booklets. If it were someone else, they would have been overwhelmed with work. Unfortunately, this trick was useless on Zhang Zhong. He only needed to call 50 people from the inner court to help him organize and look through them. Lu Zhou's trip was not in vain. The people from the inner court who used to learn theory from him had been trained by Lu Zhou, and they had a good understanding of all aspects. Now, Zhang Zhong was full of confidence. Even if he was given a provincial capital without any officials, He could immediately use the people from the inner court to support all the county yamens. He even had guards and yamen runners who wanted to suppress him with a large number of documents. It was useless. Not to mention the people who were specially trained in this direction. Even the side dishes in the kitchen could only snort and say something like, tracing back to the source, Wan Wan at the center of the water. All this was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to build up the foundation of the aristocratic families. Zhang Xiaobao's final request was that the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family who raised pigs could pass the imperial examinations. They were better than the scholars of the same class because they did not know how to raise pigs. This was not difficult for the Zhang family and the Wang family. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had learned, they would organize them into booklets and explain the difficult points in simple words. They were not like the teachers who pretended to be profound and complicated things that were very simple. The inner courtyard of the two families could discuss with each other. If they encountered something that they did not know, they could ask Madame and Zhang Zhong. There was also Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If the family did not know, then they could ask Old Man Pai. If the Old Man Pai could not figure it out, Zhang Xiaobao would send a messenger pigeon to ask the Old Man Pai to ask someone else. Old Man Pai was by Go. He had been the Xueqi and the secretary of the Imperial Secretariat. He had also been the provincial governor of Run Province, Wei Province, Tang Province, Shan Province, and 4 provinces. He had been the chief historian of Yi Province and the imperial censor. He had been the minister of appointments and the governor of Guangzhou. When he came to Sanshui County, he was the minister of Hunan, the minister of revenue, and the crown prince Zhan Shi. If he encountered an academic problem that he could not solve, then it would be a big problem. Even Li Longji had to be involved in the imperial court. As long as he encountered a problem that could not be solved, then countless people in the imperial court would have to follow suit and take note of the problem, so that they could teach others in the future. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were good to Old Man Pai. Other than admiring his moral character, they also thought about the academic aspect. The two of them concluded that Old Man Pai was that his existence was a legend. His life was a treasure trove, and he was on the same level as the giant panda. Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family grew up in this kind of environment. They had already studied for 7 years and had practical experience. Not to mention a mere provincial capital, even if all the officials in Luoyang were dead, all the departments would still operate as usual if the Zhang family's inner courtyard were pulled over. This was true wealth. Because of this, Zhang Zhong felt much more relaxed. Moreover, there were 2 little immortals in his family. Even if the sky collapsed, let alone a banquet at Hongmen, Zhang Zhong believed his 2 families would be able to survive. Provincial Governor Zhang is here. Provincial Governor Zhang is here. Zhang Zhong walked leisurely along the way. There were only 3 people following him. One of them was a page boy, and the other 2 were armed to the teeth. There were only 4 of them, and they did not put on airs. They were far inferior compared to his father-in-law. They were still 200 feet away from the restaurant, but the merchants in the restaurant had already rushed out and greeted them. Each of them had a sincere smile on their faces. Zhang Zhong knew that opponents like these were the most terrifying. They were more than 100 times more powerful than the people Lu Zhou had encountered in the past. A provincial governor had to act like one. Even if they did not take a carriage because it was not far away, they had to show the temperament of a third-grade official. Wei Wei nodded and walked into the restaurant. The people around her followed behind her. The restaurant was called near the river, but it was actually quite far from the river. It had 3 stories. It was not considered short. If it were an ignorant official, they would be shocked by the bright paint on the restaurant's exterior. Most importantly, there was a platform on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. It was more than 20 feet tall. There was a staircase at the top, and it was possible to set up a table for people to drink. This was Zhang Zhong's first time here as well. The restaurant was renovating a few days ago, and only a platform was installed. There was no need to ask. He knew the price of the dishes and wine would not be cheap. The owner of the restaurant was also accompanying them at the furthest corner. He hoped the new provincial governor would know his strength. Unfortunately, they were facing Zhang Zhong. What did the Zhang family do? It was just a 3-story restaurant with bright paint. Did it think it could soar into the sky with a 20 feet tall platform? If one was ignorant, they should go and have a look between the clouds and the water. It was like a dream. If one were to go and have a look between the clouds and the sea, it would be accompanied by the tide of the sea. In terms of grandeur, it was inferior. It could not move Zhang Zhong's heart, which could already accept little immortal. To Zhang Zhong, the 3-story restaurant in front of him was not as good as the entertainment building of the 4 little ones. In just half a month, Xiaobao and Cuckoo had created a complete set of terrain. There were mountains and rivers, pavilions and reflections, streams, parrots singing and swallows dancing, green grass, waterfalls and rainbows, mushroom tree houses, wind chimes gently ringing, and winding corridors. This was because his son and daughter-in-law were afraid that the mist was not good for the little fellow's health. Otherwise, they would be able to see the scenery of rain and mist. The 4 little fellows did not understand, but the adults did. As long as the place was enlarged and the house was built bigger, it would be another paradise on earth. No matter who saw it, they would be attracted. However, outsiders would not be able to see it at all. According to his son and daughter-in-law, this was the style of an aristocratic family. They were dedicated to their work and did not make it public. Compared with his own restaurant and the children's entertainment building, the 3-story near the river restaurant became a vulgar decoration in Zhang Zhong's eyes. Without any words of praise, he led the way in. The owner of the restaurant was the saddest, but he had to serve them carefully. The group went directly to the best platform. The restaurant also made a menu and gave it to them for them to order. It was rare for other restaurants to have such a situation. Usually, it was the waiter who did the talking. After all, some people were illiterate. The menu was pushed in front of Zhang Zhong. A businessman said with a smile, "Sir, please order. As long as you want to eat, you can order it here." "Really? Okay, I will choose 2 light dishes. One is cucumber peeling and the other is vinegar jellyfish. I want vinegar jellyfish that is more than 1 year old. You can order the others." Zhang Zhong did not make things difficult for them. These 2 dishes could be eaten at home, especially the cucumber peeling. He liked the kind with more sesame sauce. It was refreshing. He did not order expensive dishes like bear paw and deer lips. Usually, he could only eat them at home occasionally. His son and daughter-in-law did not allow him to eat more, saying that the fat and cholesterol were too high. He ordered it easily, but the waiter was in a difficult position. There were no such 2 dishes here. He did not know what the peeling was. There were sea jellyfish, but there was no sea jellyfish that was more than 1 year old. It seemed that the sea jellyfish was not just dried. There must be some reason. Seeing the expression on the waiter's face, the businessmen knew what was going on. Among them, a businessman who specialized in making plows immediately mediated. "Provincial governor, why don't you order 2 meat dishes? It's not good to have too many vegetarian dishes." Zhang Zhong also understood. The waiter did not have these 2 dishes. He said it casually and made things difficult for the waiter. Meat dishes were meat dishes, and they were often eaten at home. "Give me wood ear fried meat stewed with monkey head mushrooms. Also, give me a serving of smooth mutton slices." These 2 dishes were usually home-cooked dishes with wood ear in them. It was right to listen to his son and daughter-in-law and eat more wood ear and mushrooms. The waiter was stunned again. There was meat and mutton tenderloin, but he had never heard of such dishes. Where could he get the wood ear and monkey head mushrooms? He had never heard of the monkey head mushrooms, but he knew about the wood ear mushrooms. However, he had not received any wood ear mushrooms at this time. Those things are not available all the time. Provincial governor is provincial governor. He eats different things from others. He specially chooses things that others do not have. He wants whatever is expensive. The waiter thought. How could he know that Provincial Governor Zhang was used to eating at home? If he wanted to eat something special, he had to find the ingredients first. For example, braised tiger steak in brown sauce. He had to leave at least a month to find it. Wasn't it difficult to order such dishes? It was fine as long as they were dishes that could be seen on the table at home every day. He ate honestly and did not want to show off. Well, not show off. "Lord Zhang, I am late. Please forgive me." Just as the waiter was in a dilemma, another person came in from outside. It was the military registrar of Xuzhou. He was in charge of the soldiers and was also responsible for monitoring the provincial governor. Zhang Zhong did not expect that the military registrar could also come. This was not right. Why was he late? His position as provincial governor was the highest. In Xuzhou, no one was qualified to make him wait except for the county prince Li Sun. Moreover, Li Sun would not be like this. He always treated him with the etiquette of a junior. Therefore, Zhang Zhong only nodded slightly and did not say anything. He knew about this matter. The military registrar also knew that Zhang Zhong was not satisfied. He smiled and asked the person on Zhang Zhong's left to sit somewhere else. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Sir, I just heard about this matter. I was busy deploying the soldiers. I am afraid that there will be too much rain this year. I hope you can forgive me." Since the military registrar had apologized, Zhang Zhong could not continue to treat him with a cold face. He said, "It doesn't matter. Everything is for the sake of the people. Can you cook the dishes?" The latter words were naturally for the waiter. The waiter's signature smile had already changed. Could he cook the dishes? He didn't even know what they were. How could he cook them? The military registrar looked at the waiter's face. Before he could ask, someone beside him whispered the 4 dishes just now. He immediately understood and said, "Just cook the dishes. How dare you ask Lord Zhang to tell you the names of the dishes? Have you eaten a bear's heart and swallowed a leopard's gall?" In Lord Zhang's house, there are countless restaurants between the clouds and the water. Is it a place where you can easily answer correctly? These 4 dishes are all Lord Zhang's usual dishes at home. Why don't you hurry up? Zhang Zhong was a little surprised. He did not expect that the military registrar knew him so well. It was true. He nodded to the waiter. Chapter 555. Zhang Zhong was not picky about the food at all. He could eat anything. Anyway, he would not eat too much. His main purpose was to see what the merchants thought. The county magistrate said that the government lacked seeds and farming tools. The merchants in charge of seeds and farming tools were also contacted by the county magistrate. Zhang Zhong wanted to know how the officials and merchants in Xuzhou would treat him. The cold dishes were served first. Needless to say, this place was really something. There were actually cucumbers and spinach. Xuzhou was south of the Yellow River, but it was not to the point where there were fresh vegetables at this time. It was unknown whether the people here grew them themselves or bought them from outside. Being able to eat a mouthful of cucumbers with a strong fragrance in spring was something that many people did not dare to think about in their lifetime. As soon as the cucumbers were served, they each reached out their chopsticks and ate a lot. When Zhang Zhong ate it, Wei Wei nodded and said, "It's okay. There are only a little salt, garlic, and cucumbers. You don't learn from others who put this and that. It's extraordinary in its simplicity. Eat as much as you like, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, since you came to Xuzhou, we don't know why, but it's easy for us to do business. This shows your ability." A merchant sitting on the far right side of Zhang Zhong took the opportunity to flatter Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had learned how to deal with it in the past few years. If it were in the past, he would be businesslike and take other people's words seriously. Today he would not think so anymore. After listening to the merchant's flattery, he narrowed his eyes with a smile and said, "Well, I don't ask for too much. As long as the tiller has his own field and the dweller has his own house, I will be worthy of the emperor's kindness and the common people." It was obvious that this boast was impossible, but the merchants still praised Zhang Zhong one after another. On the other hand, the military secretary did not speak much. He just stood there and watched others flatter Zhang Zhong. As they ate, half an hour passed. Zhang Zhong was still chatting with the crowd, but the merchants were starting to lose their patience. Today they had come with a purpose. They were waiting for Zhang Zhong to discuss with them about the seeds and farming tools, so that they could make a lot of money. Moreover, they could push the blame to Zhang Zhong. They didn't believe that the people didn't lack seeds and farming tools. Before Zhang Zhong arrived, the county magistrates had taken away the seeds and farming tools from the people with the excuse that there would be new seeds and farming tools this year. If he wanted to plow in spring, he would have to buy them again. He couldn't keep his own seeds and think of ways to make his own farming tools like before. The method was simple. The manor had left some money, but this money had to be sent to the capital. It hadn't been sent yet. They wanted to see if Zhang Zhong would use this money to buy seeds and farming tools. If he used it, they would have something against him. If he didn't use it, and Zhang Zhong took the money himself, they would ask for more money and sell the seeds by the seed. It was impossible for the commoners to buy seeds and farming tools. Although they had said at the beginning that they would trade, it was still a trade. If they used bad seeds and farming tools to trade for good ones, they would need to add more money, and they would have to decide how much to add. If the common people delayed the spring plowing, then Zhang Zhong would definitely not be able to escape. The first one to be dealt with would be him. He didn't just come here. He had been here for half a month. Every day, he was invited to drink or travel. After such a long time, he still didn't understand the common people's affairs. If they didn't deal with him, who would they deal with? It was because of this confidence that the merchants thought that Zhang Zhong would compromise with them and not interfere in their affairs in the future. However, Zhang Zhong didn't mention it at all. He looked harmless. When others talked, he also talked about the topic. He didn't talk about seeds and farming tools at all. Finally, a merchant couldn't help but change the topic. He said, "Provincial Governor, with you in Xuzhou, it will be more prosperous in the future. The common people will be grateful to you. The spring plowing is coming soon. I think Lord Zhang, I am doing something for the imperial court. You can't be grateful to me alone. It is my honor to let the common people live a good life. What fish are there in the river here?" Before the merchant could speak, Zhang Zhong took over the conversation and changed the topic again. This time, not only were the merchants stunned, but even the military registrar found that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong clearly didn't mention seeds and farming tools on purpose. Everyone had prepared all kinds of excuses for the price of seeds and farming tools, but they couldn't find a chance to say them. When they were ready to punch someone, they found that there was nothing in front of them. That was the feeling in everyone's heart. They had the strength but couldn't use it. The military registrar had to say something to help. "Governor Zhang, recently, a few soldiers in the barracks have been causing trouble, saying that they want to go home and farm. They also want money, but it's not time for them to be paid, so we can't pay them. I heard that the commoners don't have any seeds or farming tools. Governor Zhang, you have to think of a way." "Oh, I see." Zhang Zhong's expression didn't change at all. Just like when he talked about the food just now, he casually agreed. This was troublesome. The merchants and the military registrar realized that Zhang Zhong was not easy to deal with. They couldn't see what he was thinking. At this time, he didn't look anxious. "Sir, if you need seeds and farming tools, we have some, but..." "Okay. I understand. If I need them, I will come to you. Do you know a good place to fish? I have countless fishing poles at home. I am worried that I can't find a good place." Once again, Zhang Zhong listened to the merchant's words and talked about fishing. The merchants had no choice but to follow Zhang Zhong's words. The military registrar's forehead was sweating. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be like this. He would think that a provincial governor who didn't know anything and only knew how to play had come. But Zhang Zhong was obviously not that kind of official. He was the top scorer, which could be seen from the events of the past few years. Wherever he went, it would immediately change. Even Lingnan, that poor place, now had the people of the imperial court breaking their heads to fill it with their own people. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Zhong was not an incompetent official. He was very capable. No, this was not right. Today's matter was definitely not simple. What went wrong? While Zhang Zhong was happily telling the merchants the tricks of fishing, the military registrar was thinking about something alone. He thought about the ability of the Zhang family, the situation that Zhang Zhong encountered when he was promoted step by step, and finally, he thought about the 4 judges of Luzhou, the people who were killed and the officials who were locked up, and the Ning family in Qinzhou. The military registrar suddenly felt his heart tighten. This was bad. Zhang Zhong must have found out something. At that time, he felt that he couldn't use such a simple method to deal with Zhang Zhong. The merchants and the military registrar were worried. In the next room, a few people were also worried. They were the people sent by the county magistrates to check on Zhang Zhong. They wanted to know how Zhang Zhong would respond in the end. From the 2 hours of conversation, they could see that Zhang Zhong had other tricks up his sleeve. They were not afraid of him being anxious or angry. They were afraid that he would talk about everything as if nothing had happened. "Aya, this is difficult. If I had known, I would have given him money," a person who seemed to be an advisor said anxiously as he rubbed his hands. Next to him, a person wearing a silk headscarf and holding a feather fan gently waved his fan a few times. He disagreed. Give him money? How much money can he bribe Zhang Zhong? Didn't you see the pendant under his goldfish bag? It's a 5-colored tortoise turtle. I've never seen a 5-colored tortoise turtle in my life. It hit the table leg with a loud bang just now, but Zhang Zhong didn't even look at it. As soon as he finished speaking, the others fell silent. The Zhang family had a lot of businesses and accounts. No one knew how much money they had. The main thing was that they had something called shares between each of their businesses. They also worked with many influential officials and merchants to do business together. Not knowing how much money they had didn't mean that they didn't know Zhang Zhong was rich. As long as he wanted to use it, he would give out money in the tens of thousands. It wasn't tens of thousands, but tens of thousands of coins. Bribery. Selling the entire Xuzhou might be able to tempt him. Just like a hedgehog, there were thorns all over its body, and there was nowhere to bite. If there's no other way, just find him a few difficult cases. Don't use other tricks. It's useless. Delay as long as you can. Or if he becomes the provincial governor in Xuzhou, you can change the previous method and pay taxes properly. He can't stay in Xuzhou forever. Hurry up and take him away. The advisor who spoke just now thought of a method. Everyone knew that if they really followed this method, they could indeed transfer Zhang Zhong to another place. The problem was that the masters wouldn't agree. In that case, they would lose a lot of money during this period. While they were anxious and sweating, Zhang Zhong was full. He originally planned to eat a few mouthfuls and continue eating when he got home. He didn't expect that the food would taste better when he was in a good mood. The feeling of being in control of everything was so comfortable. Looking at the merchants in front of him and the military officer in charge who didn't mean what they said, Zhang Zhong thought of a cat teasing a mouse. The strategy was good, but it was a pity that it shouldn't be used on him. After all, he had a good son. This was the feeling of being alone and defeated in the stories that the son and daughter-in-law told to their parents. The feeling of having no opponent was lonely. Zhang Zhong drank some wine. When he was thinking about things, he was floating in the air. The others didn't know what Zhang Zhong was thinking. Otherwise they would be mad. The officials and merchants of Xuzhou were indeed more powerful than Lu Zhou. If it were Lu Zhou's people, they would not know what to do. They might just break the pot. However, the officials of Xuzhou would not. Once the plan failed, they would immediately find a way to cover up this matter. The merchants looked at each other and said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Provincial Governor, we actually have a presumptuous request. We want to offer the seeds and farming tools so that the local people can have faster spring plowing. We hope you can take the lead." A merchant said to Zhang Zhong with a sincere face. This was a last resort. Since they couldn't do it, they had to pay the price. Otherwise, if Zhang Zhong fought back, it would be troublesome. Chapter 556. The meal lasted a full 4 hours. Zhang Zhong's harvest was not small. He had all the seeds and new farming tools for this year's spring plowing. The seeds and farming tools he brought with him could be used to replenish his own. As soon as he returned home, Zhang Zhong told his son about the matter. Zhang Xiaobao also did not expect that the opponent he was about to face would be so difficult to deal with. Sometimes, forbearance was better than attacking. There was no one who could not endure to achieve great things. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried that the other party would play tricks. It was difficult for him to make a reasonable choice between helping his father and not helping his father. He wanted his father to learn more tricks, but he also did not want to see his father being bullied. In a situation where he could not find a good solution, Zhang Xiaobao asked his father to interact more with the old man Pai. Although the old man Pai was not willing to talk to his father, he would grind him down every day. In the end, he would be able to grind out knowledge, the knowledge to be an official. Wang Wan also understood. It was not that the old man Pai was prejudiced against Zhang Zhong. It was all because the old man Pai felt that the Zhang family had an expert in charge. If he insisted on teaching Zhang Zhong, he would be suspected of showing off. Zhang Zhong saw that his son and daughter-in-law were not in a hurry, so he was not in a hurry. He ate too much and prepared to eat the sancha pills and lie down for a while. After Zhang Zhong left, Zhang Xiaobao began to make toys for his younger brothers and sisters again. He said, "Just a little bit more, just move the card slot back. Is it really useful to make this toy? I don't know if the merchants and officials are locals. If our family is not prepared, would they really dare to let the people delay the spring plowing? I always feel that political struggles are political struggles. Do not take the initiative to affect the lives of the people." Wang Wan used the grinding wheel to lightly hit the small copper piece in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and said unhappily, "If people are crazy, they can do anything. Okay, it's about time." shout. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he put the copper piece into the toy and shouted, "Ah!" at the mouth of the toy. A small figure popped out in front of the toy, and it was still trembling. The first time he used a copper wire to pull a spring, he used it on a toy. It could only be used on toys and accessories. If it was too big, the elasticity would not be good. The toy that the two of them made was for the younger brother and sister to shout. As long as the younger brother shouted, the little person's card slot would be released through the vibrating spring, and the little person would pop out. In addition to this kind of toy, there was also a bubble-blowing toy. The purpose of the two toys was to let the little guys talk earlier. A very well-behaved baby who rarely cried would definitely talk very late. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't let their younger siblings cry for no reason. If they wanted them to laugh, they had to have the intention of laughing first. Using toys to exercise the vocal cords, lung capacity, and breath control. The idea was good, but the process was difficult. After the two of them took the new toy to find their younger siblings, the four little guys were attracted after the demonstration. Every time the little person popped out, they would let out a giggle, but they just didn't shout at that place. Their small hands vigorously reached for the toy, and when it was sent to their hands, they would put it in their mouth and bite it. The maidservants guided them over and over again, or slightly fought over the toys. When they fought over the toys, they would follow Zhang Xiaobao's instructions and make ah-ah sounds. After 2 days, they finally succeeded in taking a small step forward. When they needed something, they would point at something and make ah-ah sounds. Xiaobao, with the current training method, do you think they will not talk in the future? There will always be ah sounds. Wang Wan was a little worried. No, it's just training the vocal cords now. When the time comes, they will be able to adjust themselves. It's like many children who just learn to speak and call someone mother. The maids are tired and always have to repeat the same words over and over again to deepen the children's impression. Fortunately, there are 4 of them. If there were only 2, they would have to find other playmates to play with and introduce a competitive mechanism. Zhang Xiaobao looked forward to his younger siblings growing up quickly and supporting the family. Or, under unintentional guidance, they would find something they liked to develop. After the people of Xuzhou got new farming tools and didn't have to worry about seeds, they began to work hard. They didn't care about the schemes of the officials above, as long as they didn't delay the spring plowing. Li Sun finally had his own place, which overlapped with the land under Zhang Zhong's jurisdiction. In fact, he didn't have much management power. He was more dependent on the rent tax of Xuzhou, which was only a part of it. He could draw a large piece of land for people to farm, and it was the rent-free kind. He was anxious these days, hoping that the people would finish the spring plowing soon. Then, he would pay for the roads and build scenic spots in the mountains, lakes, and rivers. This was not just for the sake of making money. Whether or not they could make money was another matter altogether. The main purpose was to increase the local people's sense of pride by building scenic spots. Every scenic spot had to have a legend, so as to foster the cohesion of the people. When he was in Luzhou, he had seen the strength of the people when they worked together to build a home. He wanted to do the same in Xuzhou. Now, he had already sent people to gather the people and use collective labor to complete the spring plowing. This made the local officials and rich families suffer. They had the most idle people. In the past, they only needed to farm their own land. Now it was different. They had to farm other lands as well. In the entire Xuzhou, other than Zhang Zhong, the provincial governor, the one with the most authority was Li Sun. He didn't care whether others felt good or not. They had to do according to his requirements. He didn't even care about the meals. He was only responsible for the meals of the ordinary people. Some of the officials and rich families had bad tempers. Why did they have to send people from their families? Some smart people obediently sent people over, and then secretly incited the anger of others, getting people to impeach and complain. A month after the spring plowing, the complaints and impeachment reports were finally sent to Luoyang. Looking at the contents, it could be said that it was sad and made people cry. It was as though if Li Sun was not dealt with, the heavens would be angry and people would complain. The Luoyang manor could not do anything about it. They could only continue to send the items to the capital. The officials in the imperial court saw it and did not give any instructions. They sent it up layer by layer to Ziwei province. A few officials looked at it and sent it to Li Longji. If it were someone else, they would have impeached him. From the letters and memorials, It could be seen that Li Sun had gone overboard. Those who did not know the details would definitely be angry. The main reason was that the people who wrote the letters and memorials wanted to make themselves feel more wronged. They actually wrote that Li Sun had sent people to their houses to search for money. If they didn't have money, they would search for valuables. If it were the crown prince, everyone could believe it. After all, the manor had a lot of expenses. They could make some money by bullying others. However, no one believed Li Sun. How much money did Li Sun have? Why would someone like that search the houses of officials? That could only mean one thing. The wealth of the officials made Li Sun jealous. But the problem was, where did the officials get the money? Li Sun had taken out 100,000 strings of cash to build the canal. He had taken it without hesitation. If he really wanted to, it wouldn't have been 100,000 strings of cash. The first person he would investigate was not Li Sun, but the local officials. Li Longji read the memorials and chuckled. He's not stable anywhere. Back then, I sent him to Tongan to spend money. I didn't expect him to offend someone. Don't you think so, Guangping? It's not right to use power to suppress others. Why don't you write a letter to warn him, Your Majesty, to prevent a disaster from happening? If it were someone else, Song Jing would not have said this. He would definitely have done it. However, it was Li Sun. He found it difficult to deal with him. Li Sun's actions were not reliable, but Li Sun was truly devoted to the people. With Song Jing's words, the matter was settled. Li Longji really did send out a decree to warn Li Sun. Before the decree arrived, the news had already spread to Xuzhou. The local officials and rich families who were bullied in Xuzhou did not know what the decree was about. They thought that it would remove Li Sun from the title of commandery prince or give him a new place. Therefore, they endured and waited for the decree to arrive in Xuzhou. But there was no end to this wait. Before they could wait for the decree to arrive, the spring plowing was over. Li Sun immediately returned their people to their families and immediately organized people to build the road. He paid for it himself. No one could find fault with this matter. After all, this was Li Sun's fief. Why would he need to tell others when he was building his own fief? He paid for the people to work. The rich families did not want them, nor did the families of the officials. Naturally, they would not be paid. Regarding this matter, Li Sun also wrote a letter and directly sent it to the capital with a pigeon. The second decree from the capital was also issued. It was very fast. Now that everyone had learned to use pigeons, the capital arrived in Luoyang in less than a day. Luoyang quickly sent the decree over. The first reprimanding decree was still spinning in the heart of the Yangtze River. The second decree was a reward. It praised Li Sun and asked him to continue. As such, the local officials and rich families understood that they had been cheated by the uncle and nephew of the Li family. There was no way for them to reason with. During this time, Zhang Zhong did not encounter any difficulties. Everyone was very cooperative, as if they were really harmonious. At this rate, the tax paid this year would definitely exceed 150,000 strings of coins. Moreover, the honey here was not bad, and the fishing industry along the river was prosperous. It was too smooth, making Zhang Zhong feel that something was wrong. He could only look for Old Man Pai. His son and daughter-in-law were busy. The 4 children could speak. Father and mother could speak as soon as they opened their mouths. The most proficient were the older brother and sister. The son of the Wang family could actually walk a few steps by himself. Naturally, he could not disturb them. There was still the powerful Old Man Pai, who had crossed more bridges than other people. When Zhang Zhong arrived at the courtyard where the Old Man Pai's family lived, the Old Man Pai was packing his luggage. When he saw Zhang Zhong arrive, he happily said, "Coincidentally, Yi Cheng is here. Lend me 2 boats. Also, give me a few of your family's doctors. I'm going to pick someone up. Oh, you don't have to worry about this year's tax. I'll give you a portion, and it will be enough for you to complete your task. If you have time, look at how the local area makes money. Everything will naturally become clear." Old Man Pai appeared to be very anxious. After throwing down these words, he set off with a few guards. From here to the Yangtze River's pier, there were only 2 small rivers. One needed to change boats to get onto a large boat. The Zhang family always had 4 boats docked here in case of emergency. Chapter 557. When he did not know what the officials and rich merchants in Xuzhou wanted to do, Zhang Zhong put his energy into government affairs. The struggle was just a distraction. What he really needed to do was to bring benefits to the people. Li Sun pulled a portion of the commoners to build roads, scenic spots, and waterways. Zhang Zhong used his status as the provincial governor and Li Sun's status as the county prince to vouch for the commoners. They borrowed money from the commoners to implement three-dimensional farming. Compared to the people in Luzhou, the people in Xuzhou had a much better life. After all, there was only one middle county here, and the rest were all upper counties. There was no such thing as working hard and starving. It was just that they could not eat meat often. There was nothing they could do about it. Even in the whole Great Tang, there were only a few places where ordinary people could eat meat as they wished, let alone them. Now there were only 3 places that could be confirmed: Sanxue County, some counties in Yaozhou, and Luzhou. Zhang Zhong's name was written on the back of each place. Therefore, when Zhang Zhong first arrived in Xuzhou, the people did not know the situation. After a while, the people learned who Zhang Zhong was through various channels. They immediately changed their attitude and were very cooperative. The people were not stupid. There were 2 kinds of people who judged the wealth of the officials. One was a very poor official, so the people could rest assured. If the official was poor, it meant that he was not greedy. The other was a rich official, such as Zhang Zhong, who came from a rich family, would not be greedy, especially when he knew that his family was in business. The most frightening thing was that his family was rich and did not have any business. It would be troublesome if he met such an official. With Zhang Zhong and Li Sun's guarantee, the commoners came over to draw and choose a project. The commoners who lived near rivers or lakes chose to rear pigs, ducks, and ponds. Those who did not have such conditions chose to rear pigs, chickens, crabs, and rice. If they did not even have rice and only had mountainous areas, they would use fruit trees or mulberry trees to rear forest frogs. The Zhang family and Li Sun were responsible for the recycling, and the Zhang family was also responsible for providing the technology. This was not a technology that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came up with. They only provided an idea, and the Zhang family and the Wang family figured it out after several years of experiments. If it were any other aristocratic family or businessman, they would definitely selfishly keep the technology. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already helped their family get through the most difficult days, so they didn't care about the technology and money that they were keeping. Other than the industrial technology that they were afraid of being leaked and stolen by others, almost all of the agricultural technology had been made public. Only the technology of hatching chickens and planting fungus was still kept. Among them, the technology of hatching chickens was also ready to be made public. When more people were willing to raise chickens, the technology of hatching poultry would be more important. Fungus was a luxury, so there was no need to tell others. Ordinary people did not have spare money to eat fungus, so it was fine if they didn't have it. The people took the money and the technology to catch pigs and started to buy the poultry hatched by the Zhang family. None of them knew if they would succeed. If it weren't for the 2 big shots guarantees and Zhang Zhong's reputation, they really wouldn't dare to try. In order to make the people feel at ease, the Zhang family and the Wang family also sent people from the inner courtyard to guide them. There would be a technician in every village. If there was something that they did not understand, they could look for him. If this was the first time Zhang Zhong and Li Sun became officials, and the first time they went to a place to do things for the people, the officials in Xuzhou might have the idea of watching the bustle, and the surrounding provinces were the same. However, it was not the first time the 2 of them came out. They had a lot of halos, so no one thought that the technology they showed was not successful. There were not many bad officials in the Tang Empire now. This ratio was calculated according to the time of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When the officials in Luzhou, Shuzhou, and the counties near Xuzhou saw Zhang Zhong take action, they immediately sent people to learn. This was not a new idea. Before Zhang Zhong took office, they already had this idea. They did not want to be like Qinzhou, who foolishly insisted on doing things. If they could learn something, they would learn it. The surrounding terrain was similar. As long as they could do it in Xuzhou, they could do it in Xuzhou. As a result, a place was set up in the nearest county and a test site was set up according to the 3 patterns. From time to time, people were sent to the same place in Xuzhou to secretly learn. If they were successful, they could do the same next year. Needless to say, those who sincerely cared for the people would be able to live a good life after learning it. Even if the officials wanted to be greedy, they would also support them. Greed could only be done if they had money. The richer the people were, the more they would be greedy. If the people were begging, who would they be greedy for? After a period of busy work, it was already midsummer. The four little guys were already 1 year old. They could run and jog, and they would work hard to walk with their short legs. The most common action they would do was to walk, and if they didn't walk properly, they would sit on the ground with their buttocks. If the old people or adults were not careful, they could easily break their bones. However, the little ones were not affected at all. They were short. When they sat on the ground, they forgot to walk and randomly picked up something to play with. Under the efforts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they could already speak more than 5 words. They could recognize many kinds of objects. If they wanted something, they had to think hard about the name of the object. If they could not think of it, they would cry. Their curiosity was stronger. In fact, they were curious before, but they could not walk and could only crawl. It was difficult to go from one place to another. In the process of crawling, they had to turn again when they saw something else. Now it was different. When they were curious about something, they could run over and see it. If a butterfly or a dragonfly landed, they could see it from a distance. Then, they would run over and stretch out their little hands to take it. Yes, take it. The little guys thought that everything that could be taken belonged to them. In the end, the dragonfly and butterfly flew away. The little guys were stunned. They raised their heads to look at the direction the butterfly and dragonfly flew, and then looked at the flowers and grass where the two stopped. They were lost in thought. No one knew what they were thinking. Cold melon, cold melon. Zhang Xiaobao held Wang Wan's younger brother in his arms and held a picture in his hand and said to him, "Cucumber, cucumber." Wang Wan's younger brother looked at the picture and then at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Cold melon, drink on Han, not drink Wang Huang, cold melon." Cucumber, cucumber. So stupid. Didn't you say it was good yesterday? You forgot again? What is it? Cold melon. Right, why did you say it wrong just now? Are you stupid? You are stupid. I want to eat cucumber, cucumber. Oh, then you should have said it earlier. Next time, remember to finish your words. Bring me a cucumber and peel the skin. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy that he could be refuted. This showed that the little guy's intelligence was higher. See, as long as there is something that can attract them, it can make them use their brains more. If it weren't for the fear that they would develop bad habits, I would teach them to scold people now. Zhang Xiaobao took the picture away and said to Wang Wan, who was squatting next to another little guy, to look at the ants. I have never heard that scolding people can train intelligence. Don't touch it. Be careful that it crawls on your body. Wang Wan grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother's hand. Zhang Xiaobao also brought Wang Wan's younger brother over to look at them and moved the insects with satisfaction. He personally pinched an ant and put it on his younger brother's hand. Don't worry, just touch it. This kind of ant can't cause any harm to people. Even if you eat it, it's fine. I often ate it when I was a child. Of course, it's useful to scold people. Scolding people is a very emotional behavior. Whether it's laughing or scolding, it's more emotional than usual. When children feel emotions, they will imitate this kind of emotion, which has a great effect on training the brain. Therefore, children generally learn to scold people faster. Oh, there's such a saying. This is the first time I've heard of it. Quickly throw the insect away. What do you want to do with it? Wang Wan hit the insect that Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother had just caught. Eat. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother looked very wronged. He pinched the ant with one hand and wanted to take the insect with the other. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was going to hit the insect again and hurriedly stopped her. Just watch the child and don't put the insect into his mouth. Isn't this like treating the insect as an ant? You have to understand it from the child's point of view. If you interrupt, there will be 2 consequences. One is that the child still wants to feed the insect to the ant and continues the original action. The other is that he gives up. If you continuously interrupted the child, the consequence would be that the child would no longer want to feed the ants. In other words, the child would have one less research direction. What you dispelled was the child's curiosity towards the unknown. Without curiosity, how could a person delve into it? The real way to educate children is to adopt a guiding and understanding method, not an experiential and convenient method. For example, when children play with mud, many adults will directly tell them that it's dirty and they can't play with it. In fact, the most fundamental reason is not that. The adults are worried about it. What's there to be afraid of if it's dirty? Afraid of eating it? Can't you watch from the side? My idea is that when a person is not prepared to bear the responsibility of raising a new life, then don't have children. Of course, in today's world, having children is sometimes passive. In the past, I have seen it more than once. There were children who reached out to grab the food when they were being fed by the adults. The adults restricted the children's movements and told the children not to use their hands. Such adults don't understand that the children don't necessarily want to eat with their hands. They just want to feel what the rice looks like. This has led to a result. Many children, if you ask them what the rice looks like, they will say that it's fragrant, oval-shaped, and white. They will not say that it's soft or sticky. If everything has to be done like this, how many talented children do you think will be killed? Wang Wan was confused. She didn't expect that her action of hitting the insect would be changed to killing geniuses by Zhang Xiaobao. This time, she didn't stop Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother from taking the insect as an ant, even if the ant in his hand didn't eat it. You have a lot of crooked ideas. If you feed it now, the ant won't eat it. What should we do? Then find a way to let him see how ants eat. Catch more ants and put them in a glass jar. Cover it with a layer of sand and throw the insects in for the ants to eat. When they eat, look at it with a magnifying glass. Zhang Xiaobao immediately came up with a solution. Then he can understand how ants eat? Wang Wan argued. No, but he may be interested in the magnifying glass or the glass jar. It's better than being an obedient child with no interests. I'm not afraid of trouble. We have professionals at home to take care of children. We don't need to raise them to be good children who don't move and don't make trouble for the adults. Chapter 558. In this era, no one could compare with Zhang Xiaobao when it came to educating children. When they ate that day, they really steamed insects. They specially left a few for the younger brother to feed the ants. They even let the younger brother take a bite of an unprocessed green insect. As a result, the little fellow no longer put the insects they found outside into his mouth. In the afternoon, they found insects and gave them to the servant girl, which meant that they would cook them for him. They also made a glass jar and threw a small nest of ants into it. They were not afraid of them running out with a lid. As Zhang Xiaobao said, the little fellow lost interest in the ants after a while. Instead, she became curious about the magnifying glass and held it in her hand to shine around. When she shone it on her sister's face, she was shocked by her sister's curious big eyes. Since the younger brothers and sisters could run, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to think of ways to train them. They could not be like the two of them in the past. That would cause trouble. They made a few balls for them to play with. They also prepared some slightly heavy toys. If the children wanted to play with them, they had to exert themselves. If they were tired, they would not play with them. It's hot. We can let them learn to swim. Throw a few more life buoys sewn with pig bubbles into the water. The temperature of the water needs to be adjusted. Let them play in it. Also, throw in the ducks and fish made of wood. When Zhang Xiaobao got up in the morning and saw the four little guys sleeping in the shade after eating, he adjusted their jackets and said, the purpose of wearing jackets was not to look good, but to block the navel. This was the place where nutrients were transmitted. It was easy to get sick when it was cold. Wang Wan took 2 books and gave one to Zhang Xiaobao. When she found a place to sit down and was ready to read, she said, "Aren't you afraid that they will choke on the water? Shallow water. Even if they sit in the pool, they can still show their heads." Zhang Xiaobao took the book and read it. It turned out to be the notes from last year's imperial examination. He suddenly felt a headache. Then why do we need a life buoy? Let them know what it's like to climb on a life buoy and experience the buoyancy for themselves. Perhaps there's no need to teach them. They'll know how to swim by themselves in a few days. Right now, they don't know how to be afraid like when they grow up. Zhang Xiaobao explained and began to read the book. In the past, the questions from the imperial examinations could be collected by others, but the good answers could not be found. These were brought out by people from Beijing. Some were directly placed there, and some were looked at by others with comments. These were very useful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. From the fact that the rice seedlings had not yet formed ears, it was obvious that this year's harvest would not be small. There was no need to worry about rent. Zhang Zhong then thought about the tax collected from the people who were selling the condoms after the end of the year. He estimated that the tax collected would also increase by a lot. His mission here could be considered completed. He estimated that after 2 years, he would be able to move to another place. After that, he would be free. If it were other provincial governors, they would think of ways to have fun. They would have a small banquet every 3 days or a big banquet every 5 days. Or they would go hunting and send benefits to the higher-ups. Zhang Zhong did not have this kind of hobby. He did not need to care about giving gifts. He would either read the book or see the children. In the end, when he was really bored, he would go out for a stroll after breakfast every day. He would bring along his bodyguards and go from place to place. He would see the lives of the people, look at the goods in the market, and admire the scenery of Suzhou. After visiting the nearby places, Zhang Zhong wanted to go further away. When that day came, he would not be able to come back. Traveling on the road that had not been repaired yet, it would take half a month to travel from the magistrate's office to the furthest riverside. Zhang Zhong did not plan to not go home for so many days. He wanted to go to Lake Tai, which was 3 to 4 days away, to take a look. He asked people to set up the carriage and bring along more bodyguards. After informing his family, he headed towards Lake Tai unhurriedly. As for the matters in the prefecture, he left it to the people in the inner courtyard to manage. The procession walked leisurely, looking at the scenery and tasting tea. It was already night time, and they were in the middle of nowhere. Other officials might feel uncomfortable because of this, but Zhang Zhong did not feel the same way. They found an open space and set up their tents. The chefs began to cook for everyone. The 3 chefs did not cook for Zhang Zhong. They all knew that even if they cooked a small stir-fry, Zhang Zhong would not eat it. He had to eat with everyone. It was not that he deliberately wanted to get closer to the people in the inner courtyard. Zhang Zhong had already treated the villagers and the people in the inner courtyard as his family. It was more comfortable to eat with family members. After a day's journey, they did not eat any stir-fried dishes. The chefs also followed suit. They directly asked the 3 chefs to cook a stew and a big pot of rice. Everyone ate with the rice. There were dry and watery dishes. It was very lively. Zhang Zhong ate a lot and walked around the tent. There were 2 bodyguards and a little boy following him. The little boy was a villager from Xueqi, which was the first village of the Zhang family. He usually studied in the Jianjia Academy. When he heard that he could follow the master of the family, he applied to come here. Although he had left the academy, he had learned a lot. It was much better to follow Zhang Zhong than in the academy. The knowledge that he could learn in the academy could also be learned by Zhang Zhong. At the same time, he could also broaden his horizons by going outside. Zhang Tong, you are 16 this year, right? Zhang Zhong suddenly stopped walking and looked at the starry sky. He asked the little boy. The little boy nodded and replied, "Yes, master. Your memory is very accurate. Study hard this year. Next year, before I leave Suzhou, take off your status and take the imperial examination. Then you can go to the places where our 2 shops are. Read thousands of books, travel thousands of miles, see the mountains and rivers of the Tang Empire, and experience the happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy of the people in different places. When you feel it's enough, go to the capital and take the imperial examination. Don't be lazy." Zhang Zhong warned Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong was stunned and did not know how to reply. He nervously rubbed his hands and said, "Master, I don't want to take off my status. I just want to stay in the Zhang family and be a villager of the Zhang family." "You are still a child. If you don't take off your status, how can you take the imperial examination? If you don't take the imperial examination, who will help Xiao Bao and the others in the future? Not only you, but all the villager who can take the imperial examination should take off their status and take the imperial examination. You also have to take the military examination. When the time comes, you will be scattered everywhere and be an official, so that the people of the Tang Empire can benefit. If you lack money, you can get it from the main family. Don't be greedy. If the Zhang family and the Wang family can let those people go, we can also beat them down. Do you remember?" Zhang Zhong's thoughts had already shifted to when his sons grew up. As long as the Zhang family and the Wang family cultivated more outstanding children to be officials, they would have a helper. Zhang Zhong just thought of it. He was so busy with other things that he was muddle-headed. He did not know that his son had this plan long ago. Not only the villager, but also the people in the academy and the people supported by the Zhang family and the Wang family in various places. Some of them were already officials now. They were all cultivated secretly and did not allow corruption or bribery. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spent more than 20,000 strings of money on this every year. The person with the most money had already sat in the position of the lower province's subclass 5th grade official. After Zhang Zhong entered the capital, there would be several people, at least 2 assistant ministers. There were also people who were specially trained to be in the censorate. These people had to be in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. These people might not be used even once in their lives and would only be wasting money. However, once they forced Zhang Xiaobao to use them, it would definitely not be a small matter. Only Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the people close to them knew about this. Even Zhang Zhong and the other family members did not know about this. While Zhang Zhong was thinking about the future, Zhang Tong's heart was unable to remain calm. He could imagine a day not too far away when the young master and his brothers in the manor would all be officials at the same time, helping each other. As long as they walked the right path and sat upright, they would not have to worry about being framed or pushed aside. The 2 of them were silent for a while. They looked at the stars and the moon. After a while, Zhang Tong spoke. "Master, don't worry. We all know what to do. We think for the people. We are all people who have suffered. Yes. Let's go. There is still a long way to go." Zhang Zhong, who did not know the direction of history, was not like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had already started to calculate people and wanted to make the Tang Empire more prosperous. The 2 of them strolled around for more than 2 hours. In fact, they were just walking in circles around the tent. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had distilled the toilet water according to the mosquito-repellent prescription. Otherwise, they would have been stared at by the insects long ago. There was also cooling oil and essential balm, which were used to ensure a stable sleep in the wild or to help refresh one's mind. After a few rounds, they were finally tired. Zhang Zhong yawned and said, "It's late. Let's all rest. We still have to hurry on tomorrow morning." As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a shout from the west. "Who is it?" "The governor of Xuzhou is here. Report. Stop and come down." As the voice came, Zhang Zhong was immediately surrounded by guards. More torches were lit one after another. After a few breaths of time, 3 riders came back from the east. They were all Zhang Zhong's bodyguards. One of the horses had a person tied up on it. There was an arrow stuck in the shoulder of this person. There was another horse behind the 3 horses. It seemed that the tied man was riding it. "Master, we caught a sneaky man. He didn't rest in the middle of the night and rode here. After he was seen, he fled in a hurry. I guess he is going to do something bad to you. Please punish him." Immediately, a guard who had tied the person up flipped over and threw the person to the ground. He said to Zhang Zhong. There was no joy or worry on his face, as if he had done something insignificant. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had taught him. The responsibility of a guard was to protect, and there was nothing to be happy about in ensuring the safety of others. Zhang Zhong didn't know who the person was. He looked at the person on the ground and waved his hand. "You can interrogate him. Tell me when you have news. I'm going back to lie down for a while." After saying this, Zhang Zhong went back into the tent. Immediately, someone took out the thing in the tied man's mouth. Before they could ask, the man threatened, "Do you know who I am? I am the prince's subordinate. I work for the prince." "Then hurry up and say it. I'm sleepy. It's time to sleep. Why talk so much nonsense? Which prince? Tell me. What is the prince?" The guard didn't care who the man was. The information was the most important. He kicked the man to make him speak quickly. It's Prince Si Ning. Let me go." The man struggled to get up but couldn't use any strength. Chapter 559. Prince Si Ning was Li Sun's father. If he really wanted to know something, he could ask the guards of the mansion who guarded Li Sun. There was no need to send people here to inquire. It was impossible for him to do something bad. Of course, no one would believe the words of the captive. After a round of interrogation, the captive finally couldn't bear it and told everything he knew. After hearing this, the guards were relieved. It turned out that the captive wasn't targeting the master. It was just a coincidence. There was a place that produced marble on the other side of Lake Tai. In the beginning, there was an account book in the government office. Later, for some reason, the account book was gone. The book in the government office only had the words marble written on it. As for what kind of stone it was, it couldn't be seen from the book. This stone could be sold for money. There were also copper ores, but the account book only had the words ore written on it. The common people didn't know that there was no account book in the government office, so it was impossible for them to report it. In the past, even if they reported it, they had to go to the county first. Needless to say, the consequences were obvious. Marble and copper ores weren't processed locally. They were all transported away. The captive didn't know where they were transported to, so it was very mysterious. Since they didn't want the government office to know, they had to transport them secretly. After Zhang Zhong arrived in Xuzhou, he did this with the two mines. Tonight, they were going to transport them, but they were discovered. The captive didn't know much. He only knew that there was someone in the capital behind this matter. As for who it was, he didn't know. Some said it was a prince, some said it was a county prince, and some said it was a big aristocratic family. Anyway, the person who was caught heard it from others, so after being caught, he casually said a prince to scare people. In the end, he could have said anyone, but he had to say Prince Si Ning. After the guards got this information, they immediately passed it to Zhang Zhong. When Zhang Zhong heard that someone was selling marble and copper ores, he was shocked and hurriedly ordered people to catch the transport team. However, when the guards rushed over, they found that everyone had run away, leaving only dozens of cars with goods parked there. The traces on the ground were very messy. In addition, it was night, so they couldn't track them at all. That was not right. How did they know? He returned and continued to interrogate the captured people. Only then did he understand that the people who transported the goods were very careful. Every scout sent out had to return within a specified time. If there was no news after half an hour, it meant that there was a problem. They would rather make a wrong judgment than take the risk. After this person exceeded the time limit, the people there realized that something was wrong. They sent another rider to approach carefully. When they saw the light of the torches, they immediately went back to report. In the end, they all ran away, leaving behind only goods worth 6,000 strings of coins. Everything was inferred from the words of those who were captured. At this time, Zhang Zhong nodded and said in realization, I understand now. No wonder the local tax revenue is getting lower and lower. Most of it has been shipped away and sold elsewhere. Investigate, I don't care who is behind this, as long as I find it, I will investigate. Send someone back to inform Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, and then send more people over. I will go check out the place that produces the marble and copper ores. After giving the order, Zhang Zhong returned to the tent to sleep. The guards arranged their patrol shifts one by one, not daring to be careless. In fact, Zhang Zhong wanted to go over and see how the stone was mined, but when he came out, his son and daughter-in-law told him not to rush over if there was danger, and to wait for more people to arrive. It was okay to be safe, but he could not put himself in danger. Zhang Zhong was very obedient. The whole family could not do without him. He did not know what would happen if he really chased to the place. If hundreds of people surrounded and attacked him, the family would be finished. It took a day to get here, but it did not take too much time for the people who went back to report. They took turns to ride 3 horses, and it only took them 3 hours to get back to the mansion. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still awake. The two of them were making a generator, which was made of copper coins wrapped around magnets. Other than being able to light up a light bulb, it could also be used to electrolyze something. The simplest way was to electrolyze water. Once it was formed, it could provide oxygen to the hospital. It could be used to save people at critical times. This work was not easy to do. They did not know how to control the density and power of the coil, so they could only make one to see if it would work. After wrapping one, before they could test it, the guard came back. After explaining the matter, Zhang Xiaobao arranged for more people to go over. He looked at the generator on the table and lost interest for a moment. Wang Wan guessed for a while but could not guess, so she could only ask Zhang Xiaobao, who was also in deep thought. Xiaobao, which prince do you think it is? Zhang Xiaobao looked up at Wang Wan and said, It's not any of the princes. The princes and the legitimate imperial grandson are all under Li Longji's watch. Who would dare to play tricks at this time? Do they not want to live anymore? It's probably a certain aristocratic family, or several aristocratic families. Otherwise, it could be a certain prince. If that's the case, it's not impossible for the princes and aristocratic families to work together. Who knows? When we catch them, we'll ask them. We'll do what we need to do. At worst, we'll hand the matter over to Li Longji and let him handle it personally. Then aren't you afraid that Li Longji will really complain about us when he faces his own son? Wang Wan asked worriedly. This matter needs to be told to him secretly. You can't let him know openly. The imperial family also needs to maintain their reputation. I finally understand why they stopped after failing this time. The reason they stopped causing trouble for my father was because my father did not discover this secret. They thought that by providing my father with more rent this year, my father would be careless. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. My father insisted on going there for a stroll, so he met them. My guess is that in the beginning, there was a lot of tax due to the discovery of marble, as well as copper. In the beginning, there wasn't much mining, so the tax collected was higher than usual, and people didn't pay too much attention to it. At that time, the official probably didn't want to be greedy, or maybe he was being careful and sold this matter to someone else. When he received the benefits and was promoted, the new official began to be controlled by others. After all, a single official didn't have enough manpower and couldn't do too much. Moreover, the accounts didn't show any good results. How much could a single stone be worth? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he used a pen to draw a schematic diagram for Wang Wan. There were many diagrams for various aspects, and there were also some that were unclear and were marked with question marks. Wang Wan picked up the pen and ticked off the diagram. Then why did they have to lower the rent? Could it be that they were unwilling to part with that little bit of money to sell marble and copper? If I were them, I would make the rent equal. Wang Wan felt that the person behind the scenes was stupid. Did they really think that it would be fine if they paid less rent? What happened now? He was being targeted, wasn't he? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Xiaobao's father over just to deal with him. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the diagram and tapped his hand on the table. After a while he said, "There are several possibilities. The first is that the person who did this is really stupid. Basically, this situation is not easy to occur. The second possibility is that they are in urgent need of money and really can't give it. They want to wait until this period of time. Before the secret is exposed, they think it is very safe. The whole of Xuzhou has been bought. What can a provincial governor do? How many provincial governors will have nothing to do like my father? First, when they take office, they will threaten them and then compromise. For example, what happened to my father? Naturally, it will be easy to deal with. Anyway, most people don't know about the two mines. They only think that they are producing stones. For example, my father, they will give him some face first. This year, the rent tax is higher, so everything will be easy to deal with. I know. Normally, they should take out the profit of the two mines and say that there are more stones in the stone mine. This year is good, and then they will give your father an explanation. But we started to help the local development as soon as we came. In this way, the rent tax will be higher. They don't need to take out money at all. They have a little idea and secretly transport the stones. As long as we don't find out, they can continue to make money. It seems that we are really the nemesis of bad people. Life, it is life. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned it, Wang Wan was able to analyze a portion of the content. Zhang Xiaobao laughed twice, of course. Isn't this the work of the special second department? There are only those who don't want to catch and those who can't. There is no one who can't catch and those who can't. In fact, it's all our fault. We have to be good people. Now we are in trouble. It turns out that there are more bad people than good people. Also, the third point is that there are many forces sharing the profit. Although the rent tax is only a few tens of thousands of strings of coins, it is enough for the subordinates of each force to spend. No one wants to earn less. In the end, the rent tax is not going up. The fourth point is that the profit is too big. For example, the copper ore has a high copper content. In the past, they could always dig out a lot of waste stones. Now, it is all good copper ore. The waste stones are sold less, so the rent tax is less. They don't want to give up this part of the profit. Anyway, the account is a stone producer. There can be more or less stones. To them, the one who should be complaining the most is the provincial governor who raised the rent tax. If he didn't raise the rent tax, how could there be such a troublesome matter? Zhang Xiaobao could understand their feelings. Who didn't want money? However, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it just because he understood. If it were another emperor, he might be able to turn a blind eye. Wasn't it just a rent tax? His family could improve the living standards of the local people and satisfy the desires of the imperial court. However, the current emperor was Li Longji. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to offend people when he knew that he could. Offending others was better than offending Li Longji. Then what he had to do now was to turn a blind eye. It would be easier to aim and see who would be the unlucky one. In the current situation, it definitely wouldn't be his family that would be unlucky. As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaobao's hands stopped knocking on the table and changed to knocking on his face. When Wang Wan saw this, she understood. Zhang Xiaobao was going to scheme against someone again. Wang Wan once again felt sad for Zhang Xiaobao's opponent. Couldn't he have endured for 2 years? Why did he have to commit a crime against the wind? Moreover, he used such a lowly method. If one walked by the river often, how could one's shoes not get wet? Not to mention that he had met Zhang Xiaobao's father today. Even if he hadn't met him, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The Zhang family's inner courtyard had already been distributed to various places. With so many inner courtyards, how could they not have discovered the situation? They would definitely be caught in 2 years. There was no escaping. Xiaobao, I'm thinking now. What will happen in the process of the struggle? Wang Wan seemed very excited. She loved to see Zhang Xiaobao make a move. As long as Zhang Xiaobao made a move, the other party would definitely not be able to resist. For the time being, nothing will happen. When our people go there, they will find that the place is already empty. Moreover, the mine can't be dug anymore. It's all been filled up. If it were me, I would even open a paddy field there and buy seedlings from elsewhere to plant. Then, I would never show up again. Zhang Xiaobao was familiar with this kind of thing. To be precise, he had done it many times in the past. Wang Wan thought about it and felt that it made sense. She asked again, then they can just avoid it, but don't tell me they don't want the mine? Why don't they want it? If it's really like what I said, they are now farming. Don't tell me you dare to dig it up? Isn't it just soil, water, and rice seedlings? You can do it with money. If you want to dig it up, there will be many people coming to stop you. There will also be officials who will not agree. There will even be impeachment memorials from the imperial court. Even if your roots are deep and you are not afraid of the people, before you can dig it up, someone will report to the imperial court in advance that they found a marble mine and copper mine. They will also estimate the output. These things can be estimated more or less. If it is estimated more, then how much do you think my father should pay for this year's tax? That mine is filled up with stones. How much effort would it take to dig in? It is completely different from the estimation. Would my father submit a memorial? If he submitted a memorial saying that the copper mine and marble mine had to be cleared first, then the imperial court would definitely agree. Then what? We would be foolishly digging. After digging for a while, we would suddenly find out that someone else had dug in before. The news would spread like wildfire in Great Tang. The most appropriate way to describe it is that my father told the imperial court to clear the mine first for his own personal gain while he continued to mine. My father would immediately say that he has wronged the emperor and the people. He might not be beheaded for the crime of deceiving the emperor. After all, my family is in the right. There is no need for him to go to Lingnan. Even if he goes there, he can't let my father go to Luzhou. I think Li Longji will send my father to Sichuan for the sake of his reputation. If there is a chance in the future, it will be fine. However, now is definitely not the time. Therefore, this matter won't be resolved in the short term. Let's wait. Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan to deal with this situation. If it were him, he would have done the same. He was not bluffing at all. Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's speculation. Or rather, she was convinced by Zhang Xiaobao's plan. It was not good to be too smart. Although she knew, she was still unwilling to accept this. Why did she have to be treated like this in the past? Just as he was feeling vexed, he suddenly recalled that everything that had just happened was Zhang Xiaobao's own conjecture. Regardless of whether the other party could come up with the same idea or not, just the fact that Zhang Xiaobao was able to figure it out meant that he had a way to deal with it. Xiaobao, don't tell me that you don't have a solution and can only wait. That's embarrassing. How can you call yourself an international swindler? How is that embarrassing? You're from the Special Second Division. Do you have a solution? Just wait. I really hope that they are farming. Farming is good. They can set up an experimental field and send people 24 hours a day to check the changes in the crops. Chapter 560. At the crack of dawn, the guards sent by the Zhang family had already arrived. Normally there were 150 guards, and there were 40 members of the Zero Squad. They were either training or learning various battle tactics, as well as the key points that Wang Wan had taught them in certain situations, such as how to defeat the strong with fewer and the weak. They rarely accompanied Zhang Zhong, but today's situation was special. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to throw his father into danger because he wasn't prepared enough. He had seen too many similar scenes in the movies before. If he didn't prepare in advance despite knowing that there was danger, wouldn't he be a fool? The 40 members of the Zero Squad were no longer as arrogant as they were at the beginning. They looked like they hadn't woken up yet. Compared to the guards, they had less backpacks on their backs and more pockets on their bodies. Some were full, some were empty, and others were full. Outsiders wouldn't even know what was inside. When little Tang saw the 40 people, he was completely relieved. When he looked at the horses of the 40 people, he was even less afraid. If they really encountered danger, as long as they didn't enter the range of the arrows, even 1,000 people here wouldn't be able to stop them from breaking through. The horses were good horses, and each one was worth at least 200 strings of coins. The weapons were also long-handled crescent halberds made of stainless steel. There was also a fixed handle on the horse's body. It was not used to place the halberd, but to hold it. When charging on horseback, the outcome of the battle could be decided in one move. The longer the horse was, the stronger the horse was. Whoever could touch the opponent first would basically win. Especially when facing people, don't expect to perform many actions. Usually, there was only one action, which was to stab. After the stab, one would have to bear the impact of 2 horses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had tested it before. It was no different from being hit by a car traveling at 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. If one was stabbed, the force would be concentrated on a certain point, and it would be too easy to cause a penetrating injury. When Zhang Zhong saw that everyone was present and had a comfortable breakfast, he waved his hand and got into another car. This car was not as comfortable as the first one, but it was safer. In case there was an assassination attempt, he had to get a fake one. With so many people, the speed at which they were advancing had also slowed down. In addition, when the guards came, they had Zhang Xiaobao's words, so there was no need to rush. They wanted to give the other party more time to prepare. It would probably be a tug-of-war to deal with these people. There was no need to rush. They should focus on economic development. Fighting was an art. The most important thing was to achieve their goal, which was to help the people lead a better life. Zhang Zhong was also happy to be idle. He followed the team and walked for 3 days before arriving at Lake Tai. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not come. Otherwise, they would have discovered that Lake Tai was different from the previous one. The size and shape did not overlap. The team followed the captive's directions and came to the foot of the mountain next to Lake Tai. There were terraced fields and trees on the mountain. There were also 2 streams flowing down into Lake Tai. Master, it's here. You can reach the copper mine along the road. You see, the road is wide and the pressure is firm. It's for transporting the ore. The leader of the guards rode forward and came to the side of Zhang Zhong's most luxurious car and said in a loud voice. Zhang Zhong, who was in the other car, said, "Go up the mountain." The team then went up the mountain. When the team had just walked for 3 miles, the mountain road became steeper. Suddenly, more than 10 men appeared on the road in front of them. They were holding sticks in their hands and blocking the way. Who dares to break into the mountain? Before Zhang Zhong's people could ask, one of the men blocking the road first questioned. Is the mountain yours? Why do you care who it is? If you want to go up, then go up. Are you thieves who occupy the mountain and block the road? Not everyone had to explain their identity. A person from Zhang Zhong's team came out. He didn't care about the dozens of men staring at him. He urged his horse forward and asked condescendingly. He looked like he was going to start a fight if the answer was not good. The men blocking the road didn't expect that the person who came would be so angry. They were all stunned for a moment. While they were stunned, the Zhang family's guards surrounded them and pointed the weapons in their hands at the men. Stop, all of you stop. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Just as the Zhongs were about to make a move, an old man came out from the bushes nearby. He was wearing new linen clothes and leather boots. His hair was tied up in a ponytail with a silver hairpin in it. When he came over, he had a panicked look on his face, but his eyes were calm. He cupped his hands to the leader of the guards, then turned his head and scolded the men. "Why aren't you throwing your weapons away? Don't you want to lose your heads after offending the master?" The men cooperated and threw the weapons in their hands to the ground. They lowered their heads and looked uneasy. The old man turned back, raised his arm, and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. He said to the leader of the guards, "I didn't know that you were coming. Please forgive me for offending you. Because of this, bad people often come here. This village has sent people to guard it. May I know who is on the carriage, sir?" "If you don't know, then don't know. You don't need to know. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame the weapons for having no eyes." The leader of the guards made a good pose and waved his hand. The team continued to move forward. The old man seemed to be anxious. With a sad face, he said pleadingly, "Good man, this old man is the village chief of Shanhu village. If you don't make it clear, this old man can't explain himself." The leader of the guards smiled and handed the knife in his hand to the old man. He curled his lips and said, "The mountain is not your mountain, and the road is not your road. What can you do if you're the village chief? How you explain yourself is your business. What does it have to do with us? If you don't get out of the way, you'll be charged with assaulting an official. Kill! Kill!" The other guards shouted in unison, but there wasn't any murderous intent. The team moved forward with their swords. The men and the old man didn't dare to stop them. When the carriage and horses had passed, the old man spat and said disdainfully, "You're so arrogant. You're so arrogant. Official, what kind of official are you? When you're in Xuzhou, you have to follow behind and see which official the delivery team meets. What bad luck." Zhang Zhong and the others were not fools. As soon as they heard the old man's question, they knew that the old man still did not know their identity. The only reason they stopped them was to see who the official who caused the accident was. As for how they knew it was an official, it was very simple. Those who weren't officials were usually only equipped with a sword. A military bow wasn't that easy to carry. "Scout the way." Zhang Zhong, who was in the carriage, instructed the people outside. Immediately, 10 members of the Zero team left the team and ran toward the mountains on both sides. As soon as they entered the grass, their figures disappeared, as if no one had ever been there. This time, the guards were completely convinced, especially those who were added later. They thought that their usual training was already pretty good. Today, when they saw the very mysterious seedling protection team in action, they realized that they were still far from it. They could not even find a trace of them. If this was a battle, a few arrows from the back would be fatal. The remaining 30 members of the Sprout protection team acted as if nothing had happened. Their responsibility was to protect the master. They did not care about the safety of those 10 people. They believed that there was no one here who could win against the members of the Sprout protection team in the mountain station. In fact, it was indeed so. The equipment of the 10 people who were sent to scout the way and check for danger was not what ordinary people could imagine. In addition, they often played hide-and-seek with people in the jungle and were equipped with the clairvoyance. As long as they met other people, they could discover them in advance. The team continued to move forward without any surprises until they reached a steeper place in front. They had no choice but to stop in the carriage. Zhang Tong jumped out of the second carriage and carefully observed the place. There were grass, trees, and a small stream flowing past. There were also 2 thatched cottages. Other than gravel and mud on the road, there were also stairs built along the road. There was even a small pavilion. The scenery was not bad. However, he knew that this was the mining place mentioned by the captives. To be precise, it was a mine cave along the road. Normally speaking, this should be a place with gravel. Otherwise, it would be difficult to transport large pieces of ore. At the same time, it also took up a lot of space. The road up should also be broken. Who would care if the miners were comfortable going up and down? However, this place was filled with fragrant grass and gurgling streams. Not to mention a mine, even the dregs of or could not be seen. High, it was really high. Zhang Tong gave an evaluation. He was not talking about the local miners, but about the young master and young lady. They actually knew what they would do. If they foolishly rushed over in the name of investigating the theft of the mine, not only would it be embarrassing, it would also be easy to be impeached. Since they already knew, there was no need to be anxious. Zhang Tong turned back and went to Zhang Zhong's empty carriage. He said, "Master, the carriage in front cannot move forward. Master, please move." As his voice fell, someone brought up a slide pole. There was a cover on it. In fact, it was a palanquin. It stopped beside the carriage. The curtain moved, and the people who lifted the slide pole began to move up. When the group of people moved back and forth, Zhang Zhong changed into a guard's clothes and followed the crowd of guards. He was at a position slightly behind, and he also walked up with a knife in his hand. The 30 people of the protection team protected the slide pole. Step by step, Zhang Zhong carefully looked at the things on the road and on both sides of the road. He could not help but admire this group of people. If it were not for his son and daughter-in-law's reminder, he would have thought that the captured people were talking nonsense. This was clearly a good place to cultivate. When they reached the pavilion, Zhang Zhong looked at the stone used for resting. He didn't know where they found it, but it was actually polished to the point that it looked like jade. Coupled with the simple and unadorned pillars and the carvings on them, which had already lost its color, if a scholar saw it, he would definitely compose a poem. Okay, listen to Xiao Bao. In the future, every 10 days or half a month, come and take a look. What's that called? Oh right, it's called the construction of spiritual civilization. Find a scholar to come and write a poem that suits the occasion. Put it in the brothel and the school. Zhang Zhong looked at the scenery in front of him and said to the guard beside him. The guard really did not understand the meaning behind it. Since the master had decided, it was enough to support it. The crowd continued to walk up. After turning a corner, a water bubble appeared in front of them. Oh, perhaps the people here had to call it a lake. From the position, it looked like the location of the mine. Zhang Zhong was puzzled. It was not strange to plant rice on the surface, but this lake was so easy to make. Why didn't it seep down? Amazing. It seemed that he had underestimated these people who stole the mine. The most amazing thing was not the lake, but the light boats in the lake. There were tourists on the lake, and the singing of female singers could be heard. Guan Guan Ju Jiao, in the river continent. A fair lady, a gentleman's good mate. The voice came from afar. Not to mention Zhang Zhong, even the guards knew what the song was. They were not sure if the song had just changed, or if the song had just started. Zhang Zhong listened for a while and looked for a while. He gave a few instructions to the guard beside him. The guard went forward and whispered to the guard leader. The group approached the lake. The people there seemed to have noticed the group and came over with a small boat. A person stood at the bow of the boat and bowed from afar. May I know which elegant scholar is on the shore? Can we board the boat for a chat? Who are you? You dare to alarm the provincial governor? Get out of here quickly. The head guard shouted as he put up a defensive posture. That person did not retreat. Instead, he let the boat come closer and said, Provincial governor? Do you have proof? Whoosh! An arrow flew over and hit the water in front of that person. This is the proof. If you come any closer, you will be killed. The guard leader warned as he put away the bow. After getting off the boat, he did not dare to continue forward. He turned around and retreated as fast as he could. The person on the boat did not speak anymore. The governor has been alarmed. Return to the residence. The guard leader shouted again. The group began to turn around. The rear group became the front group and slowly left. When the last person in the group disappeared from the mountain, the boat came to the shore as fast as it could. The person who spoke just now jumped down and ran along the side road without saying anything. Zhang Zhong returned to the place where there were vehicles and stopped beside them. Zhang Zhong entered another vehicle and turned around, quickly going down the mountain. After walking for about half a li, 10 people from the protection team were already waiting by the road. There were also 4 people who were tied up and gagged. The guard didn't ask any more questions and threw the 4 of them into another car. The whole group left the mountain as fast as they could. As for the other place that produced the marble, there was no need to go. It must have been processed by someone else using the same method. Let's go back. Zhang Zhong had achieved his goal. He ordered and leaned his head on the top of the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. The group stirred up a cloud of dust and disappeared. After an hour, The guard who interrogated the 4 people came to report that the 4 people were here to keep an eye on them. They wanted to know who stopped the oars halfway. It was not a big deal to lose the oars once, but they were afraid that they would be watched in the future. When Zhang Zhong rushed over after 2 days, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the courtyard with the 4 little guys skating. It could be said that they were skating. The ice surface was made of marble. It was not a waste at all. The 4 little guys sat on a cushion respectively. There were ropes connecting the front and back of the cushion. The people on both sides pulled back and forth, and the cushion kept moving on the marble floor. The children on the cushion seemed to like this feeling very much. They looked around and giggled. The 4 little guys were still young. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would have made 4 sets of protective clothing, which were knee pads, wrist pads, elbow pads, and helmet. He would also make a few pairs of roller skates. He would bring his younger siblings to roller skate. It would be a waste not to use the marble he picked up. Zhang Zhong also knew that it was not easy to process the stone, but he did not expect his son and daughter-in-law to do it so quickly. The marble surface was polished like a mirror. Xiaobao, come out. Father wants to talk to you. Zhang Zhong still had things to deal with. The 4 children had servant girls to play with, so there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to guard there. Father, what's wrong? Zhang Xiaobao asked curiously after he came out. Nothing. They built a lake. I don't know how they did it. It only took 2 or 3 days. They are quite skilled. Zhang Zhong told his son what he saw. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that there was a lake there, he did not think much of it. As long as there was enough manpower, it could be done even with buckets. He just thought that the other party was a bit stupid. Couldn't they just make a field? If they had to make a lake, how could it not seep? It was just a matter of how much seeped. Could it be that they were not going to dig again in the future? Otherwise, how much effort would it take to get the water out of the lake and then clean up the water in the mine? After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to his father, Father, I will give you a plan tomorrow. You just need to follow it. The focus is still on the people's livelihood. While the Zhang family was happy, some people were worried. The people in the government office of Xuzhou just found out that the copper and marble mines were being targeted. 4.5 days later, another piece of news made them worried. They never expected that Zhang Zhong would go there for no reason. Usually, there were people watching Zhang Zhong, but Zhang Zhong was always wandering around. Why would he go to Lake Tai on a whim? Even if the people watching were beaten to death, they would not be able to do anything. How dare they be lazy and think that Zhang Zhong was always wandering around? The county magistrate of Lake Tai, the magistrate of the state, and the military registrar had all arrived. They gathered at the top of the near the river restaurant. Even though the waiter served the dishes one after another, no one touched their chopsticks. Zhang Zhong's appearance was like a huge mountain pressing down on their hearts. My lords, what should we do? Are we not going to mine there anymore? The county magistrate of Lake Tai was in charge of that place, so he was the most worried. He asked the others first. The others did not want to push all the blame to the county magistrate of Lake Tai. After all, everyone came up with a plan together. Moreover, the county magistrate of Lake Tai did nothing wrong. He even sent people to scout ahead. Not to mention him, even if it was anyone else, they would not be able to avoid it. What they had to do now was to find a way to make up for it. The military registrar poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. He exhaled heavily and said, Fortunately, you have turned that place into a lake. After Zhang Zhong goes there to take a look, he will definitely think that the people we caught are lying. You did a good job, but the goods were taken by Zhang Zhong. In any case, we have been exposed. Zhang Zhong is not stupid. Even if he can't find it in that place, he will think that we are secretly mining somewhere else. It all depends on what he wants to do. If he wants to send troops there, he can only send troops. I think there will be some of his people in the troops. We can't hide. Yes, that's right. It seems that we will lose a lot of money. If Zhang Zhong sets his eyes on us, it will not only be a matter of losing money. If we don't do it well, we will lose our official positions. If Zhang Zhong catches us, we may not even be able to live. The military registrar of Lake Tai also said. He had long eyebrows. When he spoke, his eyebrows became 8 characters. Hearing his words, the county magistrate of Taihu Lake was the one who was most afraid. After all, He was directly in charge of that area. His sweat kept flowing out. In addition to the hot weather, after a while, his clothes were wet. He looked at the registrar with a pleading look and said, "Milord, you have to save this lowly one. Who knows where Zhang Zhong would go for no reason? Furthermore, he doesn't make a big fuss like the others. Instead, he just brings people over whenever he wants to. I have to get people to carry water every day, otherwise the lake would be gone." Humph. Zhang Zhong has only been an official for a few years. He has been promoted to such a position. Naturally, he can't be the same as others. What's more, the guards in his house are equipped with the best weapons. Even his horse is not ordinary. He is not afraid of being assassinated. If it were me, I would also dare to go out for a stroll. Since this has happened, we can only blame ourselves for using the wrong people. The people who were sent to monitor Zhang Zhong dared to be lazy. But it's useless. We have to kill them. This matter has to be solved. But this is also good. We can see Zhang Zhong's reaction. He has already been there once. If he comes to ask us, we won't be able to deny it. That's right. Immediately arrange for people to find a place to build a quarry. The stones are also part of the rent. The military registrar spoke at this time. In fact, he didn't have a better idea. If they were caught, it would be difficult to solve the matter. The other people also couldn't think of any other way. They could only continue to report this matter and see what the higher-ups said. They couldn't stop production. "Sir, can I continue to mine now?" "Oh, I have to spend a lot of money again." The county magistrate of Taihu County was distressed about the money. He used a few days to take a break. In the end, he spent more than 2,000 strings of coins. This was only because the local people could get some benefits. If he continued to mine, it would cost more than 2,000 strings of coins. Especially for the small lake, not only did he have to remove the water, but he also had to put in a lot of effort in the mine to continue mining. This money could only be paid by the people of Xuzhou. As a county magistrate, his position was the lowest. Naturally, he had to pay the most. It was estimated that he had to work for free for 6 months this year. The other people calculated differently from the county magistrate. They didn't calculate how much money they had to pay. They calculated the difference between the money they received and the money they took out if nothing happened. The military registrar didn't know if he should continue mining immediately to make up for the loss. He thought about it and said, "Don't worry. Wait for 10 days. If nothing happens, it won't be too late to start mining again. Someone will send you the news. What you need to do now is to watch the local people. It's best to give them more benefits. Don't let them leak the situation there. Otherwise, no one can protect you." "Yes, sir. Yes, my lord, I understand. I will go back and make the arrangements. I will definitely not let anyone speak of what happened over there. My lord, don't worry. I will definitely not be bad at using people." "Oh, my lord, I am not saying that you are bad at using people. No, I mean, I will wait and listen to my lord." The county magistrate of Taihu County suddenly realized that he had said something wrong when he was making his promise. The most fundamental reason this time was that the people who were watching Zhang Zhong thought that Zhang Zhong would go home after taking a stroll around the nearby area like before. In the end, they went to drink. When the matter came out, it was too late to say anything. After making his promise, the county magistrate of Taihu County saw that the other officials didn't say anything. He tactfully found an opportunity to leave and go back to make arrangements as soon as possible. He didn't want them to vent their anger on him. After he left, the rest of the people began to eat and drink slowly. The wine and dishes that they usually thought tasted good tasted like wax today. Even so, they still pretended to be calm and ate. "Sir, why don't we give Zhang Zhong some trouble and let him know how powerful we are? Fortunately, we'll give in on the mine. I've thought about it. We can poison the poultry and livestock raised by the people. As long as they die from the poison, Zhang Zhong will definitely be worried if he wants to let the people live a good life." The Secretary General put down his chopsticks and expressed his idea. 2 people nodded at the side, thinking that this was a good idea. However, the Secretary General sneered and said, "Are you trying to force Zhang Zhong to go against us? Maybe they've noticed something, or maybe he's still thinking. It's easy for you to poison, but how many people can you poison? It's useless if there's too little poison, but if there's too much poison, then Zhang Zhong will catch people. As long as he gives us away, we can't do anything to avoid suspicion. Sir, don't worry about this. Zhang Zhong won't be able to detect it. We'll act quickly and then run quickly. That way, he won't know who did it, the Secretary General added. If he doesn't know who did it, then how can he give in? Does he know who to give in to? Remind him from the side? Then the first people he'll deal with will be us, not the poultry and livestock raised by the people. Do you think he's a fool? He'll get rid of us first, then he can continue to let the people live a good life. The Secretary General glared at the Secretary General. He was usually very smart, so why was he acting like a fool now? After he said this, the others couldn't say anything else. The Secretary General took a breath and said, "Don't rush. It'll be troublesome if something goes wrong. Wait a moment and see what Zhang Zhong will do. Drink." Everyone could only listen to him. They all picked up the wine and drank it down, all of them looking worried. After waiting for 10 days, Zhang Zhong seemed to have forgotten about that matter and put all his energy into helping the people improve their standard of living. The Secretary General and the others felt that it was about time, so they ordered the county magistrate of Taihu County to start mining again. After another 2 days, when they thought that the matter was over for the time being, Zhang Zhong suddenly invited them to a banquet at his home. They were puzzled and tried to guess what Zhang Zhong meant. Before going to Zhang Zhong's home, which was the house behind the state capital, they gathered to discuss what would happen when Zhang Zhong invited them over. The Secretary General was pushed to the front. The Secretary General asked first, "Sir, what do you think Zhang Zhong wants to do this time? Is it about the mines, the people, or completely compromising with us so that he can get a share of the benefits?" "Are you dreaming? Get a share of the benefits? Don't you know how much money Zhang Zhong's family has?" "Yes, I don't know either, but I know that it's definitely more than the entire mine." "Would he care about that?" "It's probably about the people." The Secretary General couldn't guess it, but he had to say it. The news had already been sent up, but they hadn't arrived yet. The new orders from the higher-ups hadn't come down yet. He didn't have a pigeon to send him information. Even if he did, he couldn't use it. The pigeon flying back and forth was too obvious. However, he couldn't lose face. He could only find a reason to tell others to show his ability. "Sir, you're right. Zhang Zhong's family doesn't lack money. It's impossible that he wants to get a share of the benefits. It can't be about the mines either. Otherwise, wouldn't it be obvious? Besides, he doesn't have any evidence. It's probably about the people." The Secretary General quickly flattered at the side. They couldn't figure out why Zhang Zhong was looking for them, so they just casually said a few words. When the time came, it would be fine as long as they didn't match up. The 7 people came to the house at the back at noon. Ever since Zhang Zhong came over, they hadn't come here once. They didn't know what Zhang Zhong had done to his home, but they guessed that it wouldn't be too luxurious. Otherwise, once they left, there would be nothing left. It wouldn't be worth it to leave it for the next person. Usually, when a rich person took office, they would choose to buy a house in another place. Even if they left office, it would still be the property of their family. It was impossible to transfer it to others. After all, when they bought it with the identity of an official, the price would be cheap. Everyone knew this. But when they really entered the Zhang family's courtyard, they all felt that they didn't have eyes. It was really too beautiful. The ground and the road were all paved with bluestone. Beside it was yellow sand. There were also all kinds of beautiful flowers and plants. Even the big trees were moved in. It was a very magical thing to see them die. In addition to this, there were high mountains and flowing water. They didn't know how the water came up, but it flowed down from the rockery. There was a small pond at the bottom. In the pond, there were a few red fish swimming slowly. While the 7 people were shocked, no one thought that Zhang Zhong was stupid. He really wasn't stupid. It was because Zhang Zhong was rich and knew how to enjoy life. He didn't have to worry about being found trouble. The 7 people came in. Zhang Zhong personally welcomed them. The servant girls standing next to him were wearing the same clothes. This was nothing. The main thing was that the 2 rows of servant girls didn't look like servant girls. They were more elegant than some daughters of slightly wealthy families. People didn't dare to look at them directly to avoid offending them. Ability, real ability. The 7 people had the same feeling in their hearts. Previously, they looked down on Zhang Zhong, thinking that he had only been an official for a short time and wasn't the son of an aristocratic family. Now no one would think so. Then, they thought of the person who helped Zhang Zhong deal with the official affairs and were confused for a moment. How on earth did the Zhang family do it? The servant girls looked like the kind of people who were educated and polite. The male servants were also able to help with the official affairs. Could it be that the Zhang family found people from other places? Zhang Zhong didn't know what the 7 people were thinking, but he didn't have time to care. He was very happy today and was ready to fool people. Even though he was a high-ranking official, it was still a happy thing to have the opportunity to fool people. Following his directions, the crowd walked through one courtyard after another. Finally, they came to the courtyard that was paved with marble. It was actually the courtyard of the 4 little guys. It was needless to say how beautiful it was, especially in the center position. There was a 3-story structure, small building. Sit. Everyone sit. I've troubled you a lot. Today's weather is warm, so we can drink and have fun in the courtyard. Zhang Zhong said to the 7 people with a smile. He sat at the head of the table. Immediately, someone served tea and snacks. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to eat. The 7 people originally thought that they would be able to eat in the main hall. They didn't expect that they would be arranged to eat in a very remote courtyard. They had no intention of entering the house at all. As for what Zhang Zhong said about the weather being warm, there was no need to mention it. It was always warm, and they were sweating non-stop. It was summer. The judicial military officer was dissatisfied. He took a sip of the tea. It tasted good, but it couldn't dispel his anger of not being able to eat in the house. Thus he said, "Sir, why don't we find a better place? This humble official doesn't think that this place is small. I'm sure we can find it." What? Zhang Zhong's face darkened when he heard this. Is it unfair for military officer Fan to stay here? Do you know where this place is? If I didn't invite you all here, normal people wouldn't even think of coming in. Look at that house. It's where my family and the 4 youngest children of the Wang family live. If others want to come here, it's a dream. What if they bring in their illness? Look at the things in the courtyard. They're inlaid with gold and silver. Even the ground is made of marble. Do you want me to lead you to that small house? Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the 7 people were shocked. They began to look around the courtyard. It was just as Zhang Zhong said. It looked simple, but they had never seen anything that was casually taken out. They could only guess how it was used, let alone how much it was worth. They looked at the small 3-story house. There really were 4 children crawling back and forth inside. One of the little girls had even climbed to the 1st floor. She pushed open the small door on the 1st floor and stuck her head out to look at the people curiously. She was a little afraid of strangers. She whispered a few words and then shrunk her head back to close the door. In addition, the windows were made of glass that had just been sold in the capital at a very high price. The 7 people didn't dare to be picky in this regard. The cute appearance of the children, the decorations of the small house, and the various layouts here, it was just as Zhang Zhong said. There was no place more noble than this courtyard. The judicial military attaché who had just spoken was frightened. His eyes were fixed on the 3-story house. Through the glass, he could see what kind of carpet was laid out inside. The entire house was worth no less than 50,000 strings of coins. Sir, don't be angry. It's all because attaché Fan has seen little of the world. How could he understand the benefits of this courtyard? Sir, actually let us stay in the place of your son and young wife. It can be seen how much importance Sir places on us. Attaché Fan, why haven't you apologized to Sir? The military attaché further understood what it meant to be rich and overbearing. If the entire courtyard, the house, and all kinds of strange things were added together, it definitely exceeded 100,000 strings of coins. Which family's children could enjoy such treatment? Even the palace couldn't. Even the crown prince's grandson couldn't spend 100,000 strings of coins to let the children have a place to play. It was impossible to sleep in the courtyard at night, right? The judicial military attaché was like the little girl just now. He was so scared that he didn't dare to look directly at Zhang Zhong. He lowered his head and said, "Sir, please don't lower yourself to the same level as me. It's okay. To be honest, the ground here originally wasn't paved with marble. A few days ago, I was interested and went outside for a walk. As a result, I found a lot of marble. It's just right for the children to play with. It's very interesting to slide around on it." Before the judicial military attaché could finish his apology, Zhang Zhong interrupted him and pointed to the marble on the ground. The 7 people were just calculating how much the courtyard cost. When they heard Zhang Zhong's words, their hearts jumped. What did he mean? Marble? Was this the marble that should be taken away but was left behind by Zhang Zhong? Did he mention the marble to talk about something? How should they deal with it? The 7 people didn't know what to say for a while. They were afraid. They were afraid that Zhang Zhong would directly ask people to arrest them. Although Zhang Zhong's children were not far away, how could they go over to threaten Zhang Zhong? It was obvious that if they really rushed over, they would definitely be shot into hedgehogs. Since Zhang Zhong dared to put the place in the children's courtyard, he would naturally make the corresponding preparations. Did he deliberately want them to rush over? Then he would have an excuse to kill. The 7 people didn't know what to say. They could only look at Zhang Zhong and listen to him. Zhang Zhong looked very happy when he saw the 7 people's faces. It was fun. It was really fun. He knew that he had given them enough pressure, so he said, "Although the decoration of my house is good, I'm not happy at all. What's the use of having a good family? The people in Xuzhou have a good life. Sir is really a good official. We are not as good as you, but we can help the people live a good life. We will definitely listen to Sir. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we will not fear it." The registrar carefully followed Zhang Zhong's words. He really didn't know what Zhang Zhong wanted to do. Zhang Zhong nodded solemnly. If everyone can think this way, this official's heart will feel much better. In fact, this official knows that as long as the people follow that set of methods to raise poultry and livestock, they will be able to earn more money. But what's the use? In order to let the people live a better life, His Majesty specially built a pear garden. Local officials like us should be considerate of His Majesty. I wonder if anyone has a way to let the people of Xuzhou have as many happy things as the people of the capital? Zhang Zhong's words made the 7 people even more confused. What did he mean? Could it be that he also wanted to build a pear garden in Xuzhou? Sure. Thus the registrar said, "Sir, do you want to build a pear garden? Sir, we are willing to help you build a pear garden." The other 6 people also nodded, looking like they were really going to work hard. "Sir, perhaps we can build a pear garden in each county of this province so that the people can go and take a look when they have free time." The registrar also agreed. Zhang Zhong felt very good. He finally understood what Old Man Pai meant when he said that subordinates couldn't figure out the thoughts of their superiors. Seeing that the 7 people were waiting for him to speak, Zhang Zhong shook his head and said, "No, now is not the time. We can only start with small things, such as poetry." This official went to Lake Tai a few days ago and found that there is a good mountain there. The scenery is beautiful and there is a lake. Chapter 561. The county magistrate of Taihu County had just found someone to clean up the water in the lake and half of the mine. Just as he was about to start production again, a letter arrived on a fast horse, causing him to stand on the mountaintop in a daze. "Grandmother, what were you doing earlier? Who's paying for this? Who's paying for this? Stop draining the water. Block it up. Once you're done, bring the water back. Hurry up, it's going to be too late." The county magistrate of Taihu County held the letter in his trembling hands and roared loudly. Aggrieved, it was really too aggrieved. Others just came over and he had to spend a lot of money. Who could he blame? Whoever sent people to slack off should be held responsible. Why did he have to do all the hard work? The commoners were obedient and did as they were told. After all, they were paid and were not afraid of working for nothing. They understood that if they were paid more, it wasn't just their wages. There was also money to keep their mouths shut. When they heard the new order, they started to work hard to block the entrance of the mine. They also brought buckets of water over. This time, they were more familiar with it and were faster than the previous time. After the county magistrate of Taihu County was aggrieved for a while, he endured the depression in his heart. He still had to find people to attend to the provincial governor. At the very least, he had to make a few decent scenic spots for people to compose poems about. It was another sum of money. He could not expect the provincial governor to give him this money. There was never such a rule. If he had to rely on his salary, his family would have starved to death. "Zhang Zhong, oh Zhang Zhong, how can you let people live? You're here to clean people up. You can't be greedy. If you're not greedy, you won't have the money to attend to the provincial governor. Then why do you have to come here? Your family is rich, but you have to think about other people's lives. The county magistrate of Taihu County mumbled and took out money from his family to decorate. Other than the scenic spots, he also had to take care of the food and wine. He also had to repair the roads and find people to attend to the provincial governor. Which of these did not cost money? He wanted to leave the yamen but did not dare to do so. Zhang Zhong was here to collect taxes. He could not touch the books. He could not afford to live anymore. Zhang Zhong didn't care about what others thought. Normally, as long as he increased the rental tax, he would be able to earn more than 150,000 strings of cash this year and next year. Even if he completed the mission, he wouldn't think about leaving. However, Li Sun's fief was here. If he didn't help him deal with the local officials, it would be difficult for him to do things in the future. Today, this official delayed the government affairs. Tomorrow, another official came looking for trouble. Li Sun really couldn't handle it. Furthermore, if he still allowed others to secretly mine the two mines, Li Sun would become a laughingstock. Outsiders were allowed to meddle in his own territory. It was no longer a matter of money. It was also because of this that Zhang Zhong decided to deal with all the people who needed to be dealt with. Those who had connections would be moved to another place, and those who had no connections would either have to obediently compromise or be removed from office. Early the next morning, in order to make this matter seem grand, Zhang Zhong and Wang family's people moved. Only the yamen runners from the prefectural government were left to patrol outside the courtyard. They did not allow others to enter. Not a single person from the Zhang family and Wang family was left. Zhang Zhong did not believe that the yamen runners would dare to have any bad ideas. When the 7 people from the military registrar brought the other officials and attendants to prepare, the Zhang family and Wang family's group appeared. Just like when they arrived, they were majestic. The entire group stretched out for 2 li from the beginning to the end. It was not an ordinary style. In particular, the aura that the people from the inner courtyard exuded made people not dare to look directly at them. In addition, there were men and women wearing clothes of the same color. Even if no one was sounding the gong to clear the street still appeared very quiet. The commoners were curious, but they were not disgusted. One reason was because they were used to the style of officials. Another reason was that they understood whose family this was. Since they were Governor Zhang's family, they had to be treated differently. Governor Zhang was a good person. He had found new ways to make money for them. Furthermore, such a group was very eye-catching. As soon as the group left the city, the bodyguards unsheathed their sabers and readied their bows and urged their horses to gallop back and forth. In the group, there were also a few lookouts supported by carriages. The 4 people on the lookouts each held a clairvoyance and looked into the distance. The lookouts were more eye-catching, but the most eye-catching thing was a house in the middle of the group. It had a total of 3 floors. Each floor was not tall, but when all 3 floors were added together, it was not short. There were beautiful decorations on the roof and transparent glass windows. From time to time, a child's curious head would appear near the glass windows. He looked around and occasionally said a few words from his mouth. The military registrar and the others had already seen it once. At that time, the house was still on the ground. At this moment, there were several large wheels underneath. It was not a big deal that there were wheels. What was most surprising was that when other carriages passed by a large ditch, they would shake and make clanging sounds. When they passed by this house, it was as if they were passing by a small pit. They did not even shake much, let alone hear any sounds. Upon closer inspection, they realized that this car house was different from the other carriages. The wheels at the bottom were different from other wheels. In the middle, there was a thick iron bar connecting the outer ring. The outer ring was not made of wood or iron, and there were no rivets. It was not clear what it was exactly. They only saw that when they encountered a pit, the wheels of other carriages would directly crash into it. However, the moment the wheels of this house hit a stone or pit, they seemed to be able to change their shape a little with Wei Wei. All the force of the collision was eliminated because of Wei Wei's change of shape. At least, it was not as obvious as other carriages. What was even more surprising was that when they encountered a small slope, other carriages would lean back, but this house would slowly adjust itself to the slope. When they leaned back, the back of the house would tilt up. The more they leaned back, the greater the tilt would be. When they leaned back, the front of the house would tilt up again. It kept the house flat all the time. It was really amazing. It was definitely the most comfortable to stay inside. There were so many carriages in the group, but only this house with wheels had such a shape. Even Zhang Zhong's car could not enjoy this. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had specially done for their younger siblings. The tires were made of various kinds of gum, and the inner tube was also made of several layers of shark foam glue. It was naturally better than other carriages when it was inflated. As for why the house would change during the process of climbing and descending, it was because of dynamic balance. When the center of gravity of the entire house changed, there would immediately be mercury flowing in it, which would drive the force of the lever, causing the house to change its center of gravity in the opposite direction. Finally, it would achieve balance. If it was placed on a fast carriage, such a simple equipment would not have any effect at all. However, the moving speed of the house was not fast. It could not reach the level of dozens of kilometers per hour. The simple equipment was enough to support the balance adjustment. At the place where the wheels in the house were connected, there were steel shock absorbers. The 4 children in the house received the least vibration. Of course, they did not know what they were enjoying. All of them were very excited to be able to come out and see the scenery, and they laughed cheerfully from time to time. The adults of the Zhang family and the Wang family did not have any intention of stopping Xiaobao and Wang Wan from doing what they were doing. They left the best for their children. Moreover, the carriage they were in could not achieve dynamic balance. The consequence of being too simple was that the equipment was relatively large. Unless the carriage was made as big as the house, it would be fine. Outsiders did not know the principle of the house's shock absorber, nor did they know why it could be adjusted back and forth, but this did not prevent them from being shocked. If a country's cutting-edge military strength showed the country's comprehensive strength, then the house of the 4 children told everyone how powerful the Zhang family was. Therefore, when they were on the road, all the people near the house could not help but look at the house. One was because they were amazed, and the other was because the 4 children were very cute. As long as you made a face or something to them, they would smile back at you. If someone could enter the house, they would find that it was very comfortable to stay in the house. No matter how cold or hot the outside changed, the inside of the house was almost the same. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the temperature in the house was basically between 23 and 27 degrees. When it was hot, there would be a cool breeze in the interlayer, and when it was cold, there would be a hot breeze in the interlayer. The cool breeze was produced by blowing ice, and the hot breeze was produced by putting lime in water. This required people to personally adjust it, and it was far from being automated. The measuring tool was a mercury thermometer, which was not very accurate. The boiling point was easy to grasp, but the freezing point was not. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only try to mix water and ice equally. Then they used this temperature as 0 degrees. It was impossible to make it so accurate, but it was still within the general range. Because it was not accurate, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan let people set the temperature in the house between 23 and 27 degrees, and the average was 25 degrees. As long as the thermometer was out, it was fine. As for how much glass was damaged and how many times it was tested, it was not a problem for the 2 of them to consider. This was the work of a craftsman, to achieve a certain success in a failed experiment. During the day, the house of the little ones had become the focus of the group. However, at night, the light bulbs in the house were no longer the focus, but the fear. All along, there had only been torches, bonfires, oil lamps, and wax. Since when had there been such a beautiful thing that didn't emit fire? In the house of the children, there was a light bulb in the hall of the 3rd floor. Outside the house, there were people who were stepping on something. If they stepped faster, the light bulb would be brighter. If they stepped slower, the light bulb would be dimmer. If they did not step on it, it would be extinguished. 5 or 6 people were found in the inner courtyard, and each of them took turns to step on it for half an hour. Slowly they got used to the speed so that the light bulb was always at a relatively stable brightness. This was the invention of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the first 2 days. The light bulb was made of bamboo charcoal wire, and the outside was blown-out glass. The air inside was extracted as much as possible, and then it was sealed. The 2 of them were not ready to reach Edison's level at once, and they did not expect to burn for thousands of hours. It was enough to burn for a day. They could improve slowly. This was the advantage of standing on the shoulders of giants. Knowing the process and direction of development of things, there was no need to take detours. Although there were many aspects of electricity that could not be controlled, after all, when the light was on, it was progress. With a direction, it could be left to others to study. The little ones were the first to enjoy this treatment. Except for the light bulbs used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they were the first to shine in front of outsiders. When the others were drooling, Zhang Zhong was the first to react. He shouted to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sitting outside the house reading books with the help of the light from their younger brother and sister. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, come here. The adults have something to ask. Dad, what's the matter? Zhang Xiaobao closed the book and came to the two adults with Wang Wan. He asked knowingly. What's that? Zhang Zhong pointed at the light bulb and asked. Light, it's on. Zhang Xiaobao answered honestly. What's it for? Zhang Zhong asked again. It's for the younger brother and sister. Otherwise, what can we do? Candles? That won't do. Although there are certain things in the house that can set fire, once the candles burn, it will be difficult to breathe. Don't worry about this, it won't easily catch fire, and it won't affect breathing. Zhang Xiaobao's reason was very good, and it was also the case. The reason why he and Wang Wan took it out early was for their younger brother and sister to use. If they always looked at the candles, the children would not be able to adjust themselves, and it was easy for them to be nearsighted. The sooner they made the light, the sooner they could solve this hidden danger. When Zhang Zhong heard his son's answer, he turned to look at the other 7 people of the 2 families, meaning that it was indeed the case. If there was a need, Xiaobao and Cuckoo would immediately make the corresponding thing. Everything was the kind of existence that defied the natural order. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? When they made the cement, it was to strengthen the seawall. When they made the glass, it was to reduce the damage to the eyes of the people who burned the cement. When they made the tires and dynamic balance, it was to make the little ones less bumpy. Now, they once again made such a dazzling thing for their younger brother and sister. It seemed that their younger brother and sister held a considerable weight in their hearts. Many things, including this house, were made for the 4 little ones. For example, the marble floor was made for the convenience of the little ones when they slid back and forth on it. Too much, too much. For the 4 of them, how could the 2 of you? How could the 2 of you? Why didn't you say anything in advance? It was so scary. Zhang Zhong pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, wanting to say something, but found that he could not organize his words. Zhang Xiaobao snickered in his heart, but said, Dad, why didn't you say anything? Didn't you say a few days ago that Cuckoo and I were going to make something bright for Xiaobei and the others? You still said so, then hurry up and do it. You said this last time? The bright thing is some kind of a lamp? Zhang Zhong recalled. He did say that before, but who would have thought that the bright thing was something that should not appear in the mortal world? There was also that thing called a thermometer, which could be used by Pomegranate and Xiao Hong. It could also be used in the little one's house, so that the temperature inside would always be within a certain range. When one put their head in to feel, it would be very comfortable. No wonder the little ones were not willing to come out. It was so good to be in home. It was not cold, not hot. Zhang Zhong really did not know what to say to his son and daughter-in-law. Good things should be given to the younger brother and sister first. The 3rd pin officer's car did not say that it would not be so bumpy when crossing ditches, and it would not lean back when going uphill. The little ones only went to enjoy it. How could they know that the thing they were using did not belong to this mortal world? Okay, what else is there to say? In the future, make more of these lights and put them in the house to brighten it up. Jiang Wang clan saw that Zhang Zhong wanted to find an excuse to talk about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so she was immediately dissatisfied. She helped him and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Go read your books. Don't worry about your dad. Your dad is envious of the good things that Xiaobei and the others have. He's already an adult, but he's still competing with the children. I'm not. Okay, don't say any more. Go, this light is really beautiful. Before Zhang Zhong could explain, Jiang Wang clan interrupted him and waved her hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to reading. In fact, the 2 of them wanted to see how the light was like. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't have it easy either. Their children are born in rich families, but our Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have to help their families at such a young age. When they grow up, we have to talk to them about the current situation. Without their older brothers and sisters, they wouldn't be able to live such good lives. Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law had left, Jiang Wang clan complained to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong sighed. I'm not talking about them. I'm just worried that they will make too many heaven-defying things and shorten their lifespan. Look at that light. Is it something that should appear in the mortal world? Do you think that I don't know? Now that people are kicking it, it means that in the future we can use wind and water to make that thing turn. I've also learned quite a bit now. Anything that requires manpower and animals to do can be replaced by wind and water. If I'm not wrong, a river will be specially drawn from the backyard of the manor to light up this lantern. Isn't this heaven-defying? How much does it cost to light candles? With this light, it's just a little bit of glass. It's not like you don't know what glass is made of. It's much cheaper than wax. The cost of this light is basically the cost of a stick of wax, or even less. Just put it in the water and it will save a lot of money. I'm worried about such a heaven-defying thing. We can't let anything happen to Xiaobao and Xueqi because of these 4 little guys. If we don't have to do it in the future, then we shouldn't do it. Don't other children live well without this thing? Jiang Wang clan and the other family members finally understood that Zhang Zhong was worried about Xiaobao and Xueqi. That's right, if this family suddenly lost 2 sensible children, or little immortals, one day, they didn't dare to imagine what would happen. Even if the days were tough, they couldn't let the 2 children be struck by lightning. Yes, the 2 children weren't afraid of lightning and had lightning rods. Even the house was equipped with lightning rods. What if the heavens thought of another way? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did as Zhang Zhong said. They sat outside the house and thought about how to use water to replace manpower. The best way was to specially draw a river in the manor. The 2 of them were very troubled about how to change the voltage. Although it was easy to generate electricity, it was difficult to make a transformer. Wang Wan couldn't make that thing. Moreover, electricity could only be generated and used at the same time. It couldn't be stored. Wang Wan only knew that the battery seemed to have sulfuric acid and lead plates. As for the specifics, she didn't know how to use them. In this regard, the 2 of them couldn't even compare to a person who repaired cars all year round. With that kind of experienced person, he could make the battery, voltage regulator, and transformer himself. Look, they're not sleepy. They like to stay in bright places. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the place on the 2nd floor. The 4 little guys were crowded in the hall, snatching and throwing the toys in front of them. Especially Xiaobei, she was like a little tyrant. She snatched whatever others played with. After she got it, she threw it in her hand and continued to snatch it when she saw others playing with something else. She repeated it endlessly. No one knew what she wanted to play. Or rather, she just wanted to snatch other people's things to play with. When they're tired, they can sleep. We'll see when the time comes. If they really can't, we'll carry them out. Actually, it's better to sleep in the house. There are so many people now and it's lively, so they don't want to sleep. How fortunate. If only we had a house like this when we were 1 year old. Wang Wan waved her hand at her younger brother who was lying on the window. The little guy chuckled and called out, "Sister." His saliva flowed out. If we let you live in such a house when we were 1 year old, you wouldn't live in it. You're not a real child. Zhang Xiaobao opened the window and wiped the little guy's mouth. He stuffed him back to play with the other 3. I'm talking about the past. Then you've forgotten when you grew up. Who could let you live in such a house in the past? Just the cashmere carpet inside is enough to buy a small villa. This is genuine and pure cashmere, not fake cashmere with soft leather and coarse hair. Coupled with this kind of agar-wood frame, even a seaside villa has come out. Keep your voice down. Don't let our family hear you. Only you can do such a thing. After wandering in the Sherwan Mountains for so long, you cut down a lot of big agar-wood. Then you tell our family that it's mahogany. It's not much. It's not much. You didn't use money to buy it at all. Other people take a small piece, either to make medicinal herbs or as incense. It's already precious enough. You're good. You used it to build a house. It's fine if others don't know. Didn't you see the look in your mother's eyes every time she saw this house? She even helped you hide it. I don't dare to say that it's expensive. Wang Wan really didn't know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. She did whatever she wanted. Big agar-wood was hard to find. Usually, a small piece was very expensive. She didn't go to the Sherwan Mountains in vain. She found it and came back to build a house for her younger siblings. Fortunately, she pasted a layer of colored paper on the outermost surface. Otherwise, how could others not see it? especially Zhang Xiaobao's mother. She had seen everything. When it was just built, she found something wrong at first sight. She followed the lie and said that it was mahogany. Even if I cut it down, I'll still plant it. This is the wealth left for the little guys. If they need it one day, I'll let them break down the house they played in when they were young. Selling the wood can guarantee a lifetime of wealth. It smells really good. It's time to put other spices on the outside. In the future, try not to take it out and let more people see it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he did. It was not a waste to give it to his younger siblings. It was better than burning it. While the two of them were chatting, a sensible official who accompanied them outside roasted some hoof tendons and brought them over. Accompanied by the guards, he handed the hoof tendons to the Zhang and Zhong families with a smile on his face and said, "Brother Zhang, this is the Zhang and Zhong families. I just roasted the hoof tendons. It's chewy and not stuffed. It's just right for the young master and his wife. The children in my family eat this." Chapter 562. Everyone had a good time that night. Even the officials who were hostile to Zhang Zhong didn't go to bed until very late. After all, it was rare to have such a lively night, not to mention that it was under the atmosphere of a bonfire. None of the officials dared to casually comment on Zhang Zhong's good or bad. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the house. Some were contemplative, some were curious, and some wanted to own it. However, none of the officials could figure out what the glowing thing was. Similarly, they couldn't figure out why the house could move on its own. Everyone only understood one thing, and that was that the Zhang family and the Wang family valued the four children very much. They didn't eat anything given by outsiders, and they didn't use any toys given by outsiders. Someone suggested that they make clothes for them, but that suggestion was also rejected. When they were sleeping that night, the judicial military supervisor even suggested kidnapping the four children to threaten Zhang Zhong. Without a doubt, that idea was vetoed by the other people in the same tent. If they really dared to kidnap the children, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, it wouldn't be a simple matter of dealing with Zhang Zhong. If they failed or succeeded, they would have to face the Zhang family's pursuit. There was absolutely no doubt that the Zhang family wouldn't use any official means to solve this matter. The worried people were very satisfied with the food. Even the 7 people who had eaten at Zhang Zhong's house yesterday and didn't taste anything had to admit that the cooks at Near the River restaurant were far inferior to the cooks at Zhang Zhong and the Wang family. They could make the simplest dish with the most complicated method, and they could also make the most difficult dish with the simplest method. Even the barbecue was different from other places. The meat skewers that were made without lamb were so tender. When they asked what they put in, the cooks refused to say. It was a secret. Everyone slept through the night with their own thoughts and woke up early the next morning. Under the leadership of the judicial military supervisor, everyone ate very slowly. When they set off, they couldn't move faster. Zhang Zhong understood that this was to buy time for Mountain Lake Village. After all, they had just removed the lake, and it would be even more difficult to build a new one. The soaked ground was too muddy. Zhang Zhong did not rush them. It was like bringing the two families on a trip together. Wang Wan's father also received the corresponding courtesy. He was a 4th-rank official after all. Even if he was dismissed, he was still an official. At the very least, his wife also received the title of a 4th-rank imperial lady. The most direct benefit was the salary. Another benefit was that they would be treated differently when they were in court. The large group of people and horses moved forward slowly. The slow little ones occasionally came down and ran with the group. When they passed by the small river, they could even play by the side for a while. Since no one was in a hurry, they would just drag it out. In the end, it took them 7 days to arrive at their destination. The county magistrate of Taihu County had already finished all the preparations and brought a group of people to welcome them. Apart from the officials, there were also scholars who could accompany them and recite poems. Compared to Lu Zhou, Xu Zhou was indeed much better. At the very least, those who could enter the school were not people Lu Zhou could compare to. They had already known about this mission in advance. In advance, each of them had prepared a few poems that they thought were good enough to avoid embarrassing themselves at the crucial moment. The official matters were handled by Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were free, so they took their younger brothers and sisters to wander around. Even a weaved insect made of grass was enough for the four little ones to play with for half a day. Not to mention, they rarely had the chance to play outside in the past. The four little ones had a slightly older brother, who was Zhang Zhong's adopted son. He rarely came out to play and was sick. Perhaps it had something to do with the different soil and water in Lu Zhou's place. It should be caused by the difference in the physique of the people in the north and the south. In a deeper sense, it was genetic. That was to say, the medical standards of the Zhang family and Wang family were slightly better than the people here. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would have died. For example, when the people in the north were sent to Lingnan Road, many of them died on the way. After recuperating for a while, he could occasionally come out for a while, mainly to let him bask in the sun more. The excuse of coming here was to build a spiritual civilization in Xuzhou. What they did was to go on a scenic tour. Hundreds of people did not take cars but walked up the mountain on foot. At this moment, Zhang Zhong finally showed his ability. Occasionally, he would stop to write a poem or take out a classic sentence from a book he had read. Although Zhang Zhong became the top scorer through tricks, that was because of the actual situation. However, Zhang Zhong himself was not bad. He also studied hard for many years in a slightly rich family to get to where he was. At this moment, when he spoke, many people around him who wanted to echo him felt it was difficult. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about this kind of thing. The two of them led the people in the inner courtyard to carry the four little guys up the mountain with poles. Every time they encountered something edible, they would pick a little, wash it, and feed it to the four little guys. There was both sour and sweet. It was also a personal experience of life. Especially the bitter mountain vegetables, which were eaten by the common people as vegetables. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's time, it was a good thing. Now, as long as people could think of a way, they would not eat wild vegetables. The consequence of eating salted wild vegetables was that the food consumption was very large, and there was no oil and water. When everyone climbed to the top of a mountain, there was a lake in front of them as far as the eye could see. It was bigger than when Zhang Zhong came a few days ago. There was even a running water leading to the lake. It was unknown how much effort the county magistrate of Taihu County had put in. In addition to the lake, there were also the boats that the county magistrate of Taihu County found. They were not big, and each boat could not hold more than 5 or 6 people. Those with enough status would go on the boat to play, while those who were not could only watch from the shore, find things to do, and chat in groups of 3 or 5. Xiao Bei, the youngest of the 4 little guys, was sick from eating too much sour food. After being fed some green onions and being smoked, his eyes turned red. When he saw others getting on the boat, he pointed at the lake and shouted, "Boat, boat!" over and over again. The boat had already left the shore and been rowed away. Where could he find a boat for her? Besides, that was where the adults did things, so he could not get involved now. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the house in the middle of the mountain. If he really wanted to, he could push the house into the water. As soon as this idea came out, it was rejected by Zhang Xiaobao. It was not suitable to reveal too many things now. He reckoned that the news of this house would spread to Beijing very soon. It seemed that he had to make 2 houses for Beijing according to the little guys. Of course, it was impossible to give them a house made of agarwood. It was not a matter of money, but wood was not easy to find. The glass windows were simple, and he could just buy some cheap carpets. If they wanted fine cashmere carpets, they could buy them themselves. He could give them a few wheels and let the Ministry of Works study them. It was not a big deal to hand over the mercury dynamic balance. The production cost was too high. He only told them the principle and did not provide them with the real thing. While Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about this, Wang Wan went to the lake to take a look. The water was very clear, and the temperature was suitable. She gave a look to some of the members of Team Zero who stayed on the shore. 8 of them changed into swimsuits and jumped in. After swimming up and down in the water for a while, they popped their heads out and nodded to Wang Wan on the shore. Wang Wan then put on swimming trunks for the 4 little guys and threw a life buoy into the water for them to play with. "Put on your swimsuits. We'll also go down to play. Let's see if someone wants to kill the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan when he saw his younger brother and sister paddling happily in the water. This was also an opportunity for others to attack them. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to deal with others. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went into the water, there were 2 places on the lake that were lively. One was Zhang Zhong's boat, and the other was naturally the small water area where the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family played. People who did not know the situation inside would really think that this was a very harmonious scene. Xuzhou was a pier on the side of the Yangtze River. At this time, there were many people moving things from the boat here. They all looked a little happy, but also a little unfamiliar with the environment. Two old men ignored the busy people and walked slowly along the road that led to Xuzhou from the pier. One of the two old men looked at the surrounding scenery and said to the other old man next to him, "Longzhe, this place doesn't look so rich now. The Zhang family hasn't completely freed up their hands. Besides, this place is far from the place where the people live. It's not worth spending money around the pier immediately. When the people live better, they can build the road here. At this time, they are already building it. They have a lot of people, and they don't lack money. It's estimated that by this winter, they will be able to build the main road from the provincial capital to the counties. Then, they will build this place for convenient transportation. You have just come from the capital, so naturally, you will feel that this place is not as good as the capital. But, Xuzhou is already good enough. If you have seen Luzhou, you will understand the difference between the two places. When I went to Luzhou, what I saw was not bad. At least, the Zhang family has built the road there. But, when you pass by Lianzhou, you will know the situation in Luzhou. This matter can't be rushed. The imperial court doesn't know when the road will be built, and there is no edict to ask Zhang to build the road. The imperial court cares about this year's tax. Since you are here, don't worry about it. Take care of yourself. I have thought it through. As long as I am alive, there is hope." The old man called Longzhe looked much better than the old man who spoke first. The old man who spoke first not only had many age spots on his face, but also many wrinkles and a lot of hair loss. Moreover, he gave people the feeling that his eyes would only be lively at certain special times. Usually, they were so cloudy. After hearing Longzhe's words, the old man did not say much about this issue. He sniffed the smell of the soil here and said, "Yes, it is good to be alive, but people can't do more things when they are alive. What's the difference between that and a walking corpse? I have resigned, but my heart can't rest. I have to do something. Fortunately, you came early. Otherwise, I might be buried in the soil. Yuanji, you are wrong to think so. Even if I don't go, I think you will be fine. It is just a small illness. When we meet Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, we will ask them to make a special diet for you. Take care of your body and live a few more years. See how the people of Tang live a good life." Old man Longzhe comforted the person he called Yuanji. After he finished speaking, he sighed again. Perhaps it was because he felt that he was too old. He really wanted to live a few more years, especially when he saw with his own eyes how the Zhang family gave good lives to the people everywhere they went. Old Yuanji nodded and said, "Then try your best to live. It is a good opportunity to see the means of the masters of the Zhang family and see what other things they can do. Tell people to hurry up. I also want to see if the two children you praise to the heavens are so smart. Well, when the time comes, one more person to teach one more ability. But I don't know how the people of Xuzhou will deal with the Zhang family this time. It is reasonable to say that the rent tax should be higher every year, but now it is lower every year. If Zhang can't raise the rent tax this year, the people in the imperial court will definitely look down on him." Old Longzhe looked at old Yuanji and said with a trace of worry in his eyebrows. Old Yuanji smiled. How could he not know what Longzhe meant? "I just came here, and there are many things I don't understand. It depends on the ability of the Zhang family. Unless there is no other choice, you can just treat me as an idle person. Raising the rent tax to 150,000 strings of coins a year is difficult for other people, but for the Zhang family, no one will think it is too much. After all, he has done so many things." As the two were talking, the people unloading the goods behind them were almost done. A carriage came and waited for the two to get on. The carriage began to speed up in the direction of the provincial capital of Xuzhou. Time flew while they were traveling. When the water was cold, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had not encountered any danger, carried their younger brother and sister to the shore again. The people on the boat began to return, preparing to find a place to sleep in the mountains tonight. Zhang was really playing. He had not been like this for a long time. Today he did not care why he was here, but he could play to his heart's content. At night, the county magistrate of Taihu County prepared a sumptuous feast. When he saw a few hundred people eating there, He felt his heart ache. This was all money, and he couldn't just use ordinary dishes to deal with it. He didn't even need to think about it if he didn't have the 1,000 strings of coins for this meal. The military counselor and the others wouldn't pay for this meal. It was a matter of course for a lower official to entertain a higher official. As for where the money came from, the higher official would not ask. Anyway, when there was a problem in checking the account, the higher official would look for the lower official. There was no fairness. After Zhang Zhong and the others and their families had rested, the county magistrate of Taihu County found the registrar and the others. He was anxious. Because of Zhang Zhong, he lost a batch of goods and was delayed for so many days. Every day, he lost a lot of money. Even if he did not get a lot of money, the pressure from above was great. Obviously, something happened to the registrar, but in the end, he had to bear the responsibility. He said that he did not choose the right route when he was transporting the goods. There was only one route and it was to be taken at night. How could he choose? Was he supposed to take the field in the middle of the night? Or climb the mountain? Thinking about it was just thinking about it. He still had to explain the matter clearly. When the county magistrate of Taihu County arrived at the tent where the registrar and the others were, the 7 of them were drinking tea and chatting. They did not seem to be anxious at all. Only the county magistrate of Taihu County was anxious. Seeing the 7 of them drinking poorly, the county magistrate of Taihu County felt his heart ache again. This was tea bought from the Zhang family. Zhang Zhong had not done anything when he came to Xuzhou, but he had brought the Chamber of Commerce here to sell things. This tea was part of the goods. Although it was expensive, not everyone could buy it. It was very rare. When the county magistrate of Taihu County bought this tea to welcome Zhang Zhong, he was really impressed. He thought that he should also have a shopping center at home. If he sold food and drinks, even if they were not delicious, he could go to the villages below to have a look. Then, he would specially mention this food and drink on the way. His subordinates would have to arrange for the food and drink. Even if the price was high, they would have to bear with it. The tea that was bought now was very expensive. They even had to use a silver scale to weigh it. A sip of tea would cost dozens of copper coins. Although this was what he thought in his heart, the county magistrate of Taihu County did not show it on his face. He greeted the 7 of them with a smile and asked about their discomfort with concern. He meant that he wanted to find a few women to serve the 7 of them. When he asked, the county magistrate was a little nervous. He was afraid that the 7 of them would really agree. Then, he would have to fork out a lot of money. Now, the person he was most grateful to was Zhang Zhong. At least, when Zhang Zhong came, he had already told people in advance that he did not want to be assigned a few prostitutes. If he could save, he would save. Bubai, it would not be good if Provincial Governor Zhang heard this. You came at the right time. You have done well this year. Let me ask you, have you thought of a solution? When the registrar saw the county magistrate of Taihu County, he put down the teacup in his hand and asked, Solution? What solution do I have? If Zhang Zhong comes every few days, don't even think about mining the mine. The county magistrate of Taihu County was very angry. When he came over just now, he wanted to ask if the 7 of them had a solution. In the end, he was directly asked. What solution could he, a small county magistrate, have? Anyway, he could only earn a little more every year. At most, he would give up and become a county magistrate in another place. When the registrar heard the words of the county magistrate of Taihu County, Wei Wei was stunned. His expression immediately became gentler. He also knew that it was not good to bully people too much. If he really forced the county magistrate of Taihu County into a corner, he would directly write a memorial and send it to the higher-ups. Even if the person behind him was fine, he and the others would also be finished. When he signaled the registrar to sit down, the registrar's expression also changed. It's fine if you can't think of it. I think we will receive news in the next 1 or 2 days. The next place is the Cloud Rock. Has it been arranged? Rest assured, sir. Everything has been arranged. That place is not like the copper mine. There are too many places to excavate. I have already asked people to clean up the traces on the ground. The exposed places are covered with a layer of mud and grass. Also, small trees and grass have been planted. As long as you don't look carefully, you won't find any problems. Seeing that the registrar was pressuring him, the county magistrate of Taihu County suppressed the anger in his heart and told him the arrangement of the other place. The registrar nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You have done very well. I think that Zhang Zhong will not insist on removing the mud from a certain place. If that's the case, everyone will have a hard time. We will push the responsibility to him and make it difficult for him to do anything in Xuzhou. You are right, sir. Zhang Zhong already knows what is going on, but he doesn't dare to make it clear. He is also afraid of Sir's means. The county magistrate of Taihu County flattered. In his heart, he felt that the registrar was boasting. If he really had the ability, why would he let Zhang Zhong come over and force him to be in such a hurry? He was probably just bragging to people like him. The registrar seemed to have realized that he had said too much. He no longer mentioned this matter and changed the topic. He asked, "Can you find anyone in Zhang Zhong's family who is special?" 2 people. If you find them, even if you don't want the mine here, we will have made a great contribution. Special? Yes, I did see them. There are really 2 people who are very special. They are different from the others. The county magistrate of Taihu County thought for a while and said, "Really? Which 2 people? What do they look like? Are they hiding in the crowd? Hurry up and say it. If you really find them, you won't be the county magistrate anymore." The registrar's eyes lit up and asked anxiously. The other 6 judges also did the same. They all looked at the county magistrate of Taihu County. The county magistrate of Taihu County was shocked. He didn't know what happened to the 7 of them. He immediately said, "Actually, all of you know who those 2 people are. They are the young master and young lady of the Zhang family and Wang family. I found something very important. Everyone has to listen to what they say. Even the stewards of the Zhang family and Wang family don't dare to oppose them. How is that not special?" Sigh. After hearing the county magistrate of Taihu County's answer, the 7 of them sighed at the same time. They were still wondering who those 2 people were. There was no need for others to say anything. Of course they were special. But what was the use of that? They were trying to find the 2 hidden masters of the Zhang family, not 2 kids. Got it. You did a good job. Although the person is wrong, you did your best. If there's nothing else, go back and rest early. The registrar was very disappointed. However, he couldn't dispel the county magistrate of Taihu County's enthusiasm. He praised them and was about to chase them out. When the county magistrate of Taihu County heard this, he understood that he didn't find the right person. The 7 of them were dissatisfied. He thought for a while and said, "Sir, how about this? I saw that the car in their house is very good. I will get it when they are not paying attention. After thinking about it, I will send it to the imperial court. Why don't you just catch Zhang Zhong as well? You saw the house. Is it something normal? How do you get someone to get it? Steal it. He is such a big guy. Do you think we are blind? Steal it? Then you can go and try. After you succeed, you will be rewarded." The registrar looked at the county magistrate of Taihu County, as if he was looking at a fool. The county magistrate of Taihu County just mentioned it. He thought that the 7 of them would help him. Seeing that they didn't have the intention to do so, he could only take back his thoughts. After greeting them, they turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a person came in from outside the tent. After glancing at everyone present, he took out a sealed letter from his bosom and handed it to the Registrar of Military Affairs. The registrar took the letter. When he saw the words on it, his eyes immediately widened. He asked the person who delivered the letter to go outside the tent to read it carefully. After reading from the beginning to the end, he said to the others, "The orders from the higher-ups are that if Zhang Zhong doesn't give up the place, we are to make things difficult for him elsewhere. Let's see if we should do this." Chapter 563. When the crickets stopped chirping, the sky was already bright. When everyone woke up for breakfast, Zhang Zhong looked very energetic. It seemed that he had slept well last night. However, it was different for the 7 people in charge of affairs and the county magistrate of Taihu County. All of them had dark circles under their eyes and were yawning non-stop. It was as if they had not slept at all last night. They couldn't be blamed for this. Last night's letter had given them too much of a shock. If they really followed the letter, they didn't know if there would be even more trouble. Once someone found out, it wouldn't be as simple as beheading. even their entire clan would be destroyed along with it. They also admitted that if they did that, Zhang Zhong would definitely not have the time to take care of them. Otherwise, let alone the 150,000 yuan tax this year, it was still uncertain whether they would be able to collect it. They might even need the help of the imperial court. With such a choice in mind, how could the 8 of them sleep well? Even if they were to lie down, they wouldn't be able to sleep. The county magistrate of Taihu County fell asleep when the sun was about to rise. However, the things that happened in his dream woke him up again. For the entire night, the 8 of them asked themselves whether they should do it or not. Zhang Zhong didn't know why these 8 people didn't sleep well. He only knew that these 8 people definitely didn't have good intentions. Zhang Zhong watched as the 8 of them ate a little bit of porridge listlessly and didn't eat anything else. Zhang Zhong didn't care about them and slowly ate by himself. Today, he still had a place to go, which was more than 2 hours away from here. Zhang Zhong was afraid that he would get hungry while talking to others on the road, so he couldn't eat casually. He had to eat his fill first. When everyone was almost done eating, the group continued their journey and prepared to go to another place with beautiful scenery. Just as they went down the mountain, another group appeared at the foot of the mountain. From the flag, it was obvious who had arrived. It was Tang and Commandery Prince Li Sun. Upon seeing Li Sun, Zhang Zhong was very calm and brought the officials to greet him. Li Sun was a secondary grade 1 official. No one could compare to him. Zhang Zhong did not think much of it because he was familiar with Li Sun. He had never treated Li Sun as an important person and had always treated him as a junior. He only cared about him and did not respect him. However, the others were not like this, especially the military officers. They were really afraid now. They were afraid that Li Sun would find out something and directly impeach them. Then, they would not be able to deal with Li Sun like how they dealt with Zhang Zhong. They did not sleep well last night and were feeling very uncomfortable at this time. Then, they met Li Sun again. They were scared and immediately felt that they were in a trance. They could not see both sides of the road clearly. However, Zhang Zhong talked to them from time to time, so they had to force themselves to deal with it. This was the end. Their minds were not enough. They were also worried about Li Sun who suddenly appeared. They kept looking at Li Sun to see what he wanted. Li Sun did not have time to care about them. He directly ran to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing the 2 of them accompanying the 4 little fellows, he also helped to cut fruits and feed the 4 greedy little fellows. As a commandery prince, Li Sun did not feel that he was inferior at all to personally serve others. The 4 little fellows of the Zhang family could not be fed by just anyone. After he came over, he just washed his hands and took the fruits himself. The Zhang family did not check at all. This showed his status. After all, they were a family. What made Li Sun even more proud was that the 4 little fellows could not be fed by just anyone, even if it was someone from the inner courtyard. However, when he fed them, the little fellows always smiled at him. This made him even happier than when he suddenly received 10,000 strings of coins. After the 4 little fellows were stuffed to the point that they covered their stomachs and did not eat anymore, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Why did you call me here in such a hurry?" "I'm busy with the road. I'm going to finish the road before this year's winter. There must be roads that lead to the various counties and docks. Also, I planted the fruit trees on the side of the road. There is a ditch between 2 trees. When they grow up and passers-by are thirsty, they can use stones to knock down a few fruits to eat. There are 4 kinds of fruits. Except for the winter, there are all kinds of fruits in spring, summer, and autumn." "What kind of fruits are there in spring?" Zhang Xiaobao thought that Li Sun had made an out-of-season fruit. "Yes, there are flowers. It's the flowers of the locust tree. If there is no other way, I'll ask someone to look for them. There must be some. When the trees grow up, my fief will be better than others. Tell me, why did you call me here?" "I'm busy. It costs tens of thousands of yuan for a quarter of an hour." Li Sun used the words he learned from Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan laughed. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was right. He did cost hundreds of thousands of yuan per minute, but Li Sun did not believe it. After listening to Li Sun's plan, Zhang Xiaobao did not want to discourage him. Anyway, when the time comes, we will know whether it will succeed or not. It's just a matter of spending a little more money. Looking around, other than the 4 little guys who were eating fruits and sleeping, no one else could hear them. "Do you want to be rich? The kind with a lot of money? I have a way to make you rich, And you don't have to worry about others making trouble for you. No, I'm thinking about how to spend money now. How can I be in the mood to make money? My money is enough for me to build my fief. After the fief is built, I can get more money. I don't have to worry. I can't lose the big picture for small gains. I'm not afraid of others making trouble for me. I won't rebel. Who dares to make trouble for me? Who dares? There are many ways to die. Why do you want to find me? Li Sun refused. From the meaning of his words, it showed that he was now focused on building his fief. He did not consider other sources when he was not short of funds. You really don't want to? Make a fortune in your fief. There are 2 mines, one is a copper mine, and the other is a marble mine. They have been secretly mined for several years. Did you see the mountain we just came down from? There is a copper mine on it. However, in the official book, there is only an entry of or income. Do you understand what I mean? And that cloud stone, the real cloud stone. It's as white as the clouds, and it seems to be transparent. I use it to pave the floor at home. It stopped a thief once. If we don't think of a way, the 2 mines will be stolen away. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the mountain they just came down from, and then pointed to the clouds floating in the sky. Li Sun was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "What? Really? Retreat! What are you doing here?" After shouting at the guards who rushed to protect him to retreat, Li Sun's face was ashen. He lowered his voice and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you're not lying to me, right? Who has the guts to secretly mine the copper and marble mines in my fief for several years? I think they don't want to live anymore. If I find out who it is, I will make them spit out all the money they have accumulated in the past few years." Really? When have I ever lied to you? But what happened a few years ago has nothing to do with you. At that time, it was not your fief. After we came here, they probably could only transport it out 3 or 4 times. My father happened to meet them once. They ran away and did not catch up. The goods were left behind. Most of the marble was given to Xiao Bei and the others to play with. The copper mine is still there. You can arrange for people to take it away. There was a copper mine on the mountain just now. The place we are going to now is the marble mine. Zhang Xiaobao finally found a solution to the problem. Although the 2 mines were good, the target was too big. After all, they were places where they could earn money by mining. It was not suitable for his own family to occupy them. It was better to give them to Li Sun and let Li Sun occupy them. No one could say anything. Li Sun felt that it was right. The previous mine had nothing to do with him, but he still felt uncomfortable. He thought that if others did not secretly mine and left it to him, how much more money could he earn? He did not lack money. The problem was that it was his own money. He could not let others take it for free. He finally understood why Zhang Xiaobao asked him to come. You don't have to give me what your family left behind. Xiao Bei and the others like to play on the marble? Wait until I take back the mine. Then I will give you more marble. How about this? Let's work together to mine, just like how your family brought me along when you did business. Now that I have something good, I want to give you a share. Xiaobao, do you know who secretly dug it? Tell me, and I will take care of them immediately. Beheading is a light punishment. Charge them with the crime of privately minting coins. Exterminate their entire family. Li Sun did not care about giving the marble to Xiao Bei and the others to play with. The 4 of them were so cute. It did not matter how many marble there were. He just wanted to find the culprit and take action. Zhang Xiaobao saw Li Sun's reaction and knew that he had guessed correctly. But there was no evidence now. It was easy to kill, but difficult to convince the public. If he wanted to deal with someone, he had to find an excuse. Young Master Li, don't be anxious. We know who the culprit is. It is the officials here. Anyone who can come into contact with them is a suspect. Wait until we find evidence. Take a look at the place first and remember it. It is good to have a target. Yes. We can't take action directly. There is no evidence, and it is not an emergency period. It is fine. They have to dig, right? As long as they dig, we can catch them. Let's see who is more daring. Li Sun was no longer the little prince who only knew how to bully others. Since he had a fief, he had to do things according to the rules. He agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and asked, Then what if the person we find is from the imperial clan? If it's a member of the imperial family, then I'll just treat it as a gift. However, the people below must be dealt with. I can't let imperial uncle kill all my cousins, right? That's impossible. Li Sun did not hide his thoughts at all. The leader was fine, but the people below were unlucky. It was their fault for not doing a good job. Now that they were caught, they had to bear such a punishment. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could understand Li Sun. Not to mention now, when was it not the same? When something happened, the small fish were caught, the medium fish would be moved to another place, and the big fish would be fine. Just know who you suspect. Don't show it. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. Understood. I won't talk to them too much. Who am I? I am the Duke. What are they? The little guys can eat again. Fruit is digested quickly. As Li Sun spoke, he saw the 4 little guys being carried to pee and prepared to be fed fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and ran away. Due to the slow pace of the group, it took them nearly 6 hours to arrive at their destination. None of them had eaten lunch. Some of them had eaten too much in the morning, while others couldn't eat because they had too many things on their minds. From afar, they could see that the mountain in front of them was lush green. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, who was looking around for oars, "Do you see the trees over there?" And the grass, in fact, it was all stuck there later. If you look closely, you will find that the trees and grass are not growing right. They shouldn't be so long. I don't know who is so stupid that they can't even see the yin and yang sides. The trees are actually denser in the shade than in the sunny areas. And the grass on the steep areas, whose grass can grow perpendicular to the slope under such circumstances. Where is this place? Taihu County. Why did my father come here? To promote the construction of spiritual civilization in Xuzhou. Who do you think has something to do with it? Just now on the mountain, the place where the mine should be is actually a lake. I originally thought that only the Zhang family and Wang family had such ability. A man-made lake, the county magistrate of Taihu County is also very capable. Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and understood what he meant. He looked at the trees and flowers on the mountain, and it was indeed so. When he agreed with Zhang Xiaobao that he was stupid, he said angrily, "There is no good official. There are layers upon layers of protection. It is not a single official that is caught, but a series of problems. Why do you think this is? There are historical reasons for this, and at the same time, it is also a problem of the management mechanism. It is not easy to explain in a few words. Even if it is clear, it is not easy to solve. It is very difficult." Zhang Xiaobao knew that this was a problem related to the whole human society. Even if they raised a high salary, it was useless. Were there really no corrupt officials in Singapore? That was under the condition that the place was small and easy to govern. If it were such a big country, who could put an end to it? As long as this society is governed by people, then don't expect all the officials to be honest. You have to know that the reason why society can develop is because of people's desires. Without desires, human beings will not exist. As long as they exist, there will be such situations. Zhang Xiaobao said the most fundamental reason. Li Sun could understand a special word Zhang Xiaobao said. This was what he had learned for many years. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was right, but he still felt uncomfortable and asked, "Then why is Xueqi County different? Any random official will not show any corruption, bribery, or abuse of power for personal gain. It is not that they do not have desires, but that they understand that as long as nothing happens, they will be promoted. When they leave office, they will get a large sum of money, more than what they are greedy for. There is no risk at all. The income and risk are proportional. 10,000 strings of cash is likely to cost them their lives, but 5,000 strings of cash is easy to get. Of course they will choose 5,000 strings of cash. Didn't you say that if there is a 300% profit, someone will take all the risks to get it?" Li Sun argued. That is referring to the situation where the supervision mechanism is not working. Does Xueqi County have that kind of opportunity? Most importantly, there is a more powerful threat in Xueqi County, and that is the Zhang family. Especially with my father's official position, even if they take the tens of thousands of strings of cash they just collected and run away, it will be useless. They understand the determination of the Zhang family. Even if they run out of the country, they will be hunted down. The opportunity is too small, and the risk is too great. That is why they are so honest. Besides, they are usually treated well, so why do they have to take the risk? Zhang Xiaobao knew the reason. The most important thing was that the Zhang family had the ability to make money, so there was no need to be greedy. If the Zhang family did not have the ability, they would not be able to handle the following matters. Then what should we do? Is there no solution? Li Sun was even more depressed. He knew that there was no second Zhang family. They could not control the place at all. They were rich and capable, but they did not have the ambition to rebel. Where could he find another Zhang family? It's not that there's no way. There's one way, and that's to find a very powerful emperor who can see through everyone's heart. Moreover, he can see through everyone's heart in just a few breaths. Moreover, even if everyone in the world works together, they can't beat him alone. He can also make the land increase in production and make the flood disappear. That way, there will be no more corrupt officials. Zhang Xiaobao gave an answer. You are not talking about an emperor, but an immortal. Li Sun was even more depressed. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, it is impossible to make all the people and officials be selfless, but we can find a way to make the officials make fewer mistakes. Originally, 50 out of 100 officials are bad, so don't expect that there will be none. It will be a success if we can reduce it to 10. Then how can we reduce it? Li Sun agreed. If they could not be eliminated, they could reduce it. When the military of the dictatorship is loyal and strong enough, they can monitor the officials without relying on manpower. Now, there is no need to think about it. It is useless. They are calling you. Go and praise them. Zhang Xiaobao also had such a dream, but it could not be realized. When he saw the people over there looking back at them while they were talking, he gave Li Sun a push. Li Sun was not willing to deal with such officials, but he had no other choice. He could only go over and join in the praise of the local officials. Even though he knew that there was a marble mine behind the very unnatural trees, he still had to praise the strange trees and the beautiful scenery. Not bad. It is really a good place. Lord Zhang will definitely build a place like this into a place for the people to enjoy, especially those trees. In other places, the trees are dense on the sunny side, but here, they are dense on the shady side. It is really different. They are strange, and the scenery is beautiful. Li Sun was depressed in his heart. He pointed at a tree and said. The county magistrate of Taihu County was so scared that he trembled and sweat dripped down his forehead. And those vines. In other places, they are coiled, slanted, or straight up, but here, they are growing horizontally. Moreover, they are not fixed by anything. It is beautiful. When I write a memorial to report to the emperor, it will be an auspicious sign. I have decided to send people to guard this place day and night until the imperial court sends people to investigate. Li Sun was not done with his anger, so he continued to scare. This time, not only was the county magistrate of Taihu County trembling, but even the military officers were also scared. The important thing was that if they really wrote a memorial and asked the imperial court to come and guard the place day and night, they would definitely know that it was fake and understand what was going on behind the mine. The first one to be arrested was the county magistrate of Taihu County. As long as he confessed, they would not be able to escape. If they really wanted to hide, they would have to kill the county magistrate and everyone related to him. Killing them would also be considered a crime of not investigating. At the same time, they were thinking about what to do. At this time, Zhang Zhong spoke. Your Highness, this is not appropriate. What's wrong? Could it be that these vines are not so simple? Men, go and take a look. We have to figure it out even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Li Sun often spent time with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not only did he learn knowledge, but he also learned a lot of evil tricks. No, Your Highness, you can't. 3 of the military officers tried to stop him in unison. The others also wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. Zhang Zhong also tried to dissuade him. Your Highness, I don't mean this. It's not appropriate now. When the news reaches the capital and people from the capital come here, the vines on the mountain will probably be dying or have already died. If they can't see it, wouldn't it be lying to the emperor? Is that so? There's such a thing? Aya, this is my first time here, so I don't know. What do you think? Li Sun looked at the officials around him who were so scared that their faces changed. He was in a good mood. Yes, Provincial Governor Zhang is right. That's right. If your highness really wants to report an auspicious sign, why don't you report it first thing next year?
The military officer was about to sit on the ground and said with a dull look in his eyes.
In that case, forget it. I want to climb the mountain and see who wants to climb with me. I can use the vines to climb up. Don't underestimate me. I'm very powerful. Li Sun continued with his suggestion. When he said that it was fine, all the officials heaved a sigh of relief.
However, when he said the second half of his suggestion, all of them became angry again.
There were even 2 cowardly officials who sat on the ground. Seeing Li Sun look over, one of them was smart and quickly explained, "Your Highness is really powerful. When I heard that we were going to climb, I was scared. I can't. What if I fall down halfway?" The other one immediately followed suit, and the matter was finally resolved. Zhang Zhong knew that Li Sun did it deliberately, so he said, "Your Highness, there is something more interesting than climbing the mountain. Not far from here, there is a lake called Lake Tai. I heard that the fish and shrimp in the lake are good. Why don't we go fishing there?" "Is that so? Then let's take a look here and go to Lake Tai." Li Sun finally didn't continue to scare people. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked for Zhang Xiaobao. When the people who could barely stand saw that Li Sun had left, they didn't care whether Zhang Zhong was next to them. A few of them sat on the ground. Zhang Zhong began to put on an act and asked people to write poems here. He also took other people's works and gave them some pointers. Amidst everyone's flattery, he left this place and went to Lake Tai. It could be said that this spiritual construction guidance work had ended. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.